Hello. All right. My computer seems so quiet because I'm muting the game. Intentionally so because it plays music like an actual song. So hello. Hi, it's me, Psycho Bunny. We're going to be playing more Otome Daoshi. Today we are on Yuhang's route. We're in chapter 3. I've already forgotten how many chapters there are in this game to know when we're getting near the end. Hang on, let me go back to what's his name's route to see. Hold on. There's 8 total chapters, so we're on chapter 3, so we have 5 more. This plus 5, 6. We have 6, we're on 3. This plus 6 equals a lot. We got a lot. We've done 2 of 8 chapters. Listen to that. It's always so loud. I guess I could have gotten into the game instead of sitting on the screen. That is something I could have done. And then listen, it would have been quiet. Right now we are investigating. What is Yuhang's investigation about? I've already forgotten. Oh dear. Have we progressed so far? Each chapter has been about an hour, I think, to 45 minutes. So if it stays true to nature, and we're on chapter 3, we should be done in about 8 hours, a little less, if it's true to the previous route. Because the previous route, his chapters were longer, because we actually stopped earlier than I intended to, because his chapters were taking longer than I thought they were going to. But usually they were about 30 to 45 in the previous route. His so far has been like about an hour 25. We are currently with Yuhang. They're going to the Southern District. Why are they going to the Southern District? I've already forgotten. What this mission is. We went to a hotel room. There were I can't remember. Yuhang and I left the house early the next morning and traveled to the Southern District. Our grandfather is actually in this one. Whereas in the previous one, he went missing. Like, he straight up just went missing. They just, like, I don't even know why they gave us a grandfather. Because he just didn't come home. He was missing. He kept leaving us little clues here and there. He never showed up until, like, the post story. Oh my goodness. What a time. What a time to be alive. Alright, is it just me or do you feel a little intense around here? You're right, I wonder what happened. Nearby, a grim-faced group of people were arguing with the gatekeeper. What's going on with the palace? Just how long do you plan on keeping us for? I didn't even think about if I had a heating pad in place today. Dun 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 dun. Also, I have my code for the game I tried during a game for dames. So I have the code officially. I will be playing it tomorrow for a little bit. It's I'm Making a Monster. They just released it. I think it came out today or it's coming out tomorrow. But I have my own code. Oh my goodness, I'm struggling here. Also realized I never actually put the timestamp in for today. Oh well, I got so distracted. As one does. As foretold, if it were. So that will be tomorrow, the day after, or actually, sorry, tomorrow morning or tomorrow night. Not the day after. The day after, I will have a stream, but I think I'm gonna go back to Burishihana. But the new Burishihana, that Burishihana. We'll see. We'll see. All the other gates are blocked too. What's going on? They blocked the gates. What's happening? Yuhang addressed a man who seemed relatively harmless, who shrugged in response. This is the first time we've had an obscure man. We don't know either. The gates leading to the palace have suddenly been blocked off in every district. Apparently this is the only one that people have seen officials going in and out of. It's like a random hair on my screen. Oh. Everyone from every other district has ended up
で
here.
もそれより大変なのは、南地区に住んでる武術派たちが捕まっちまったことだよ。
More concerning is the pro-wushu folk who live here have been rounded up and detained.
武術派の人たちが
Pro-wushu? Why?
王宮
Oh,
に
that's
入れないっ
right.
ていうんで、抗
His
議運動を起こしたんだ。今
trainer's
朝までえらい騒ぎで
pro-wushu.
さ。
They started protesting when people were denied entry to the palace. The chaos only subsided this
お
morning.
かげで結構な人数の武術派の人間が王宮の牢屋に捕らえられ
That's
てる
right.
らしい。
His
何もないといいんだが。
trainer is missing. Horan's trainer is missing. We already know what happened to Horan's trainer, though. I don't know if they'll bring it up in this one, but we already know. There's a good number of them locked up in the palace jail. Hopefully, they'll be the last of it.
あんたらも外を歩くときには気をつけな。
You two should be careful as long as you're here.
あ
Got
わ
it.
かった
Thanks. Thank you for the information. We walked past the gate, headed for where Grandpa told us the pro-wushu faction was gathering. We could still hear the commotion at the gate, how long after we had left it behind. Yay! Hey, Delightful! How are you? The place Grandpa told us about should be around here.
ああ確か赤いもんだっつってたはず
I think he mentioned something about a red gate.
ええ。あなたたちはそこで待機を。はい。帝国になりましたら手はず通りに。
You wait there. We shall move as planned when the time comes. Huh? Is that Long Li? We arrived at the assumed area to find Long Li dishing out orders to a group of soldiers.
おやお二人はあよかった。ご無事だったんですね。
It's you two. What a relief to see you both unharmed. Hey.
ところでお二人はどうしてここ
May I ask what business you have here? All the business in the world, my guy. So much business. Like, watch. Longley was looking a little tense. He kept shooting glances at the buildings we'd been walking
もしか
toward.
して例の会合の警備か
Are you figuring out the security for the assembly? Yuhang must have been right. Longley immediately had his guard up. I rushed to explain. My grandpa told us about it. He said the palace soldiers and officials were all very busy.
リーホンさんから聞いたんですね。
Also, Long Li and Li Hong. What a choice, right? You heard about it from Li Hong. See, we're after that
なんか
dyslexia.
警備が足りてないみたいに見えるんだけど手伝うか
You're looking a little low on manpower. Need a hand? In the first place, we'd come because we were concerned about an assembly being a target. I nodded enthusiastically at Yuhang's suggestion. Though Long Li cracked a smile, he ultimately turned us
い
down.
いえ。問題ありません。護衛ならこちらでも人数を揃えておりますから。
No, thank you. We're fully prepared. I am happy to say that we have plenty of guards for
お
the
気持ちだ
job.
け受け取っておきますね。ありがたいお心遣いに。
I'm very grateful
感謝いたします。
for you for the offer and your consideration.
おお
Right,
そう
gotcha.
かそりゃそうだ
Guess that makes sense.
シュンリじゃあ俺らは行くぞ
Let's go, Shinlin. What? But Yuhang.
俺らはまだ一人前ってわけじゃねえしさ下手にここにいても足手まといだろ
We're not experienced enough for stuff like this. If we stick around, we're just gonna drag everybody
ロン
down.
レイなんかあったら呼んでくれよ俺らも南地区にいるからさ
Give us a shout if we can help with anything, Longli. We're gonna be in the south for a little bit.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Does he know we can't leave? Yuhang walked off, leaving me to hurry after him. Are you sure about this, Yuhang? We might have gotten a clue about Sietsu if we stayed. I
つっ
forgot
て
about
も
that.
あんな風に言われたらあれ以上言えねえだろ
He wanted us out of there. What else was I supposed to
ロンレイ
say?
は俺らのことよく知らないんだし信用できないんじゃねえの
It's not like Longli knows us that well. He probably doesn't trust us. Gambra seems pretty confident that they'd ask him for help. Yuhang was right though. We'd only just met Longli and I wasn't a full-fledged Daoshi yet. There's a huge difference between me and Grandpa. 1, he's a man. 2, I'm a teenage girl. Still, it's not like we can head home without learning anything, so what now?
そんなん決まってんだろバレないよう様子見するんだよ
We watch from a distance so we don't get caught. Huh? And so, Yuhang and I wound up monitoring the meeting place from the shadows There was only one small problem. Yuhang, you're taking up all the
い
room.
やお前こそ押すなよ
How about you stop pushing? Our chosen hiding spot was way too small for the both of us, blatantly so.
なんでこんなところに隠れなきゃいけねえんだよ
Why are we hiding out in a place like this? You were the one who said we had to hide around here or we wouldn't see anything.
そりゃそうだけど何もこんな狭いとこ入んなくても
I didn't say it had to be this tiny space specifically. Shh, they're gonna hear us.
はあ騒がしくしてんのお前じゃねえかよ
You're the one making a racket. That was how we came to be squished together, arguing while we waited for clues to emerge. Mimi was keeping watch from a treetop close by. The panda would come to let us know if we were in danger of being spotted. Hey, Yuhang, look, people are going into the building.
あれが武術派のやつらか武術界にはいなかったからあんま強くねえのか
They've got to be pro Wushu faction. I don't recognize them from the tournament. Maybe these guys aren't that strong. With those muscles? I'm not sure about that. Oh, she's like, look at them. I doubt it. We watched as more people entered the building one after another. A lot of them did look strong, as you'd expect from a pro Wushu faction. It made me think that they'd be able to defend themselves just fine without having to rely on security. What do you think they're here to discuss?
やっぱ最近やたらと反武術派たちが敵視してるからそれ
The
について話し合うんじゃ
anti-Wushu
ねえの
group has been really aggressive towards them lately. Maybe that. It would be nice if we could get a little get
それは
Klong.
難しいんじゃね
You're asking a lot, don't you think? Is it really to just not fight with each other? To just accept that people are different? That's crazy. My gaze snapped to him in surprise. He was studying the pro Wushu members with a complicated
武術
expression.
派のやつらはどうして反武術派の人が怒ってるのか
You don't know why the anti-Wushu faction's mad at these guys, do you?
なんであいつらはあんなに怒ってるんだなんて思ってるから余計に反感を買うんだよ
The pro Wushu don't either, and it makes them lash out at the antis more because they don't get it. The Wushu should have been on the side of pro Wushu faction. Yuhang should be on the side of the pro Wushu faction. He spoke like they were in the wrong.
俺らは普通
Well,
に暮ら
no,
せてるから
okay.
でもさそれって俺らが武術家だからだと思うんだよ
You don't have to be on either side. That's the thing. And I think she's stupid. Like, what do you mean? You don't have to be part of this conflict. You don't have to see a conflict at all. Just because you do Wushu doesn't mean you're pro Wushu or that you're against the anti Wushu. That's not how that should work. Plus, his teacher's anti Wushu, which I guess is weird because he's a teacher in art. Our lives are pretty normal, huh? Right? Oh my god. Wait, I see it. That's only because we're martial artists. I kept saying why I see it. I'm like, why?
もし俺が
It took me way too long to decipher an actual word that was spelled just fine.
きっと今の回遊では息苦しく感じたと思う
If I was still that weak kid I used to be, I'd probably find it tough living in today's Caillou.
武術が得意なのが当たり前な世界だとさ大抵のやつが気づかないんだ
Everyone expected to
武
be good
術
at
を極め
Wushu.
られない人間もいるってことに
Most folks don't notice that some people struggle
だ
with
から
it.
無意識のうちに戦えて当たり前だって態度になるだから争いが起きるんだよ
There's this underlining attitude that being able to fight is natural, and that's why we've got this strife going on now. I see. I didn't know what else to say. Yuhang seemed much more mature than usual while discussing the topic. Each faction had decided that their opposition was responsible for ruining the tournament. What would happen if the strain between them turned into something even bigger? Suddenly, there came the piercing sound of shattered glass, followed by a scream that came from the assembly hall. We've got to check it out.
行くぞ
Chewie, we're hiding. Let go. We already was told not to help. We rushed to the assembly hall to find a huge crowd of unsavory types brawling with each other.
やっちまいな
Get them.
一人も逃がすな皆殺しにしろ
Don't let a single one escape. They all have to die.
武器を持ち込むなんて卑怯だ
Weapons, you cowards.
これ。
What the heck's going on? This is awful. You just swallowed wrong. Thugs had stormed the assembly and they attacked without mercy. They were out for blood, openly striking at the back of the people trying to run away. What the heck is happening? Whew. Several people are on the ground. The horrifying scene kept me rooted in spot. I don't understand. I don't understand. Are they thugs or are they anti-wushu?
早く逃げてください。こちらです。早く。
Please escape as soon as you quit, as quickly as you can. This way, everyone.
くそ、護衛が全然いねえじゃねえか。おいロンレ、どうなってんだよ。
Yuhang, we're in the middle of a fucking thing. Why don't you stop pointing fingers right now and either help or shut the fuck up? Like, oh my god. Don't be a BS baby. What happened to the guards? Longley, you better have a good explanation for this. You don't need to ask this man for anything.
ユーハン君、君も。それが早々にやられてしまって。
Like, you show up. Like, no. Yuhang, you're still here? The guards, they were quickly defeated and... Longley was doing his best to fend off the thugs, but his side was clearly outnumbered. Because we didn't bring enough bodies, because they hired extra bodies to fight us, because he decided to have a conversation in the middle of a fucking fight. I don't know, you tell me. Why did we show up just to watch? Like, are we not gonna help? Are we not gonna Super Saiyan this shit?
死にたくない。
I don't wanna die.
覚悟しな。
Too bad.
危ねえ。
Watch out! Yeah, he knows he's about to get attacked. I know it's not what that means in this situation. Yuhang kicked the thug's sword away before it swung down on the victim. And then he kicked him in the stomach. Then he kicked the thug out with a punch and darted off to assist someone else.
加勢するぜ。
I got your back. Do you though?
助かります。
Much appreciated.
はっ。
Wah! I assume that's how it goes.
ほらよ。
Take that! Yuhang took down one thug after another in a flurry of mesmerizing movements. He's so impressive, but I can't let him do all the work, I said after watching for I don't know how many minutes. Getting into a fighting stance, I joined the fray. Huh! I assume. Imagine if she had a sprite though. Like imagine if she was here. Mimi was out of its tree, leaping at one of the thugs. What the heck? Thanks, Mimi! I imagine her just pulling hairs. We fought in pairs, Longley and Yuhang, Mimi, and myself. Soon we noticed one thug who was much stronger than the rest. Clad in black, the man roared like a beast as he mowed down everyone around him. Gee, I wonder who it is. Who's that? Wait. It can't be. Yiming! Even with that talisman on his head and the unsettling aura around him, there was no mistaking it. It was Yiming, Horan's master. What's with the talisman though? Gee, what do the talismans do? He was growling. Like he's lost all semblance of sanity. Yiming, it's me, Shinlin! I called out to him, desperate to stop him from attacking anyone else. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to recognize me. He crouched down like a beast, then brawled straight at me. Barreled. That's the right word. That's the real word. Ah, we're not gonna be faster than him. He's been zombified. In the previous game, and route, not game, he's not a zombie, but he's been put under a spell that makes him work like that. But he does have the zombie aesthetic. Imagine getting hired in an Otome to make such zombie noises most of your scenes. Just like, "Rah!" And you like, yeah, keep sounding scary. I wonder if they have his voice actor listed anywhere. Let me see if our good friend Otome Kitten has it. I don't know if she would have the voice actor for him. Oh, I put Otome. Oh, I guess I didn't actually put Otome. Kidding. I don't know if she would do additional voices on her list. I'm lazy, hear me out, and I don't. I don't see Yiming. Hear that sound? That's the sound of not finding it. I don't know who his voice actor is. I mean, credit where credit's due though. That's a lot of work. I have all these words in here and it still ain't doing it. Wait, maybe. Okay, perfect. I found him. They have his name spelled differently than we have it. They have it spelled Yimin. Yimin. It's Natsume Kyohei. Who? Kyohei Natsume. Let's try. I have too many. I'm so lost already. Did I just go to streaming assets by accident? It do be that way sometimes. Dun. I don't see him in anything that we would know. That's unfortunate. He's in a bunch of animes, but he's in Street Fighter 6 as Bosch. So that means he's used to making screaming noises, honestly. He's like thugs. Yuhang flew over with all the elegance he had shown at the tournament, delivering a powerful chop to the base of Yiming's neck. Yiming didn't so much as flinch, instead he thrusted his fist at Yuhang, who ended up behind him. Though Yuhang managed to block the attack with both arms, the impact sent him flying backwards. No, Yuhang, how dare you? Ooh. I would go, I'm so mad. Like, what am I gonna do? I sprung forward to support Yuhang, but another thug cut me off from the side. I don't think thug's the right word. A thug's to me, I just picture like those punk kids, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't sound. Looks like first gig. Probably, actually. How young is this guy then? But he's got such a deep voice. Does it say how young he is? I mean, he looks pretty young. Maybe he just has too good a voice. Just a voice too good. Is it telling me his age is a secret? We don't know what his age is. They're like XXXX. He does a lot of just like a voice. Interesting. You're facing off against me now, Thug D. Ah! I hopped back to avoid a slash from his sword and Mimi launched right at him. Mimi is not afraid. Mimi will throw fucking hands. What's up with this panda? He yanked Mimi off his face and chucked it aside. It's her. It's her. Luckily, Yuhang was right there to catch it. Her. Stop. Go hide somewhere, would you? You're gonna get hurt here. Keep your wits about you. They have more reinforcements coming. There they are. Let's get them. Why? To what end? just when we were making a dent in them too. How many of these guys are there? Yuhang ushered Mimi back up the tree before whirling to face the newcomers. There were 5 of them and 3 of us. Not only that, but they had Yiming on their side. He's like, roar! And I go, here he comes. Snap out of it, would ya? And then he's all like, Yiming blocked Yuhan's punch like it was nothing. Okay, first off, he's a teacher, right? He's better than you. He was already better than you. Stop acting surprised that the guy who is like literally a master classman's better than you. Like, figure that shit out. Does anything work against him? Honestly, it's impressive, actually. I don't know if I can make grumbly noises intentionally. Yuhang dodged the hit by taking a huge leap back. Then he surged forward, ready to strike again. Again, it had no effect on Yiming. Maybe if we both attacked. Careful. What did I do? Just walk up like, what if I did this? When I dashed up to help Yuhang, another thug swung his blade at me from the side. My throat would hurt after a minute. I agree. A split second before the sword could cut me, Yuhang pulled me by the hand, whisking me a hair's breadth out of range. Sorry, thanks, Yuhang. Here comes the next one. I am trash. Ha! Thanks. This is why I didn't actually join the tournament, because I'm just trash already. Yuhang, Longli, and I fought together, covering for each other as we knocked out the thugs one by one. We can't keep this up. The wounded need medical attention. I'll hold him back. You get anybody to hurt to... Sure, why not? Sure. Don't let the injured get away! Crush the life out of every last one of them. Oh my god. Our path of retreat! Now what? We're completely surrounded. We can't lift a finger to help the people who have collapsed. Things were looking hopeless and I was all about ready to give in, but then... It's garbage can, not garbage can't. Give it your trashy all. Oh! Yay! Yay! Gorgeous. Gorgeous man. Damn. It's you. Yeah, I know who it is. Beautiful, beautiful man. Xiao Wu! I could hardly believe it. But there he was. He had knocked out the thug in one hit and was now cracking his neck from side to side. Oh, he's just like... I guess we need to beat up these guys. Spicy kimchi. He's gorgeous. He's my favorite one. Oh, he's my favorite. He's red chili paste. This... What did we say he was? I forgot what he was. There's French vanilla and vanilla, and then there's him. And then there's spicy chili. Oh. The collar. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hot chili flakes. That's right, hot chili flakes. Is he hot chili? No, no, no. He's hot chili. I can't remember actually. It had something to do with the color of his hair, I thought. Cinnamon! Oh, he's cinnamon! Yes, 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 he's cinnamon. I was like thinking like, what color? It's like a brown. Was you punching that one just a stab in the dark? I like it. He's like straightforward. He's like, this is why. That's it. We're done. You were all fighting him. That makes him the enemy, right? Xiao Wu gave a huff as he cracked his knuckles. They're in my way anyway, so I'm going after them. With that, Xiao Wu started plowing through the surrounding thugs. nutmeg because I would not. He's a bottom. He's a bottom. He is a bottom. That is definitely not a top. But she's ultra bottom. Like she's like tripping over her own 2 feet. Like, are you a fighter or not? Like, can we stop having fighting stories where the girl's clumsy? Like, please. A dependable ally indeed. Let's get back to it, guys. Let's go. Mimi's back. Mimi's like, I can fight again. We continued fighting off the thugs with Xiaowu's help. Xiaowu continued fighting off the thugs, and we tried to help. Eventually, the last few stragglers realized they couldn't win and made a hasty retreat. We've got no chance now. We gotta get out of here. Come on. Yiming! He fled along with the thugs, though I tried to chase after them. They were too fast for me. They vanished in a heartbeat, and also I shouldn't be fucking chasing after them. He's gone. We're finally done here, huh? He basically likes helpless damsels. Are we talking about Spicy? He helps, but then he's also like, don't talk to me. Like, look at this man. Just look at him in comparison to the other guys. Like, look how beautiful. Like, can I just appreciate this. I appreciate it a lot. He basically looks like a cat right now too. Like, what the heck? Oh my goodness. That's all it took to wear you out. Pathetic. We were fighting for ages before you showed up.
ひとまず急ぎ怪我人の手当てと残っている族を拘束いたしましょう。皆さん手を貸してくださいませんか。
First and foremost, we must attend to the wounded and detain the remaining thugs. Might I request everyone's assistance? You want us to tie these guys up, right? That one's making a break for it. Get back here! Aw, man. Hold it right there. Beating the shit out of people? Normal day. We all work together to round up the defeated thugs and tend to the injured. Hey, Longley, you want me to take these guys to the room in the back? What's up back there?
よろしくお願いいたします。丁重に尋問いたしますので。
Yes, please. If you wouldn't mind, I intend to treat them to a thorough interrogation. I don't know why. Must be the long hair, must be the sweet personality, but I feel like he's Lucas. I feel like he's a Lucas in Lucas clothing, because he looks like a Lucas in Lucas clothing. Okay, glad I'm not in their shoes.
それが仕事ですから。今応援を呼んでまいりますので、しばら
A
く見張って
Lucas
いて
with
もらえ
green
ますか。
eyes instead of a Lucas with beautiful blue eyes. It's merely a facet of my duties. I'm going to call for assistance, so could I ask you to keep an eye on them until my return? Got it. Woo! No one's bleeding anymore. Looks like I can finally take a breather. Now that the wounded have been seen to, I let out a big sigh of relief. Huh? Where's Mimi? I swear, who translated this and just right-clicked, changed the words? At that exact moment, I caught a glimpse of someone in my periphery. Periphery sounds right, but like, it feels like it's trying to be peripherals, like the corner of my eyes. We're gonna... Well, I mean, if I spelt it right, that's fair. There's a band called Periphery? And they're gonna be in Phoenix? I don't know who that is. Now I'm gonna get them in my search history. Oh my god. Pronunciation. Pronunciation. Periphery.
Periphery.
Periphery. Alright, I did it. I'm so good at this. Oh, god. An area lying beyond the strict limits of a thing. This is like the 14th word I feel like in this game I've had to translate because they're like, let's make a word. Was that Setsu? Setsu? Flustered, I spun around to look, but the figure had vanished around a corner. While I couldn't be sure, I felt like they had Setsu's hair color. Just watch Mimi turn into like a man. Yuhang, I think I just saw. Wait, now where'd he get off to? I found myself alone. Maybe Yuhang and Xiaohu were still busy with the captured thugs. But if that was Setsu, I can't risk losing him. It might prove to be a clue we'd desperately been hoping for. The opportunity was too valuable to pass up, so I chased after the figure. I did the thing. My mark finally stopped under the shade of a tree. There was no one else around.
お久しぶりですね。
So we meet again. I was right, it was Setsu. His serene demeanor made me feel even more uneasy. Had he been doing at the scene of the fight, at the assembly of the pro-Wushu faction, and without lifting a finger to help the injured? You were at the assembly hall, weren't you, Setsu? Why? Had he possibly been there as part of the pro-Wushu faction? If so, why had he ran away? When I questioned him, Setsu smiled.
私はただ調査をしていただけです。先日の武術界での事件についてね。
I was there to investigate the incident that grounded the Tournament of Valor to a halt. That's what we were doing.
今、あの日のことについては様々な憶測が飛び交っているでしょう。
There is
誰が犯人かと皆が疑い合っている。
This is a choice, right? To not show his hands? Because his hands are like claws. Like, what is going on with your hands? There is much speculation about the particulars. Some are pointing fingers at one another.
ですから先回りして調査をしていたんです。
It's Giving
先日の事
Wednesday.
件について怪しい動きをする者があの場に現れると。
I don't know if anyone watched Wednesday, but season 2, there's a character that's always wearing gloves, and that's all I could think about every time they showed them. I'm like, man, this guy's always wearing gloves. Why? And I figured it out early on. But I was just like, it's so obvious because gloves are very noticeable on hands, you know what I'm saying? I decided an anticipatory investigation was in order. I was privy to information that a certain suspect would be at the assembly today. Is it me? Am I the suspect? Am I a suspect? I want you to understand this word still hasn't popped up.
Anticipatory.
I decided an anticipatory investigation was in order. Anticipatory means acting, feeling, or preparing in expectation of something happening in the future. Someone tipped him off. He must have been hanging around the assembly from the start then. In that case, why didn't he help us fight the thugs? He doesn't give a fuck about you, that's why. People were getting seriously
そ
hurt.
れについては謝罪しなくてはなりませんね。
I can only apologize for my
助力
inactions.
することができず。
Truly sorry, but also not that sorry.
ですが、私が今回の襲撃を止めてしまっては、真犯人を見つけることはできないと考えたのです。
I reasoned that the intervening in the skirmish would deprive me of my chance to apprehend the true culprit behind the incident. Which is? You know the answer, say it. What do you mean?
ええ、私の目的はあくまで武術界襲撃の犯人を探し出すこと。なので、
In order to identify the culprit
泳がせているんで
or
す。
culprits, I feel it is best to observe any and all suspicious parties without interference. Like us, we should not have interfered, but we did. Look at us, we just run forward the moment there's an incident.
そのものに私が探りを入れていると知られるわけにはいきません。だから出ていけなかったんです。
I couldn't let the suspicious person in question discover my presence or investigation, therefore I was unable to lend my assistance.
事件を解決するためです。
I hope you can.
ご理解ください。
I don't know where hope came from. I can only ask that you try to understand it was all in service of unearthing the truth. It was hard to think of a response when you put it like that. Yuhang suspects him for a reason, and something still feels off to me.
もしかして夕飯から
Does this man read fucking minds? Why? Could it be that Yuhang has expressed the doubts he has about me? I gasped. It was like he had plucked the words right out of my fucking brain. My reaction pretty much said it all, and I doubt a troubled smile rose on Setsu's lips.
やはりそうでしたか。実は夕飯に疑われていることは
I thought as much. In
かなり前から
truth,
気づいてい
I've
ま
known
した。
for some times that Yuhang is suspicious of me. You have.
ええ、あの日あなたと初めてお会いした日も
I want to take a bite out of him. You want to take a bite of
Yuhang
anyone who wears glasses. That's a man. I know. On that day, the day you and I first met, I believe he was following me. Is that correct?
だからあえて気づかないふりをしてつけられていたんですよ。
Him, the
信用して
lawyer,
もらうために。
Kent. I pretended to know nothing of it and allow him to do so. I was hoping it would help rebuild his trust in me, right?
しかし私を疑うようになるとは。夕飯ももう大人なんですね。
See, I'm here for you. To think that he's come to find me suspicious. He is no longer the immature boy he once was. Nope, now he's just an immature man.
私の後ろを追いかけてきただけの小さかった子供とは違う。も
When he was a child,
う
he
一
did.
人前なのかもしれませんね。
When he was a child, he did little more than totter after me wherever I went. I suppose you could say that he's finally come into his own. He told me about how he met you when he was really young.
ええ、あの頃の夕飯はよく泣いていましたよ。あなたにまた会いたいと言って。
Yes, he cried often at that age, lamenting your absence. Setsu relayed the story with a chuckle.
私が初めて会った時、夕飯は大勢の子供たちにいじめられていましてね。
When I first met Yuhang, he was being bullied by a large group of other children.
夕飯は泣くばかりで一切反撃しないものだから、つい反撃の方法を教えてしまったんです。
Why he look like he's saying something cruel, condescending? I think he just has a matter-of-fact face. I think that's it. I think he just has, and that's it, as an attitude. He would cry and do nothing to retaliate. Before I knew it, I had taught him how to do so.
私が武術の型を見せると、夕飯は目を輝かせて、かっこいいなんて。
I performed a taolu for him. Eyes a-glitter. He praised it as cool. I believe that was his words.
それからは大変でした。会うたび弟子にしてくれとせがまれてしまって。
What followed was an ordeal. Whenever we met, he would beg me to take him as a student.
強い男になりたい。あなたに再会した時に胸を張れる男でいたい。
He was always saying that he wanted to become a strong man, enough to hold his head high when you two reunited. I don't know what I'm pressing, but I'm not trying to.
結局根負けして彼を弟子に取りましたが、本当に立派に成長しましたね。
He eventually wore me down,
夕飯は
and I took him under my wing, and to his credit, he displayed exemplary work. I can tell Setsu truly cherishes Yuhang. It must have hurt him to know that Yuhang suspected him of wrongdoing. Just pretend he's Sasuke, and then it'll make you not like him as much. Don't you want to clear up Yuhang's suspicions? I wasn't sure I should ask. I had gone for it anyways. Setsu lapsed into thought, then resurfaced with another confident
も
smile.
ちろん晴らせるものなら晴らしたいです。ですが私を疑うかどうか決めるのは夕飯でしょう。
Were it possible, I would very much like to. However, it is Yuhang's prerogative whether he suspects me or
それ
not.
に彼が自分の頭で考えて師匠であろうときちんと疑えるそんな青年に育ったことは嬉しく思います。
Besides, he's contemplated the matter at length and decided to mistrust me despite being my student. That is a splendid show of maturity. I just keep hitting the mouse, not the mouse, but the button,
気の済むま
the
で
stick.
私について調べてもらいたいと今は思っていますよ。
And therefore, my hope is that he'll investigate me to the fullest before coming to a conclusion that
そうすれば
satisfies
きっ
him.
とまた夕飯に信じてもらえる。
And I have faith that
そ
you
う私も信じていますから。
and I have faith in allowing him to do so will restore his trust in me. Setsu's words resonated with his deep faith in Yuhang. Right, that makes sense. Setsu hasn't completely cleared himself of suspicion in my book, but I was satisfied that he genuinely held Yuhang dear. I can tell that you are a very kind-hearted person, Setsu. His eyes widened. The statement must have caught him off guard. I didn't really mean anything by it. I was just saying.
いえ申し訳ありません。驚いてしまったんです。
No, please forgive my reaction. It's just that an old acquaintance of mine once shared a similar sentiment. This time, Setsu's eyes softened like he was revisiting a distant
話し込ん
memory.
でしまいましたね。そろそろ行かなくては。調査の途中でしたから。
I ought to return to my investigation. I'm sorry to have kept
Deva.
you.
失礼します。
If you'll excuse me. And I too will return to my investigation, which is of you, my guy. I return to Longli, Yuhan, and Xiao Wu, engaged in a serious conversation.
シュンリ
Shunlin?
お前どこ行ってたんだ
Where
よ
the heck were you? Sorry, Yuhang. I found Setsu.
え
聖節
Setsu.
ああ、あの方ですか。
Oh yes, I remember. You know him, Longli?
ええ。昔は彼も王宮勤めでしたからね。長いこと
He used
私
to
は
work at
お会い
this
しておりませ
palace.
んが。
Suspicious. I have not seen him in quite some time. Also
おい
suspicious.
それより師匠はどこにいるんだ
Get to it already. Where is he? He's gone now. He said he was investigating.
その話なら後でいいだろう。さっきの奴らについての話が終わっ
He's
て
so
ない
tall and fine. I know. Like, I can't. This man. This man. Also, what if we just revealed to the person he's suspicious of that we found that guy? Like, what the fuck? Can't we talk about that later? We were discussing the thugs.
ええ、そうですね。それ
Of
で、
course.
お二人はどのような話が聞き出
What
せましたか？
information did you two manage to extract from them?
悪い
Sorry. Yuhan coughed awkwardly as he realized he had lost his composure.
その俺が尋問した奴はただ金で雇われただけで何も知らない
The
っつっ
ones
てた
I
よ
questioned said they were hired for money and that they couldn't tell me anything else. You didn't break any fingers. You didn't ask what kind of money. Who was the go-between? Like, did you see the person who hired you?
そうですか。シャオさんは？
Did you have any luck, Xiaowu?
俺が聞いたやつも同じこと言ってたな。
My guy said the same thing.
私が聞いた人も同じでしたね。とある人物から依頼を受けてきたとか。
As did the ruffians I interrogated. They claimed a lone man hired them to do so. So they only launched that attack because someone paid them?
前払いで報酬の半分を受け取り、会合に集まった武術派の人たちを殺せたら、もう半分もらう予定だったそうです。
They were paid half up front, then promised that the rest would follow should they succeed annihilating the assembled pro-Wushu members. A shiver ran down my spine. They really had been out to kill, and all of that for the sake of money. Do you know anything about who hired
い
them?
え、残念ながら、北地区で依頼を受け、わざわざここまで来たことしかわかりませんでした。
Not a lot. Unfortunately, only that the criminals accepted the job in the northern district and had traveled all the way here to carry it out. Yuhang lived in the northern district, as did
お二人
Setsu.
は他に聞き出せましたか？
Did you two uncover anything else?
いや、俺も北地区で依頼を受けたとしか聞けてないな。
No, just got the thing about them taking the job in the
俺
north.
も仲介人から仕事をもらったから誰が依頼主か知らないっつってたよ
Same, and that it came from a go-between, so they don't even know who hired him.
聖節さんのことも知らない奴らばっかだった。北地区から来たなら知ってそうなのに。
None of them knew who Setsusu was either, even though they should if they were there from the northern district
あ
themselves.
のやたら強え札が貼られた男のことも誰も知らないっつってたな。
The guy I asked had no clue about the tough dude with the talisman either.
おお、そういえば彼は依頼主が直接用意してきた資格だったようですね。
He was apparently an assassin arranged directly by the client himself. They're talking about Yiming.
依頼主か。北地区で依頼したっつうことは依頼主も北地区にいるのか。
If these guys were hired in the north, is that where this client is?
それについては分かりませんが、一応その可能性も考慮して調べてみた方が良いかもしれませんね。
I don't think we can say for certain, but I do believe it would be prudent to investigate the
北
possibility.
地区。
The north, huh? Yuhang's face fell, and I knew he was thinking of Setsetsu. He was silent for some time, but when he raised his head again, there was a glint of determination in his eyes.
北地区を調べるっつうなら、
If we're
俺が行ってくるよ。
investigating the north, I want to be the one that does it. To go, huh?
ユーハン君がですか。
May I ask why, Yuhang? You're not part of an investigation, guys. He asked you for a hand. You shouldn't be helping
俺
anymore.
北地区に住んでるしさ、調べるのに適してると思うから。
I live there. I reckon I'm the best guy for the job.
今は人手も足りませんし、それは助かりますが。
I would certainly be appreciated given that we're short-staffed.
じゃあ今から行ってくる。
I'll head there right away.
今から
Now? Wait, Yuhang, what's the
別に
hurry?
俺がどうしようと勝手だろ
I。can do what I want, can't I? That doesn't make it smart. It takes more than a day to get to the northern district from here if you go the normal way. Let me come with you. Then you can travel through the forest of chiming souls.
それは。
That's nice and all. Let's settle it. Come on, Mimi.
いえ、お待ちください。
I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to wait. I was all ready to go, but Longley blocked my path. He shook his head, an apologetic smile on his
もう
face.
日も暮れます。このような時刻からの移動は危険ですよ。
The sun is setting. It's too dangerous to travel at this time.
先ほど助けていただいたお礼もしたいですし、よければ本日は私の別宅にお泊まりください。
As thanks for your assistance, might I offer you my secondary as resident for the night? Are you sure?
ええ、もちろんです。
It'd be my pleasure. We'll take you up on that then. Thank you.
何勝手に決めてんだよバカ。
Mimi needs more screen time, just saying. You haven't been here for the previous route. She doesn't. She's fine. She brings nothing to the table, and they refer to her as it constantly. Slow down, idiot. Don't you want to discuss this? Discuss what? It sounds
い
sensible.
やお前こそなんで会ったばっかの人間の家に泊まれんだよ。危機感なさすぎだろ。
Sensible? This is a guy you only just met, and you're agreeing to sleep in his house. You're telling me that you don't see any red flags here? Longley is a palace official. Besides, we haven't just met. I know him from the day of the tournament.
いやそれは
That
会っ
means I
たば
met
っ
him
かり
3
って言
days
うんだよ。
ago.
ほんとお前警戒心ないな。
So you met him once. Big whoops. Listen, you really gotta stop being so reckless. Actually, Yuhang, you're being way too suspicious, and that's just rude.
うるせえ。これが普通の反応だろ。会ったばっかの人間を信用する方が危ないっつってんだよ。
Cram it. I'm the normal one here. You just met this guy. It's dangerous to trust him. End of story.
確かにその点に関しては、ユーハン君の言う通
I'm
りです
afraid
ね。
Yuhang makes a legitimate point.
ですがユーハン君、あなたは女性を外で寝かせるつもりな
Oh
のですか？
gosh. Doesn't he sound like a snake? Thought he was French vanilla, but he's French vanilla matcha. But I must ask you this. Do you intend to force a lady to camp outdoors? Longley's tone was as gentle as his smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes because he's fucking
別にそ
evil.
んなつもりじゃ。
I didn't say that.
今から出かけるというのはそういう意味ですよ。
It would be the natural conclusion were you to embark now.
なら途中で宿とか探して。
Okay, fine. Then we'll find an inn on
今か
the...
ら宿が取れるとお思いですか？
Do you think the inns will have vacancies this late in the evening?
君も見たはずです。 他の地区では王宮への門が閉ざされているせいで、南地区に人が押し寄せている様を。
Did you not see firsthand the crowds that descended on this district after the palace gates were blocked off?
それは
残念ながら、すでに南地区の宿はもう満室ですよ。
Unfortunately, every inn in the southern district is at maximum capacity.
君が、それでも私のような不審な人間の家に泊まりたくないというのなら、止めはしません。
Knowing that if you still are adverse to staying at the house of a suspicious party such as myself, then I shouldn't stop you. Shan't stop you.
女性を外で寝かせようとする振る舞いは見過ごせませんよ。
However, I am not prepared to turn a blind eye to the impropriety of making a lady sleep outdoors. Wow, Longley. I gave Yuhan a poke. Longley could be pretty intimidating when he got mad. You should probably apologize, Yuhang.
うるせえ。なんで俺が
For crying out loud, what for?
どうやら彼は一人で野宿をするつもりみたいですね。では彼のことは放っておいていきましょう。
It appears that our friend wishes to spend a lonely night under the stars. I suggest we leave him to it.
シャオさんも一緒にいかがですか？
You're welcome to stay at my place too, Xiaowu.
俺はいい。こいつらと一緒だと窮屈そうだからな。
No thanks, not with those two cramping my style. Xiaowu! Xiaowu set off alone. Once he was gone, Longley redirected his smile at Yuhang again.
ではユーハン君、失
Now,
礼します。
Yuhang, if you'll excuse us.
ああもう
I'm sorry! My bad,
悪かった
okay?
ってばそのこいつのことも心配だし、あんたがちゃんとしたすげえやつだって
I'm worried about her. I know you're not a bad guy because of the tournament.
だからその今日止めてくんね。
Is it okay if we both stay at your place tonight? You have to say please, Yuhang.
止めてください。
Can we stay at your place? Please.
わかりました。
You're most
Yokonde.
welcome, of course. Longley's expression was much kinder this time as he gave a mature, graceful response. It elicited a heavy sigh from Yuhang. Longley's second home was lovelier and more luxurious than anything I'd ever seen. Wow, just look at this place.
部屋見てはしゃぐとか子供
You're like a
か
kid
よ。
on vacation. Despite what he said, Yuhang was scanning the magnificent interior with obvious interest.
うわすっげえ。なんだあの飾り。
Check out that ornament. How's that work? Look at that pattern on that vase. Isn't it gorgeous?
気に入っていただけたようで何よりです。
I'm pleased it seems to be to your liking. Yeah, apparently they want to live here. Trying to spell, my god. It's like, if there's any leftovers, can I has them and a fork? Because I hungry. I didn't realize I was hungry. I didn't really think about this, but I haven't ate since like noon. I'm pleased to see it seems to be to your liking.
ではどうぞ。
We went to, so there's
こ
a
ちらにお
place
かけになって
here
お待ちください。
called
今夕食をお持ちいたしますから。
Jesus, I didn't think about it, okay? I wasn't thinking. I took a shower. We went to a place called Last Chance. It's like Last Chance. I think it's ran by Nordstrom Rack, and it's like their outlet store. So any clothing that didn't really sell, sometimes it has batches. They take it there and they put it on discount. So I asked my friend if she wanted to go shopping with me. Let me rephrase that. I put out a blanketed request letting people know, hey, I'm going to go shopping this day at this time if anybody wants to come with me. And one of my friends said, yeah, I'll come with you. I will say my hunger cues during the summer is non-existent. What does that mean? Do you mean like you don't even realize you're hungry? I didn't realize I was hungry because we ate during that, but I've been home since then. But we went to this place. I bought like 4 dresses. They're very pretty dresses, and a sweater and some socks. And I spent a total of $35, I think, after tax. So 4 dresses, a sweater, and some socks, and $35. My friend spent $20 and she just got dresses. She got 4 dresses. So nice. It was nice. We realized that a bunch of resellers go there though, which is kind of annoying. So we went in and people were like rushing in and heading straight to where the deals were, which is also where we headed to because they were doing 75% off. So basically, we bought a bunch of dresses that were $20, but they were on sale, so they were $5. But people were like running around and just like going through all the sizes and taking everything they wanted, and I was like, bro, this is so intense. But I still found some stuff I liked. Unless I smell food or it's late as fuck. I wish I was that way. Thank you. I was not expecting it to be on its own little plate. She gave me 2 in a plate. I think it's actually 2 plates. Because I know these plates. Yeah, it's 2 plates. Overconsumption. Yeah. Yeah. So people, I was seeing it there, and I know my sister said another place we had went to that people did this, where they go in, they grab stuff, they take photos of it and instantly list it online, and then if they sell it within a certain amount of time while they're in that store, they'll take it and buy it and then just profit. So they're not buying stuff and taking it home and then trying to sell it, they're just buying it if it sells while they're there, which I think is crazy. But that place is called Last Chance. I'd went there the last week to get some shoes, and I was like, you know what, I want to come back and actually shop. So scalpers are the worst, truly. They take good things and ruin them. But we went to eat at Twin Peaks after that, and then we decided to go to Costco after that, and then I came home and it was sweaty, and I was sweaty and gross, so I took a shower, and then I dried my hair, and then I decided to start streaming then. So I have not ate since then. We always get the same thing when we go to Twin Peaks. We get the sampler, so we had some chicken and some fried pickles left. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was not prepared for how intense that was going to be. There was a line outside. We got there before it opened, not even realizing it was before its opening. Because I asked my friend if she wanted to go at 9. And today was the only day they opened at 10. And I just assumed every day was 9. So that wasn't my bad. Please do have a seat. Dinner will be served shortly. Oh, I'll help with the cooking.
平気ですよ。その役目の者がおりますから。
No need for that. I have a chef. Is your chef suspicious? Wait, why didn't we have a chef last time we stayed in your place? We took our seats. It wasn't long before some maids arrived with our dinner. He even has maids. I guess it would be an palace official gets you. We were unexpected guests, but even so, the dinner served to us was extravagant. Each dish looked every bit as delicious as the last. How did they know to be prepared for us? There was tender braised meat, a hearty soup, piping hot xiaolongbao, and plenty of other delicacies to sink our teeth into.
さあ、召し上がってください。
Feel free to get started. Thank you so much. Everything looks so delicious.
うまそう。いただきます。
So whoever's translating this is having fun. Itadakimasu means like please enjoy your meal, like thank you for the food. It's a very common phrase. So like you can say that again. Appreciate the meal. Like itadakimasu is very, very consistently thank you for the food. Or like let's eat. Man, that's good. It's wonderful. I feel like they're trying to give these guys characters that I'm not aware of. Mimi's enjoying it too.
お口に合ったようでよかったです。まだありますから、たくさん食べてくださいね。
I'm so pleased to hear it. There is more than enough to go around, so don't feel you have to hold back. Mew mew. Mimi's like, triplets, I want more.
はあ、うまかった。もう食えねえ。
That was something. I'm stuffed. Once we were done eating, we relaxed with some tea. Eventually, Longley put his cup down and got to his feet.
では私は少し出てきますね。
I'm gonna step out for a bit because I'm actually the bad guy. Isn't it late?
ええ、先ほどの件についてまだ調べ終えていませんし、王宮への報告が終わっておりませんから。
Perhaps, but I have to finish the investigating today's incident. Once that's done, I must make my final report to the palace.
何かありましたら家の者にお申し付けくださ
Why
い。
does he have staff in this one, but there was no
Yeah.
staff here last time? I know he's here with us, but like your staff doesn't disappear just because you aren't currently at the residence. And if you're going to loan your place, oh my god, I was trying so hard just to tear this chicken in half without trying to take giant bites, and it is stuck to the fork. Bro, please. Please turn into 2 pieces. That's all I ask. I don't want to use my fingies. It's got barbecue on it. Okay. If you have any issues, ask my staff. I'll see you guys later. It must be tough being an official and having to work so late. Oh my gosh. And to live in this beautiful house with all this stuff. Mm-hmm. We're just all agreeing on the same thing here. I had a bunch of questions today about for Longley about today's attack and
でも
stuff.
あの雰囲気じゃ多分ろくに教えてくれねえだろ
You think he'd answer you, see what he's like? Maybe not. I still can't believe the assembly was stormed in the first place. Wait a sec, we have to let Hyodan know about Yiming.
あそういやそうだ
We do. I shot to my feet. Hold on. Would be searching for Yiming right about now. We had to tell him as soon as possible.
お客様、どうなさいましたか？
Pardon me, miss. Is something the matter? One of the maids addressed me the moment I stood up. I have to send a letter in
そ
quickly.
うでございましたか。では、すぐに筆と紙をご用意いたしますね。
Stalkers? I'll bring you a brush and paper at once. The maid got me what I needed and promised the staff would see to it that my letter was delivered. I wouldn't trust that shit. I wrote that Yiming was in the south and that he attacked us and that he seemed to have lost his senses. And then there was the talisman on his head. It was like he was a Yangshi. He wasn't himself, that much was for sure. I wrote down every oddity I could remember, hoping it would lead to some kind of resolution. When I was done, I rolled the letter up, tied it with string, and called one of the passing maids. Excuse me, could you take care of this letter for me? And she's like, no probs, and she throws it in the fire.
ええ、もちろんです。いつもロンレイ様の手紙をお
Making sure
届
Millie
け
doesn't
する
fall
ものが
over.
おりますから、お任せください。
The master has a staff member who's entrusted with delivering his letters. It'll be in safe hands.
寝室の支度もできておりますから、
How?
ゆっくりお休みくださいね。
Just one person in this entire estate is responsible for delivering letters? That's crazy. The bedrooms are ready for you, so you may retire whenever you'd like.
ありがとうございます
Thank you. Thank you. Mimi let out a tiny yawn. It must have been half asleep while I had been writing my letter. Another tiring day. We should probably go to bed.
そうだなじゃあ俺こっちだから
You're right. I'll take this one then. This broom or this bed? Yuhang pointed to the guest room next to mine. Okay, good night, Yuhang.
おやすみ
Good night. Oh, he's blushing. Embarrassing. Loser. What do you think of him so far? He's fine. Surprisingly, Kyo's my favorite character in Fruits Basket, but this guy, I don't know. He's like too over the top at times. And I don't like how stupid she is. I don't know if this is I don't recall her being this stupid in the last one. And by stupid, I mean like tripping over herself, constantly acting like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, why are you confused? The bedroom was just as wonderfully decorated as the main room. I laid Mimi down on the top. Why? I laid Mimi down on the tidily made bed, then changed into the provided night clothes. These pajamas are so cute. Shame I wouldn't get to show them off to anyone. They really were lovely. I would have shown Mimi if I could, but the panda was sound asleep on the bed. Too bad. With that, I collapsed onto the bed myself. Yet it had been such a whirlwind of a day that I couldn't see myself falling asleep so easily. Yuhang's the next room over if he's awake. I would have loved to talk with him until I felt a bit sleepier, especially after all that we'd been through. There's turmoil in the southern district. Something's wrong with Yuhang, and we don't have any conclusive evidence about Setsu. Wait, I need to let Yuhang know what Setsu said. Do I? Maybe he was up worrying about Setsu right now. I sprung out of bed, pulled the covers over Mimi, and hurried to the next room over. For some reason, same room, just in reverse. Oh! Yuhang! But is he in his pajam jams? No, he's in regular clothes. When I opened the door to Yuhang's room, he jumped comically high. I also didn't knock. Why are you dressed like that? These pajamas were set out for me in my room. Aren't they adorable? Adore. Make him topless? Yeah, that's how most guys sleep, honestly. I was actually hoping you'd get to see them. What do you think? Since he'd been so polite as to notice them, I gave him a twirl, but all he did was turn bright red. What? You idiot. What did I do wrong? Everything, you moron. Don't wear your pajamas out of your room. Do you know how stupid that is? Stupid. I looked down at what I was wearing again. It's just a set of cute pajamas. Then again, maybe it was a little risque to slip into his room this late to show off my nightwear. Even if this was Yuhang we were talking about. Yeah, but he's also ridiculous. Like, again, this is over-the-top reaction. If it's pajam jams, if they showed it and she's in a teddy, I'd be like, why? How old are they? I think she's 17. Oh, goodness. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. That's a wonderful question. Let's see. Yuhan, main character. He's 19. Shunlin is also 19. They're both 19. And unfortunately, they're acting like they're 5. So, yay. Yay. Oh my god. Oh god. Why do they do this? He's 26. Longley is 26 years old. This man is coming after a 19-year-old girl. Oh my god. With his reaction, I thought he was 17 max. Honestly, he's acting like he's younger than 17. Dude, that's what I am. Yeah, but you're not trying to hit on a 19-year-old. How old is Hodan? Hodan's 24! He had a crush on her since they were kids! He's 5 years older than her! There's a big difference between a 19-year-old and a 14-year-old. Oh my gosh. Xiao. Xiao. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. He's 27. You cannot make Xiao Wu 8 years older than her. Oh my god. That's so bad. Also, the description on here, because I'm on the Otome or like visual novel database, it's all like thick eyebrows. That's his. Oh god. Oh god. Description: the lone wolf with a husky body and stern eyes. Oh my god. 27. He's older than Longley, which I think is crazy. Oh, Longley's a Taurus, by the way. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why does he have a birthday, but she doesn't? At least she's legal. You right, but she's acting like a baby. The secret route, whose name I won't say out loud, he's 22. He's the he's the second most age-appropriate person for her. This is crazy. Insanity. Oh my gosh. I need to use these. Yeah, they're 19, and she's just wearing pajamas from what I can understand, and not her underwear or a bikini, which even that would make me go, maybe. I came here to talk to you. I don't want to go back to my room right now. I gotta go back. That's crazy.
その格好で言うの反則だろ。
Maybe he was sheltered. I guess he is. He has brothers only. And he's always been fucking ridiculous from my understanding. So, of course he would continue to be ridiculous now. You can't say that while wearing those. It's gotta be illegal. That's probably why I don't like it. This is too childish. He's too childish. I don't want a kid.
そこまで言うなら
I don't like
見てもいい
kids.
けど。
Fine. Since you insist, I'll let you stay. But actually, I don't insist. I'll leave. Go back. I've clearly upset him. I better go. Okay, I'll head back to my room. What?
いや、別に帰れっつう話
He's
じゃ。
surprised either fucking way. I mean, you don't have to up and leave.
話があって来たんじ
You
ゃね
came
えの
because you
か
got something to tell me. If I say, actually, I have something to tell you, he's like, well, you're still gonna stay, but if you leave, he's like, well, you don't have to leave. You could stay. You have something to tell me, right? Right.
ってこれじゃ俺が言ってほしくないっつってるみたいじゃねえか。
Now it sounds like I'm
そうじゃなく
begging you
て
to stay. I'm not, okay? Right. I don't think that at all. Not even a little bit. Hold on. He's embarrassed. That's kind of cute.
とにかく座れよ。
Have a seat. Much appreciated. I took the seat next to the bed. Yuhang laid down on the mattress, though he still looked flustered about the whole thing. Why did this son of a bitch straight up
用っ
lay
てなん
down?
だよ。眠れないのか。
What do you want anyways? Can't sleep? Yeah, so much happened today that I'm not sleepy at all. Oh, and I wanted to talk to you about Setetsu. I told Yuhang everything Setetsu said when I bumped into him. He fell into a fretful
そっ
silence.
か。犯人を追ってるだけか。師匠がそんなこと
So
言って
Master said he was only here to track down the culprits. And after speaking to him a second time, I realized he truly does have a good
そ
heart.
うだよな。俺もそう思う。師匠
I
は
think
す
so
ごく
too.
優
He's a
しい
super
んだ。
nice guy.
でも、たまに怖い目をする時がある。だから気になって調べてたんだ
Sometimes he gets this scary look in his eyes, though. That's why I started
Well,
looking
bad
into him
thing
and stuff. He noticed,
は
huh?
あ尾行だけじゃなくて調べてたことまでバレてるとかやっぱ師匠にはかなわねえな
I knew he spotted me following him, but I didn't realize he'd picked up on everything else too. Man, he's got me beat.
つか俺の子供の頃聞いたっつってたけど
Her
変な話聞いてねえ
everyday outfit shows more fucking skin than this, and this guy was like, the audacity. Like, bro, her everyday outfit is like a short skirt. Are we so for real? Actually, is it short? Maybe it's not short. Whatever. She's not showing more skin than on normal day. Either way, that's crazy. You'd be crazy over here. It looks like the literal shirt he's wearing underneath his vest is the same shirt she has on. He said he was telling stories of when I was a kid. He didn't mention anything weird, did he? No, he just told me that when you met him, you were being bullied by these kids. He told you that, and that you cried like a little bitch until he took you in because you wanted to like show up that you could be better. What? He's
ダメじゃねえけどかっこ悪いじゃん引っ越してからもそんなんだったとかさ
It's not like that. It's just lame that I was still getting bullied even after I moved. No, it isn't. That's what gave you the drive to work hard and become as strong as you are now. It must have taken a ton of effort. I don't think that's lame at all. Thanks.
ありがとう子供の頃はさ俺お前に助けてもらってばかりだったよな
When we were kids, you were always protecting me and stuff.
正直あの頃のこと思い出すの
And now you can't even fight
すげえ恥ずかしいんだ
a
けど
battle. So,
でも
like how things change,
お
I
かげで
guess.
強くなれたんだって思う
You don't even know how to fight anymore. That's crazy. It's called fighting for love, and this girl can't even fight, bro. I got real embarrassed thinking about it, but I also think it's why I was able to get stronger.
いつも助けてくれただから今度は俺がお前を助けられるようになりたい
You're always there to help me out, and now I want to do the same for
守れるよう
you.
な男になりたいってそう思
All
ってたん
that
だよ
time, I wanted to get tough enough to protect you, you know? Yuhang spoke in hushed tones. He beheld me with a gaze so warm and gentle it sent a jolt through my chest. I didn't know he could look so tender. And so mature, even though he's acting so immature and unused to it, I struggled to hold eye contact. Eventually, I had to look away. Thank you for protecting me, Yuhang, from the Jiangshi, from the bear, from the thugs today. I'm so glad you were with me through all of it.
春里
Shunlin, you.
ま久しぶりに再会したお前がこんなに変わってないとは思わなかったけどさ
Maybe I was wrong to think you would have changed after so long apart. Huh, I must have grown up a little.
うん変わってねお人よしなとこも子供っぽいとこもさ
You still trust people too easily and you're super childish. Yeah, well, you haven't changed either then. What?
俺は変わっ
I
ただろ
totally have. You haven't. You're just as kind as you've always were, and you cry like a little bitch when you're mad.
かじゃねえの
Shut up. Blushing, young Yuhang whipped his head away. At this point, I was wise to his tactics. Whenever Yuhang was embarrassed, he'd snap at me and try to hide it. It doesn't annoy me. It does annoy me a little that he's so mean to me all the time. But I was willing to let it go because he's always seemed slightly guilty afterwards. He's being a little bitch right now. You can't say that. It's happening. Also, doesn't this look like Yang's bed? You know who Yang is? A yandere. Do you know who I think Long Li is? A yandere. I think he's I don't know if this game has a yandere with such a cute title. In an attempt to be funny and cute, but when it looks like a yandere and sounds like a yandere, it could actually not be a yandere because sometimes I think it's Long Li. I could be wrong. I was willing to let it go because he's always seemed slightly guilty, you little bitch.
よくそんな恥ずかしいこと言えるよな
You really don't get
お前って
embarrassed saying stuff like that, do you?
お前って 他のやつにもこんな感じなわけ？
You're not like this with everyone else, right? Who's everyone else?
ハオランとか。他にもいるだろ。
Like hold on, or whoever you
No.
hang out with. I don't know. I think I just speak to people. But I do find it easier to talk than anyone else. I do find you easier to talk to than anyone else.
そっか。
Really? Because you're the closest person in age to me. Everyone else I have to be like respectful towards because they're fucking seniors. He clammed up and I found myself wondering how he behaved on a daily basis. Is he like this in the Northern District too? I wonder if he's got any female friends. For some reason, the thought made my chest sting. What's that all about?
どうした？
What's up? Worried, Yuhan peered closely at me. His odd alluring maturity struck me again, and it made my heart throb even harder. I hopped from my chair, ready to flee. Nothing. I think our talk made me sleepy. That's all.
本
Yawn.
当かよ。
Seriously? Yeah, I'll go to bed now.
バカ。だからその格好で飛び出そうとすんなって。
You're gonna jump out there in your pajamas again, dummy? Come on, I'll walk you back. Imagine. She's dressed more covered than like most people. They're like, he's like, those ankles out there in that hallway. It's literally the room next door.
部屋出たとこで。他の
What if some other guy sees you?
男とかに出くわしたら困るだろ。
A nervous smile on his face, Yuhang draped his jacket around my shoulders. My chest is not exposed. The gentle manly gesture did nothing to ease the pain in my chest. My heart was pounding like crazy. What's going on with me? I'd never felt like this before, and I was as confused as I'd ever been. She's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This interaction's pretty cute after Bodhishihana. Listen, Bodhishihana was a trying time, okay? And we're gonna get back into that. And it's gonna be trying even harder. In fact, what's next on our list? What's next after Bodhishihana? Oh. Oh, it's supposed to be Illusions of Altahari. Do we have a date yet for 9 RIP? Because that's gonna fuck everything up. It's the real question. That's the question we have to ask ourselves. Jay says fall. Oh, just says fall. I'm like, I guess if Jay says it, it must be true. Just says rude. As soon as I'd seen her back to her room, I clutched my head in my hands and groaned.
寝巻きなんかで俺に会いに来て。
She has to come see me in those pajamas. What's wrong with her? Again, it's like she's wearing a teddy. Joy and frustration worried within me. I was happy because I got to see her in such a cute outfit. Frustrated because, well,
やっぱ男って意識されてねえ
she
じゃん。
doesn't see me as a grown man. She slipped into my room at night with zero caution whatsoever, acting like we were still kids. That was frustrating. As much as it grated on me, though, my happiness and embarrassment won out.
あいつ可愛くなったよな。
She's gotten real pretty. She's got real pretty.
いや、昔から可愛いんだけどさ。
I mean, she's always been pretty. It was a miracle that I'd stayed so calm when she had been right there in her silky night clothes. I slumped down onto the bed and sighed
と
again.
にかく、明日も早いんだから寝ないとな。
Really need to work on that. I should get some sleep. We've got an early start tomorrow. I guess it shouldn't surprise me. 9RP doesn't have any secret routes in it for the sequel. I mean, I already had a secret route. It had a secret route. It was the 9. But when I closed my eyes, she was all I saw. Her expressions flittered through my mind, one after another. The face she made when we reunited, that look when she was surprised, her bashful smile, the way her ankles were showing tonight. I couldn't believe she didn't have a boyfriend yet.
またあのじいさんが邪魔してる。
There was like a clip I saw on TikTok and it's like, oh, you're so pretty. I can't believe you don't have a boyfriend. And she's all like, I didn't say I was ugly. I'm mentally unstable. She should have tackled him. Like went all the way, tackled him, or just like knocked him off his feet. Maybe I can. Gramps would never allow it. Since we reunited, he had always said she was too young for a relationship and not to lay a finger
俺
on
に対
her.
してもあんだけ牽制しているっつうことは他の男に対してもそう
If
なん
he's
だ
like
ろ
that
うし
with me, he's gotta be keeping other guys in check too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't see a date for this. Mentally unstable, relatable. Oh god. Maybe that was a good thing. It meant no guys had swooped in to snap her up while we were apart.
アオランに抱きついてたけど
She did hug Hodon.
あいつら
That was more like a
ただの家族
family
み
thing,
たいだし
right? They're not even family.
じいさんが恋は早いっつってるからまだ恋人はいないはずだけどでもあいつが恋してる可能性だって
Gramps said she was too young to be young for relationships, so she can't have been in one. But that doesn't mean she's never had a crush on anyone. It also doesn't mean she can't have been in one.
って俺何考えてんだよ
What the heck am I thinking? I'm gonna go to sleep. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to force myself to sleep, but I just couldn't drift off, and it was all Shulin's fault. Her in her stupid pajamas that looked like nothing out of the ordinary. Her real clothes is more revealing. He's so animated that it's annoying, honestly. That's why I don't like him. That's why I don't like him. It reminds me of, oh god, that fucking guy from Collar X Malice. More for me. You can have him. All yours. All yours. What's his name? I can't think of his name. Of course, his name's not on here. That guy. This guy. I turned his voice down. I got tired of listening to him scream all the time. He drove me crazy. I could not handle that man. So loud. So loud. Yona? Yona. Is that right? No. Yona doesn't sound right. All I know is that the voice actor isn't to blame. He's just so loud. Just so freaking loud. Oh, and he's over the top. And he's just, I was like, huh? And I was like, oh, we're turning you so down. You want to get the fan disc physical? Well, guess who does have the fan disc physical? It's beautiful, by the way. Look how cute this cover is. Look at it. Oh my gosh. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Love it. And they get new outfits in there. I just realized he took his eye patch off for this cover. The problem is, this is the cover boy. I hate him. I hate that. Look at that man. He's trash. But this one is with access. This one was access. I wish they would too. I wish they would restock Amnesia. I want Amnesia. I want Code Realize. I want a 3-pack of Code Realize. You could limit it to like 100 copies. I'm not sure I'd get one, honestly. But like, I missed out on the cards. I don't know if Color X Mouse had cards. I bought mine pre-owned, so I don't know. I could look at it and be real sad about it. Does Olympia Soiree have cards? Olympia Soiree. Mine does not have cards. That boy is pretty. Super pretty. This is my favorite one right here. This one right here. This gray-haired boy. I don't know what he's like, but I like him. Got mine off Amazon. Nice, nice. I used to get mine only at GameStop because loyalty. Now I have no loyalty. Now I try to just buy them off their actual sites because I feel like that gets more money to the actual developers, and the developers are what I care about. I don't really care too much about additional people in the way. Although it does hurt my feelings when Access is like, it's $10 for me to ship this to you, but you can get it off Amazon with free shipping. I could get free shipping. In my dreams, I was 5 years old again. I don't want to move away. Yuhan was there too, crying his eyes out. I had no idea what to say to him. We won't be able to see each other anymore. I don't want to go. I want to say something that I think this game is forgetting, and this is kind of silly, right? She goes with her grandpapa to places in this story. I don't know why she would never go visit him ever, or write letters or call. Like, how is this concept even a thing? We won't be able to see each other anymore. I don't want to go. Don't worry, Yuhan. I just know we'll meet again. You mean it? Like letters exist, bro. I sure do. I nodded. Yuhan wiped away his tears and offered a shy smile. Can you make me a promise? A promise? Yeah. His shy gaze darted around a little before settling on me. Then he took a courageous step forward. It's a promise, okay? I'm gonna get big and strong. And then I'm gonna come see you no matter what. So don't forget about me, Shunlin. That's nice. That dream. What? Rather than a dream, it was a memory of just before Yuhang moved to the Northern District, when he had made that promise with me. That takes me back. He was so open and earnest when he was little. Now he's just trash. I assume. I assume it sounds accurate. In a way, he sounded more mature than he did now. Which I found so cute, I turned over, reluctant to get up and let go of the dream. In doing so, I accidentally squished Mimi, and Mimi died. Oops, sorry, Mimi. I apologize before it could bite my head off any further. It didn't seem to work. I mean it. I'm sorry. I dreamed about when Yuhan and I were kids, and I just kind of made me space out. Oh yeah, Mimi never met Yuhan back then. I only met Mimi after Yuhan moved away. Maybe they wouldn't fight if they knew each other since then. I was just thinking that I would have liked to show you how Yuhan was as a kid. Mimi looked away, apparently disinterested. On second thought, maybe they wouldn't have gotten along back then. You up? Breakfast is on the table. Yuhan called to me through the bedroom door. She's like, go away! And he's like, what? I'm coming. Make sure you get dressed first, okay? I know, I wear clothes. I did exactly that, changing out of my pajamas before heading out. The breakfast that Longley's maid prepared for us was just as luxurious and lavish as last night's dinner. All three of us ended up eating way more than we should have. We thanked Longley for letting us stay the night, and with that, we were on our way. As we set off on the road north, I let out a huge yawn. You ought to mind your manners now that you're not a kid anymore. Yeah, I know. The Yuhan in my dream was so adorable, and this one's not. I realized then that I was staring at him. It must have been because of the dream.
なんだよ
What? Nothing? I opted to keep my dream to myself. He'd only get flustered again if I told him.
変なやつ
Weirdo.
それよか早く行くぞ
Anyways, let's get going already. It's gonna take a while to get there, even if we go through your forest, right? Yep, you're right. Okay, Northern District, here we come. Mimi and I pumped our fist into the air, and Yuhan chuckled.
ほんとお前って昔から変わんないな
You haven't changed a bit, you know that? You think?
あ変わんね
Yeah, I really do. Kawane? Kawane? We sure? Yuhan seemed genuinely happy. The soft, grown-up look in his eye had my heart pitter-pattering in the same way as last night. Although Yuhan had a sharper tongue than he used to, he's grown up. He was a lot more mature. This was the same boy I played with when we were kids, but since reuniting, I kept discovering new sides to him. It made me oddly restless. Not a good person to be around. Also, that chapter was an hour and 42 minutes.
武術派の会合を襲った黒幕を探すために
I bring this up because the last one wasn't that long.
何の情報も得られない
Our heroes come to the Northern District in pursuit of the culprit who disputed the pro-Wushu faction gathering. My game freeze? Am I
しかし
frozen?
とある秘策を思いつき
Though their search proves fruitless, they're not without a
追え
plan.
よ乙女同士
Next time on
海
Otome
外追い
Daoshi.
がかり
Memories
思い出と疑惑と
and doubts.
お金がないと泣けば良くも悪くも誰かが助けてくれるのは世の常か
For better or worse, someone's always swoops in if you're strapped for cash. What? Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I mean, weird, but cute. But I feel like the last chapters were shorter, which is weird. I assume it's like that. I don't know. How does pandas? The forest of chiming souls was as tranquil as ever. We passed through without incident and reached the Northern District around noon.
帰ってきたな
Home sweet home. A relieved smile spread across Yuhan's face at the sight of the streets before us, but then his expression stiffened.
それよかあいつらを雇った依頼主が使った仲介人探しだよな
First things first, we gotta track down the middleman who recruited those thugs for the actual culprit. Especially since Longley couldn't get any more details about it, even after he questioned them for ages. Despite returning to his investigation late last night, Longley told us this morning that he had nothing new to
よっ
report.
ぽど証拠を隠すのが得意な依頼主なんだろうな
That's because he hired all these people himself. The client must really be good at covering their tracks and or an apparition.
あでもあいつらを雇った仲介人さえ見つけられりゃそのうち依頼主にもたどり着けるはずだ
But I bet if we find the go-between, it'll lead us to the big bad. From there, Yuhan and I started asking around.
仲介人
A recruiter
嫁さんでも探してるのか
looking to make some money for your girlfriend there, are you?
ちげえよ
No!
殺しとか傭兵とか雇う時の仲介人
I just want to know if you heard of anyone hiring rogues or mercs or whatever.
はて聞いたこともないねそんな人いるのかね
Can't say that I have. Are you sure your sources are accurate?
悪いがそんな仲介人がいるってのは聞いたことないね
Sorry, I can't help you. I haven't got word of anyone like that around these parts.
そっかじゃあ次に聖節って人が最近何か変なことしてる噂とか聞かないか
Thanks. That aside, have you heard of a guy called Setsu do anything sketchy around here lately?
ああ聖節さんいや あの方は本当にいい人だよ。先日も困っていたところを助けてくれてね。
That fella's got a heart of gold. I got myself into trouble the other day and he saved my hide. What's he doing over here?
せいせつさん、最近見てないが、あの人は本当に親切だよな。前に荷物を持ってくれてさ。
Sesatsu? I haven't seen him around lately. He's quite kind though, isn't he? He helped me carry bags once.
でもせいせ
That's
つさ
how
ん
you know. He's a good
最近変わ
guy.
っ
He
たな
helped me
とか思った
carry
りしないか
things.
何か違和感あ
You
る
don't think he's acting any different or there's something off about him? Like murder?
いや、特にないね。昔と変わら
Not
ずいい人だ
really.
よ。
He's as nice as he always been, far as I know. He's never hurt a soul, I guess. Despite hearing about both the go-between and Satsatsu, we ended up with no new information about either of them. That's disappointing. I thought we'd at least pick up something here.
どうすっかな。
What now?
つかせいせつさんの方はいい噂しか聞かないし。
No one's got a bad word to say about Satsatsu either.
師匠の様子がおかしいって思ってんの俺だけかよ。
Guess I'm the only one who thought he was acting
や
weird.
っぱ俺の勘違いだった。
No, two things can be true. You can be a nice guy and suspicious. Like Long Lee. Maybe it was all in my head. It couldn't be.
こうなってくるとなんか自信なくなるな。せいせつさんも否定してるし。
At this point, I've kind of lost confidence in myself. Satsutsu even said he wasn't up to anything. Yuhang Hyung... Oh, in Korean, sorry. Yuhang hung his head. I exchanged a glance with Mimi, wondering how we might cheer him up. Yuhang, if Satsutsu's innocent, then why don't we gather up the evidence to prove that instead?
それはまあ
I
そうなんだけど
suppose we could do that. Mimi gave Yuhang a pat on the shoulder, but it only seemed to make him more depressed.
パンダにまで励まされるとか俺何やってんだろう。
I've got to be rock bottom if I need a freaking panda to cheer me up.
とにかく仲介人を見つけ出せればいいんだろ。行くぞ。
Look, all we gotta do is flush out the middleman. Let's get on it. Luhang, slow down. Come on, Mimi. We put everything we had into our investigation and found fucking
で
nothing.
なんもわかんね
We're getting nowhere. A few hours later, we had yet to find a single clue. What do we do now? We don't think this whole thing about a go-between was a lie, do you? Or maybe the thugs were lying about being hired in the north to start with.
え。あいつらが北地区から来た奴らなのは確かだってロンレイが言ってたんだよな。
Longley said they were definitely from this district,
それ
right?
だけは裏が取れてるから間違いないって。
It was about the only thing he had actual proof of.
だからせめてあいつらを知ってる奴
But you said they didn't know who
どこかにいりゃいいん
Longley
だけど
was. I was hoping we'd at least find something to... Gosh. Find someone who knows the thugs. Do we have names? Names help. Someone who knows them? They all looked like tough guys from the wrong crowd. To find someone like that, we'd probably have to go somewhere ruffians like to hang out. Maybe a bar? Would us showing up be enough for someone to introduce us to a middleman? Oh.
Hmm?
I've got an idea. Why don't we pretend to be the client?
は
No. And so the two of us ended up at a bar. And we're like, bar, bar, bar. Not to ask around, but to put a little performance. We left Mimi behind since the panda would stand out too much. Yes, the panda, not two fucking kids.
金がね
Money. It's always money. Yuhan slumped over. He was playing the part of a penniless citizen. And I was here to back him up as his penniless wife. I nodded. How are we gonna pay off our debt now? Tell me you've thought of something, darling.
あなた
Darling? We'll pretend to be married, right?
そ それはそうだけど、あなたって。
See,
こんなこと話してる場合
if
じ
you
ゃない
like
な。
this, play Code Real. Play Carler X Malice, and play that one guy's route. You'll love it. I know, but you can't call me. Now's a bad time to talk about this.
おう、そうだよな。このままじゃ借金が膨らんじまうよな。
Yes, well, you're perfectly correct to be anxious. Our debts will only grow at this rate.
借金か。まさかあんなに利子をつけられるなんて。
I never expected such hefty interest. Oh, if only you hadn't gotten into gambling. We continued our act of a married couple burdened with debt. While it was a bit forced, the other patrons seemed to take it at face value. They wore oddly sympathetic smiles.
バカな夫婦がいるもんだね。
Looks like we got a couple who can't get their act together.
かけ事ってのは一度やるとやめらんねえからな。どうするか見ものだよ。
Once you start gambling, it never ends. Wonder how they're gonna get out of this one. Honestly, you're such a fool, you big old dummy.
バカバカ言うなよ。今さら悔やんでも仕方ねえだろ。
Don't call me that. Whining ain't fixing anything. We'll starve if we don't get some money soon. What are you planning to do about it?
あんな大金、皿洗いしても返しきれないし、まっとうな仕事じゃ間に合わねえよ。
Washing dishes ain't gonna make a dent. We're just gonna need to pay it off. Gosh, we're not gonna pay this off with a regular
仕方
job.
ね
We've got no choice.
え。強盗でもして。
We're gonna have to rob somebody. Burglary, darling!
シェイ、声が大きい。それにお前も分かってんだろ。これ以外に方法はないって。
Keep your voice down. You know as well as I do, we've got no other option. Yuhang and I glanced around. The barkeep was approaching. Something about us seemed to have amused him.
あんたらずいぶんお困りみたいじゃないか。
Howdy, sounds like you two are in a bit of a pinch.
聞いてたのか。
You heard
聞
us?
こえちまったのさ。それよか強盗をするつもりなら仲間が必要だろう。
Ah, I couldn't help it. And hey, if you're thinking of mugging someone, you wouldn't want to do it alone, right?
そりゃそうだけど。あんた、腕っぷしの強いやつにでも心当たりがあるのか。
Guess not. You wouldn't happen to know of any tough guys around here, would you?
俺じゃないけどな。そういうのに詳しいやつを知っているんだ。ゴロつきを雇うならそいつに頼むのが一番だ。
Not personally, but I know someone who does. If you're looking to hire some muscle, he's your
あ
man.
んたらが本気で考えてるっていうなら紹介してやるよ。
If you're serious about it, I'd be happy to introduce
でも
you.
そうでもしなきゃいけないぐらい追い詰められてんだろう。どうだい？
Doesn't sound like you have a whole lot of other options, though. Interested? His smile was more like a sneer. Yuhang and I exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Nailed it. Great actors. The barkeeper introduced us to the middleman who would find some rogues to do our
お
bidding.
たくらが強盗でもしなきゃならないぐらい借金を抱えちまった夫婦かい？
This sounds like an awful line, right? Standing ovation, standing ovation. You guys, you're a couple with such an overwhelming debt that you've got no choice but to rob somebody.
ああ。でもゴロつきに俺らが雇ったってバレたくないんだ。ちゃんと隠してくれるんだろうな。
Right. We don't want anyone to know we hired these guys, so you'll keep that under wraps, yeah? We're both rather frail, you see. If someone finds out that we're behind this, we're afraid they might come for us.
そうなんだよ。借金返し終わった後にゴロつきどもに狙われても困るだろ。
We don't want to get beat up after we finally pay off our debt.
安心しな。雇う奴らと会うのは俺だけだ。あんたらは会わなくていい。
Not to worry about that. Not to worry about. Nothing to worry about there. I got it. I know words. I'll be the one hiring the thugs. You'll never meet them.
そいつを聞いて安心したよ。いつもそうなのか。
That's a huge relief. Is that your
そりゃ
policy?
ね。そのために俺みたいな仲介人がいるのさ。
It's not policy, it's just how things
あ
work.
とは金次第だな。あんたら、ちゃんと雇う金はあるんだろうね。
Let's discuss the fee. You guys can afford to go through with this, right?
それはできれば奪った金で支払いとかをさせてもらえるとありがたいんだが。
This is so stupid. Like, who's getting robbed? Like, okay, first off, we're gonna have to rob somebody, right? I assumed he was trying to get hired as one of the thugs to do the robbing. You know what I mean? Like, he would become a robber to do it, not like this. Like, what? Also, if that would work, Mike, this is so stupid. This is dumb. We're kind of hoping we could pay you back a portion of the fledged funds. Then he wouldn't hire anybody.
悪いが金は前払いだ。そいつはまた借金でもして金を工面するんだね。
Sorry, but payments up front. You're gonna have to borrow a little more.
前払い？成功したら報酬をもう半分払うんじゃないのか？
That's for the hired guns, you stupid bitch. You're not one of the hired guns. Isn't it half up front, half when the job's done?
どこかでそう聞いたのか。
Where'd you hear that from?
聞いたっつうか小耳に挟んだんだよ。
I don't know, just some rumor I picked up.
南地区の豪邸であった騒動。あそこで暴れた奴ら、あんたが仲介したんだろう。
There was some brawl at the mansion in the south. Weren't you the guy who hired the thugs for that?
詳しいな。
You sure are well informed. And stupid.
そりゃ俺らも強盗しようと思ってるからね。情報収集ぐらいするさ。
We're looking to mug people. We weren't gonna throw ourselves in without doing our research.
それであれみたいにせめて半分は後払いにしてもらえると助かるんだが。
Logically speaking, this makes no sense. I want to hire this guy to hire some guys to steal money from some people and then give me the money. Whereas the means to do such thing is money. That's how that works, right? So like, did they not think this through? That's not like just random people. Like, if you were going to rob somebody, you would know who you're going to rob and why, what their value is, not just rob some random people for me. Like this guy, if this is the right guy. I'm assuming it is, because it's an Otome game and they're not going to have us, like, do this for 3 different people. But, like, if this guy is the person, he clearly didn't get approached by some guy going like, gosh, I wish you would beat up some people. Maybe. Maybe beat up some people. The fucking concept. If you can make the payment half and half, I'd appreciate it.
なるほどね。だが悪いね。あれは例外さ。
Gotcha. No, I'm not. I made an exception for that one. That's not even the deal. The people you hired, you paid half. Not the person who hired you. Why?
そもそもあの依頼主は全額先払いしてきたのさ。
That client did pay up front to start
でも
with.
なんだか怪しい依頼だったからな。妙なことに巻き込まれそうだと思って、俺の方で勝手に成功報酬ってことにしたの
It
さ。
seemed like a suspicious job, and I didn't want it to bite me in the ass, so I offered the thugs a half and half deal.
そうだったのか。
Really? You accepted even though it struck you as suspicious? This whole thing is suspicious. This is shady business work.
そりゃ先に金を渡されちゃ断るわけにもいかないだろう。
I got paid in advance. I was gonna turn it down.
そんな金持ちの人だったのか。さぞやいい身なりの人なんだろうな。
Must have been someone rich if they could afford that, huh? Fancy clothes and all.
さあな。俺も会ってないからわからんよ。
I'd be able to tell you that if I met them myself.
会ってない。
You never met them?
そんなんで来た
And
依
you
頼
took
も
the
受けるの
job?
か。
もちろん普段は受けないさ。だが依頼の手紙とあんな金を見せられちゃ断るのも惜しい。だから引き受けてやったのさ。
I wouldn't normally. Thing is, the client's letter came with a whole lot of money. It's hard to say no with that much cash in front of you, and that's why I took the job.
そうだったのか。
そ
Huh.
れであんたらはどうする？
We got a deal. Mm.
でもな、金がないし、 ちょっと相談してもいいか？
We're totally broke though. Do you mind if we talk about
も
this?
ちろん。だが、手短に頼むよ。
No problem. Keep it quick though. And we're like, actually, no. You know what? No. Yuhang and I stepped away from the middleman and started whispering to each other. I don't think we'll be getting anything else from him.
でも手紙で依頼されたっつう話だけじゃ何も進展ないよな。せめてその手紙を手に入れられればいいんだが。
Barely got anything to start with. The client sent him a letter. If we could get a hold of that letter, that'd be something. Why don't we ask him then? We might be able to figure out something from the handwriting.
あ、そうか、そうだよな。
Guess who?
手紙が手に入れば。
Guess who recently wrote a letter in someone's house? I did. Not me, personally. The no face MC did. I wonder if she's gonna be able to tell that letter's the same. You're right. The letter itself would be a huge clue.
その方向性でいくぞ。俺が聞いてみるから。
Alright, we got a new angle of attack. I'll start things off. Yuhang turned back to the middleman with a somber expression.
結論は出たんだが、その前の依頼主を紹介してくれないか？
We've made our decision. For starters, we'd like you to introduce us to your previous client.
依頼主を紹介って。
You can't be serious.
たんまりと大金をくれたんだろう。そんな気前のいい金持ちとお近づきになりたいってわけだよ。
They sent you a buttload of cash, right? We're in the market for a rich, generous pal like that.
実は俺ら借金のしすぎでもう金を借りられそうな当てがなくてさ。だからその人に一旦借りようかと。
I can't tell if this is poor writing or poor script. You know what I mean? Or translation. Poor script writing or poor translation. We've borrowed so much money that we don't know anyone who will lend us anymore. Your client, on the other
お
hand,
たくら、そんなに金がなかったのか。
you're just that broke, huh?
仕方ねえだろ。だから強盗なんかしようとしてんだよ。
So what if we are? I mean, that's why we're doing this whole robbery thing.
でも、俺も依頼主はわからないんだ。
I don't know who the
紹介なん
client
て無理さ。
is. I can't introduce you.
そりゃ分かってるよ。だからその依頼時に届いたっていう手紙をもらえないかって思ったんだよ。
I knew that. We were hoping you could give us the letter they sent you.
あの手紙を
Why?
その手紙を元になんとか探してみるからさ。頼むよ。無事に金が借りられたらあんたにも依頼するから。
We'll hunt him down with the letter, please. We'll come back to pay you the fee once we've borrowed the money.
それにそんなに金払いのいい乗客ならあんたもそいつが誰だか知りたいだろ。
Don't you also want to know who it is? They paid you handsomely in me.
ほんと必死だな。まあ、確かにこっちにも利があるか。
You guys sure are desperate. You're right. There is something in it for me.
でも、あんな手紙で依頼主が見つけられるとは思わないけどな。
That working is bullshit, right? Like, he deals in secrecies. He deals in keeping things private. So, like, yeah, sure, give that letter. He shouldn't even have the letter. He should got rid of it. I doubt you're gonna glean anything from the letter, but good luck, I
じゃ
guess.
あ、無事に金が借りられて、依頼できそうになったら、またあの酒場の店主に言ってくれ。
If you manage to borrow some money and think you can afford my services, give the barkeep a shout.
ああ、ありがとな。
You
金が
got
入っ
it,
たら
thanks.
必ず行くよ。
We'll be over the second the money's in our
あん
hands.
たらが金を借りられるよう俺も祈っといてやるよ。
Uh-huh, I'll be praying for you or whatever. The middleman handed the letter to us and left. We waited till we were alone and to open it. Hold on a sec.
定規を使って書かれてるみたいだな。
These characters, they were written with a ruler. Each character was dead straight. You couldn't even call it handwriting. No wonder the middleman thought this wouldn't be helpful. Looks like we're hitting another dead end. Well, we'd finally found a promising avenue only to be let down. Well, I felt utterly dejected. Yuhang scrutinized the letter like something had snagged his attention. Oh, what's up?
いや、この手紙なんか違和感がある気が。
Nothing really. Just something feels off about this thing. In what way?
あ、この上の部分に破いた跡が残ってる
The
なと思
top
ったん
part
だ。
here looks like it's been torn. You're right, it is jagged. It's got a slight smell to it. I noticed it when I leaned in for a closer look. It was a soft, refreshing scent, a little citrusy.
なんで破けてんだろう。引っ掛けたとか。にしては 意図的に破いたようにも見えるし。
Is it a letterhead? Those are like something up there that said Long Li, and we're like, we gotta get rid of that. You can't say Long Li. Wonder why it's torn. Looks like it was done on purpose rather than getting caught or something.
まあいいか。暗くなってきてよく見えねえし。ひとまずうちに行くぞ。
Whatever, it's too dark to make much out anymore. Let's go to my place. Wait. Okay, wait, what?
あ、せっかく北地区に帰ってきたんだしさ。
We're in the northern district. You can stay at my house.
泊まっていけよ。
After collecting Mimi from the tree it had been hiding in, we headed over to Yuhang's house. Hey, I'm home.
Yuhang, お前どこほっつき歩いてたんだ?
Yuhang, where have you been?
夕飯たら遅かったわね。武術界で騒ぎがあったから心配して。で、あら？その子は。
What took you so long, Yuhang? We've been worried since we heard about the fracas at this tournament. Sis? Long time no see. It's me, Shilin. He kind of reminds me of Owen from QP Pata. Ah, Owen. Ah. I disagree only because I didn't find Owen this annoying. Hairstyle though. Hairstyle, I could see it. I could see it. Oh goodness. I did find Owen that annoying in the sequel. Owen was unnecessary in the sequel. So unnecessary in the sequel. Mew, 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 mew. That's what she sounds like. Yuhan's parents stared at me in wide-eyed shock. Then a bright smile bloomed on his mother's face. Goodness me, how much you become the prettiest little thing?
Yuhang, お前それでこんなに遅くなったのか。いやー、よかったな、お前。
This is why you took so long, Yuhan. I'm so glad. I mean, wow, this is great news.
いや、なんか誤解してね。いろいろあって北地区に一緒に来たんだけど、泊まるとこないから連れてきただけだし。
I need to restock the fan disc for Kipipara. Well, maybe since they're doing the port, that they might do that since they are restocking Switch Cupid Pata with the cards. Hang on, I think you've got the wrong idea. Stuff happened. She came north with me and now she needs a place to stay. That's it. Yuhang! They're saying brother. I don't know why it's like, brother! You're back! You took forever. This is a sign that they don't have names. It's brother A and B. Did you bring snacks? Get off me! Come on, one at a time.
いやー、騒がしくてすまんな。今日は泊まっていくんだろ。今、寝床の支度をするからな。
Sorry about all this. You'll be staying with us. Then I'll make sure to get the bed ready for you. You came just in time for dinner. It'll be ready in a minute. Please have a seat. His parents gave me the warmest possible welcome despite my spur-of-the-moment arrival and somehow made room for 2 more people at the dinner table last second. Their smiles were as kind as they always had been. My heart swelled and I rolled up my sleeves. I'll help you. I can't ask you that. You're a guest. Sit. Over here. She's sitting next to me. My brother tugged me by my arm to the table where I sat down. As for Yuhang, he was running around helping with dinner. I'm gonna take this plate over. Please do. The main dish will be ready soon. On it.
今日は全員で6人だから 茶碗はこれで、あとは箸を。
There's 6 of us, so we're gonna enough bowls. We're just gonna need chopsticks. Yuhan aided his mom with incredible efficiency. It's as if he lived here. I got the impression he did this all the time because he lives here.
兄ちゃん、僕も手伝う。
I'll help you too, Yuhang. Me three. His brothers trotted over to help, seemingly emulating him. This place is full of memories. I must have come here to play with him time to time. Here? Yuhan only had one brother back then, a baby so tiny that he was forever cradled in his mom's arms. And now he's grown big enough to help in the kitchen. I couldn't stop smiling as I watched. Soon the youngest tried carrying an entire stack of plates by himself. Oh no! The dozen-strong stack of plates in his arms wobbled precariously, and I sprung to my feet in a panic. Before I could react, they began to tip. Careful! Made it. Wow. Yuhang swept in. Oh gosh. Yuhan swept in and caught the plates just shy of them hitting the floor. Mimi and I gave a round of applause. We're like, good job. Good job. Wow. He looked bashful for a moment, then his face hardened as he whirled at his brother. Come on, you should be trying to carry so many plates at once. But... No buts. If these fell, they would have broke and you might have hurt yourself. I only want to help. I understand, but everyone would have been sad if you got hurt. You too? Yes, me too. His own brother doesn't care. You betcha. Don't force yourself to carry more than you can handle, okay? Oh man, that's a life lesson right there. Okay! He's like, you got it. I can hold 10 plates if I try hard enough, is what I'm hearing. Promise not to push yourself hard. So hard. I won't. Promise. That's what I like to hear. I've never seen Yuhang like this before. Tousling the little boy's hair, Yuhang was a shining example of a dependable older brother. He never acted this way around me. It's... Okay, it's ready. Yuhang, could you take this serving plate? Come in. You two sit down, okay? Yep.
Hi.
Okay. Yuhang's brothers returned to their seats. Dinner was served, so everyone took their places around the table. Oh my god, his parents get an animated picture and siblings do too? What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Hang on, I gotta hide myself so you can see the adorableness of this all. She's shorter than the kid. Let's eat! There was plenty of dishes to choose from, and every tantalizing morsel looked indulgent. This is delicious! There's a lot, so have as much as you like. We have 3 growing boys here, so we always make too much, so really don't hold back. I won't, thank you! Mew, 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 mew. Between the jiaozi, xiaolongbao, fried rice, and char siu, you couldn't even see the table. Each dish was equally delicious and curiously nostalgic. This is super good. I want that one too. You're spilling it everywhere. Look, he's looking after his brother so well. I'm sure I used to eat at Yuhan's like this, and then when we were kids, the cozy, familiar feeling welled up within me as I ate. As for Yuhang's parents, they were well into their cups.
今日は酒がうまいな。なあ、母さん。
Today's wine is exquisite, wouldn't you say?
本当に
Certainly is.
夕飯たちの再会に乾杯しなきゃね。
We'll have to raise a glass to the surprise reunion.
乾杯
Kanpai!
いやー、いい気分だね。
What a wonderful evening.
父さん飲みすぎ。あんま酔うなよ。
You're drinking too much again, Dad. You'd better not get sloshed tonight.
大丈夫だ。
Quit
将来のお父さんと
worrying.
して
This is my
ちゃん
future
とかっこよくしてる
daughter-in-law,
ぞ
right? I'm gonna make a good impression, drunk.
もう酔ってんじゃん。ったく飲むといつもこうなんだよな。
You're drunk already. Why do you always get like this when you're
こん
drunk?
な可愛い子がお嫁に来てくれたらな。夕飯頑張るよ。
She's such an adorable wife for you. Make it happen, Yuhang.
お母さんも
You
うち
said
に来て
Yuhang.
くれるのを楽しみにしてるわよ。
I'm also looking forward to welcoming her as part of the family. Are you?
お姉ちゃん、うちに来るの？
You'll be our big sister? Bro, I just got here. I have no idea what any of y'all are talking about.
兄ちゃんのお嫁さん？
You're gonna marry Yuhang? Can you imagine this? Going over to your friend's house and this is the conversation happening in front of you?
ちげえよ。んなわけねえだろ。
Obviously she's not.
ほんとこの子ったら相変わらず素直じゃないんだから。
Goodness, Yuhang's never been good about opening up with his
ごめ
feelings.
んなさいね、春林ちゃん。
Forgive him, Shulin.
この子
He's just
照れてるだけだから
embarrassed. Ahahaha.
それにしてもようやく再会できたなんてね。夕飯よかったわね。
Look at her outfit that's covering every inch of her body. So thank you two have reunited at last. Isn't it wonderful, Yuhang?
別に
It's alright.
もう照れちゃって。あんなに会いたがってたのに。
Come on, don't be shy. You really missed
あ
her.
の子供の頃の話だ。
When I was 5.
ああ、そうそう、懐かしいな。引っ越すとき離れたくないって泣いて、ほんと大変だったんだよ。
Yeah, I remember you were beside yourself that day we moved. You said you didn't want to leave her. Was
し
not.
かも北地区に来てからも会いに行きたい、寂しいって毎日泣いてたんだよ。
And even after we moved, you'd cry every day about missing her and wanting to go see her.
兄ちゃん泣いたの？
You cried, Yuhang?
子供の頃の話だって。
Yeah, cause I was 5.
そうね。まだまだ夕飯がこれぐらい小さかった頃の話よ。
That's right. It all happened when Yuhang was about Ihai.
でも懐かしいわ。あなたから手紙が届いたら毎日眺めててね。
I fondly remember how he spent every day poring over the letters you sent him. He did? When did you stop writing him letters?
ええ、今も大切に取ってあるのよ。
Water. He kept them safe to this day.
なんで母さんが知ってるんだよ。
How the heck do you know
あ
that?
ら、昔から大切なものはあの飾り箱に入れて取ってあるじゃない。でも
You
この
kept your
間
keepsakes in a
蓋が開い
special
てて見えちゃ
box,
ったのよ。
haven't you? You left it open the other day. I saw them. I remember those letters. I just scared the heck out of myself. I don't know. Like there was like a hair on me. Ugh. As children we used to exchange letters. At some point, Yuhang stopped replying, so I stopped sending them. It makes me kind of happy to hear he's been keeping them safe, though. Why did he stop replying?
もうなんでバレてんだよ。もっと奥に隠しと
I
けば
can't believe you saw him. I should have shoved him right to the back.
それより父さんも母さんもちゃんと飯食えよ。酒ばっかじゃ酔っ払うだろう。
You guys need to start eating something to soak up all that booze.
照れちゃっ
He
て
gets
この
so
子ったら。
embarrassed.
いやー、本当によかったな。 夕飯たら最近落ち込んで見えたから心配していたんだよ。
Tread the odd. Pleased to see it though. We've been so worried about you looking so down lately, Yuhang.
でもこうして再会できたならもう大丈夫だな。
I guess those days are behind you now that you two have reunited. He seemed down. It must have been because of all of this business with Sesetsu. It sounded like his parents had been keeping a loving eye on him the whole time. Their smiles held the same warmth and tenderness as they did in my memories, and it relieved me to see it.
ね、Shunrinちゃん。この子にもいろいろあったのよ。
You know, Shunlin, our little Yuhangs got up to so much I bet you'd never heard about.
せっかくだからお話ししてあげる。どんなお話が聞きたい？
Let me tell you about it. What sort of story are you in the mood for?
そうだな。聞かせてあげたい意外な話も面白い話もあるんだ。
Good idea. Let's get some tales that will surprise you, plus some funny ones I'm sure you'd love.
何話すつもりだよ。
What are you planning on telling her exactly? Everything? A surprising story or a funny story? I'm not supposed to decide which one of these is romantic love. I'm curious about the surprising story. Damn, it's romantic. It's fine, we'll hear it first.
よく聞いてくれた。実はな、夕飯たら北地区に引っ越してから女の子にモテるようになったんだよ。
Guess what? After we moved to the northern district, Yuhang became very popular with girls his age. He did.
ああ、夕飯はお兄ちゃんだからか、どんな女の子にも優しくてね、あっという間にモテたんだよ。
Must have been because he's so gentle with them, like he was with his brothers, and boom, they all fell head over
お
heels
か
for
げで
him.
近所のガキ大将たちに嫉妬されちゃって大変だったんだけどな。
He got in a lot of trouble with the neighborhood bullies over it. They were all jealous. Strangely enough, the thought of Yuhan doting on all those girls made my chest prickle uncomfortably. Gentle is the last word I'd use to describe how he talks to me these days.
けど、どれだけ告白されても、夕飯たらどの子とも付き合おうとしないんだよ。
Didn't matter how many of them asked him out, though he always
あ
turned
な
them
たは
down.
夕飯の初恋だったからね。他の子と付き合うなんて考えられないんでしょうね。
It must have been because you were his first love. He couldn't imagine being with anyone else. What? I was his first love?
あら、気づいていなかった？でも間違いなくあなたが夕飯の初恋よ。
You mean you didn't notice? There was never any doubt on our end. Is she serious? I glanced at Yuhan. His face was bright red and he stared fixedly down at the table. He never piped up to contradict her, which made me all the more
今は
restless.
こんなぶっきらぼうだけどな。これはただ照れてるだけなんだ。ま、反抗期の男にはよくあることだよ。
He might seem like he's got an attitude now, but he's just embarrassed. Happens a lot when boys are at that rebellious age.
反抗期って
Who's
ジュン
rebellious?
リンちゃん、素直になれんバカ息子だが、よろしくな。
I'm sorry, my son's not sensible enough to be honest. Shunlen, I do hope you'll stick with him all the
では
same.
本当にいい子なのよ。
He's a good boy
い
at
つも
heart,
弟たちの面倒を見てくれていて、ね。
always taking care of his
私た
brothers.
ちもすごく助かってるの。
It's a weight off our shoulders. Thanks,
Arigato.
Yuhan. Thanks. Sure.
そうそう、助かっているといえば、昔はよく夕飯がお使いに行ってくれたんだけど。
Speaking of which, she used to run errands for us too. Who was so popular with the staff in
可
the
愛いから
stores?
おまけだよなんて言われて、いつもたくさん果物をもらって帰ってきたりして。
He used to get extras simply for being adorable and come home with armfuls of fruit. Yuhan's parent went on to tell me so many more stories from his childhood. Alright, let's get the right answer, because there's a right answer. I'd like to hear a funny story.
やっぱりリーホンさんに鍛えられていたことかしら。
How about when Lee Hyung was training him? I didn't know Grandpa did that.
これは引っ越す前だけれどね。夕飯たらいっつもリーホンさんにしごかれてたのよ。
He did before we moved, and Lee Hyung was always working our little Yuhan to the bone.
でも案外 なかなかいい特訓になってたみたいだね。
His training turned out to be surprisingly effective,
リーホン
though.
さんとの鬼ごっこのおかげでユーハンの逃げ足が速くなったんだよ。
Yuhang's games of tag made Yuhan an exceptional exceptionally fast runner. I can speak. And all of his hide and seek taught him to conceal his
すごい
presence.
武術家になるためにあれもいい特訓だったのかもしれないわね。
I'd say it helped him make the powerful martial artist that he is today. I had no idea they played together. Do you know why Grandpa worked him so hard?
そんなの決まってるわよ。ユーハンの初恋が
I know why. It's because you were his first love, Shunlin. What?
ユーハンったら昔からあなたが好きだったんだけど、ある日
He always
それが
liked
リー
you,
ホンさん
and
に
then one
バレ
day
ちゃって
Lee Hyung
ね
found out.
おかげでうちの可愛い孫に恋愛なんて早いってリーホンさんに目をつけられちゃってたのよ。
Lee Hyung had it out for him after that. He was adamant that his precious little granddaughter was too young for
懐
love.
かしいな。
I remember.
大事な孫娘とどうしても恋愛したいというならばわしを倒してみろって追いかけ回されてたな。
He would chase Yuhang around and say that he wouldn't yield unless Yuhang could beat him in a fight. What? I couldn't believe that Grandpa had been getting up to behind my back, but something else stunned me even more. I wonder if that meant they meant it when they said I was Yuhan's first love. I took a peek. He was blushing as much as I was, feeling even more bashful now I averted my gaze. He didn't call them out on it, so maybe it's true. By this point, my embarrassment was skyrocketing, and I couldn't look at Lu in Yuhang's direction anymore.
なんだよその顔。可愛すぎるだろ。
Just gotta stop making that face. It's too adorable. Oh my gosh.
今はこんなぶっきらぼうだ。
Yuhan's parents went on to tell me so many more stories, like how happy he was when he got my first letter and the time he won his first fight. There was no end to the tales, and it was obvious how dear Yuhang was to his parents.
本当も父さんも母さんもよく覚えてるよ。
Don't know how you guys remember all this stuff. Flustered as Yuhan was, his smile was one of joy. And so we all enjoyed a peaceful dinner together.
じゃあ俺ちょっと風に当たってくるから。
Think I'm gonna dip out for some fresh air. Once we were done eating, Yuhang stepped away. The embarrassment must have gotten to him. Mimi scooted out as well, possibly to spy on him.
今日は賑やかでいい夕ご飯だったわね。
That certainly was a lively and enjoyable
そうだ
dinner.
な。ユーハンは照れて出て行っちまったが。
It sure was. It looks like Yuhan got too shy to stick around.
年頃だもの。そんなことも
It's
あ
only
るわよ
natural.
ね。
He's at that age, you know?
あんなにくつろいだ夕飯を見たのは久しぶりだわ。
It's been a long time since I've seen him so relaxed. Thank you, Shunlin.
あいつ
Really?
と来たら隠し事は下手なくせに何かと溜め込むからな。少し心配していたんだ。
He's got a terrible poker face, but he tries to bottle up his problems. We've been concerned about
で
him.
も君がそばにいてくれるなら安心だ。これからも夕飯をよろしく頼むな。
It's a relief to know that you're there for him. Please do take care of him. I will. While we're only traveling north to investigate Setsetsu, it feels more like we were here to announce our engagement. It was hard to set things straight with these two when they were so genuinely happy. Anyways, I never knew that I was Yuhang's first love.
なあなあ、シュンリー。ボタンの花が綺麗に咲いてるとこ
Shunlin, I found the prettiest peonies ever. Let's go see them together. Peonies. We actually saw peonies at Trader Joe's today. They're so
お父さん
pretty.
からごま団子もらったんだ。半分こして食べない？
Shunlin, Dad gave me some sesame balls. Want to share them?
シュンリー、シュンリー。俺さ、
Shunlin,
お前とずっと一緒にい
guess
た
what?
いんだ。
I want to be with you forever. Thinking back, Yuhang and I used to spend almost every day together, and that was because he came to find me every day. I knew he had taken a shine to me, but I never imagined Yuhan had feelings for
ねえねえ
me.
お姉ちゃん、お姉ちゃんは
So,
兄ちゃんのこと好き
yeah.
なの？
Yeah, I did say Luhan. You are not wrong. I have a question. Do you like Yuhang? I'm gonna say Luhan again. I can feel it. Sorry.
兄ちゃん、お姉ちゃんのこと今もすっごい好きなんだと思う。
I think he still likes you a lot. You can tell when you look at
だか
him.
らさ、お姉ちゃん、
Stay with him, okay?
兄ちゃんのこと。
The boys smiled softly at me as though they wanted nothing more than for Yuhang to be happy. What did Yuhang make of all of this? How was he reacting to the bombshells his parents had dropped at dinner? I looked at the door. It didn't seem like he was in a rush to come back. His perspective, tears in his eyes. Yuhang had yet to return even after they cleared the table. The same
ご
went
め
for
んなさい
Mimi.
ね。お客さんなのに片付け手伝わせちゃって。
Sorry to ask for you to
お皿
help
洗って
when
も
you're
ら
our
えて助かっ
guest.
たわ。
Thank you so much for doing the dishes with me. No worries. I'm grateful for the delicious meal.
そう言ってもらえて嬉しいわ。それにしても夕飯ったら遅いわね。
Thank you kindly. Say, Yuhan's taking his time out there, isn't he? Almost an hour had passed since he left. A lot of time just to get some fresh air. I'll go out and look for
あら
him.
本当？ならお願いね。
Are you sure?
Shunlin-chan.
Thank you, Shinlin. Is he kidnapped? Has he been kidnapped? Do you have to go rescue him? Is this a reverse? Every princess story? I ventured outside in search of Yuhang. It took a bit of walking, but I finally found him. He was sitting on the riverbank with his back to me. I was surprised to see Mimi with him.
んな顔すんなよ。俺だって分かってるって。
Don't look at me like that. I
自
know
分
I'm
がガキだ
immature.
ってことはさ。
Just like this the entire time. Since when are they thick as thieves? They were getting on each other's nerves not too long ago. It seemed like Mimi was offering Yuhang a sympathetic ear. The panda nodded in agreement and he pouted.
仕方ないだろう。父さんも母さんも俺が隠してたこと全部話しちまうしさ。
Can you blame me though? It's like I can't have secrets because mom and dad will just spill them
こ
anyways.
んな話の後じゃ気まずいし。
Now I can't go back. It's too awkward.
そりゃ全部本当だけど。あんな風に言われたら恥ずかし
It's
いんだ
not
よ。
like they were making stuff up, but laying it out like that's just humiliating.
あいつも引いたよな。俺が泣き虫で手紙なんか取っておくようなやつだなんてさ。
I'm gonna say a truth here, I guess. I have letters somewhere in this house. I don't know exactly. I can find them. I don't know where they are right now. That are from like when I was like 9 or it's like younger, like really young, from like pen pals I had when I was probably too young to give out my address on the internet, if I'm being perfectly real. But I did. So, what the heck does he mean can't throw away letters? Like, what does that even mean? I bet she's creeped out. Now she knows I'm some crybaby who can't even throw away a letter.
この年になって文通なんて。
Sending letters supposed to be for wimps.
一度手紙を出すところを見られた時に他の奴らにも言われたんだよ。そのせいでめめしいやつだっていじめられた。
Those guys caught me mailing one once and that's what they said. Then they bullied me for being a total
そう
wuss.
言われたら急に気になっちまって。手紙なんか書くもんかって意地になって。
They explained why he stopped writing letters in one sentence. At least they did, I guess. I can accept it. That stuck with me. I started telling myself that writing letters was dumb, so I stopped doing it
バカだ
altogether.
よな。本当は返事したかったのに。
I wanted to reply to her, but I didn't because I'm an idiot.
あいつからもらった手紙に書かれてる内容は全部覚えたってくらい読み返してたんだ。
I read her letters so many times I could probably recite them from memory.
それなのにからかわれたくないからって自分の気持ちを無視して。
But I ignored how I felt because I wanted to stop getting picked
強い
on.
男は文通なんてしないってバカみたいに思い込んでた。はあ、ほんと子供だよな、俺。
You're talking. I just can't tell. I was dumb enough to think tough guys didn't write letters. I'm still a kid after all, aren't I?
んなことあいつに言えるかよ。余計にガキだって思われるじゃんか。
I'm not gonna tell her that. She already thinks I'm super immature.
わかってるけど無理なんだよ。あいつを前にすると
I know, but I can't. My mind goes blank when she's around me.
素直になれないっつうか。
I can't act the way I want to.
好きなやつを相手に冷静でいられるかよ。
How am I supposed to keep a clear head when I'm crushing on her so hard? Yuhang has a crush on me? I would never tell by the way he acts and gets flustered and gets really embarrassed and shy around me all the time. Yuhang liked me. He was smitten with me when we were kids, and he still felt that way now. Oh my gosh, it has me flustered, but I'm kind of like happy about it. Like, oh my god, he likes me. I'm really mad about my hair, by the way. I dried it with a hair dryer, and it made the back frizzy. And it was too wet to hit with the straightener, and I keep doing this, and I'm like, Love your commentary. Like, this is a problem. Oh my gosh. Yuhan got brisk with me sometimes, and now and then I'd wondered if he didn't actually like me. I've been totally wrong. He snapped because he liked me, and he's struggling to express it. He can't express himself because he's trash. I placed a hand over my thumping heart. I didn't want Yuhang to know I was here, so I moved to head back, and I snapped a twig under my foot. Mew mew! Mimi noticed me, jumped out of Yuhang's arms, and came bounding towards me. Just pretend you just got here, girl. Yuhang whirled around, and when he saw me, his face went bright red. No way. You hear all that? Did I hear what? I tried to feign ignorance but I'm a terrible actor, as we have both know. But Yuhan sighed like he didn't believe me one bit. That's exactly what you'd say if you did hear me. Sorry, you weren't coming back, so I got worried and came looking for you. Get it? Thanks. You're welcome. This is way too awkward. I'm gonna leave. Yeah? Let's go home. I wouldn't want my folks to worry. Am I right? You are so right. Let's go. She's like, hot dog, I'm down. I picked Mimi up and spun around ready to leave. Just then, Yuhang offered me his hand. Here. Like, did he cut it off of his body? Take my hand. It's dark. You might trip otherwise. Yuhang seemed almost grumpy, but in a soft sort of way. Now that I thought about it, he had been making this face a ton since coming back into my life. At first, I thought it was because I annoyed him. Now, though, I know the truth. We're not. It's fine. I was there. I remember. It was like minutes ago. He'd been looking out for me this whole time. His blunt delivery made it hard to notice, but whenever he spoke like that, it was out of concern. When I remembered all those acts of kindness, my heart seemed to thump extra loud. Oh my god, before I knew it, I was taking his hand in mine. The ground's kind of rocky, be careful, Kay. Thanks. Let's go. I hadn't held his hand in forever. It was a lot larger now. No larger. Larger the hand of a boy, but no longer the hand. Sorry, my brain took that weird. I added an A instead of an O. No longer the hand of a boy, but of a man. He's a man. She keeps saying that, but he's not very manly at all. Which is fine, but it's childish. She's childish. Here I had assumed that he was the same as always, that Yuhang was still Yuhang. Even if his temper had gotten worse, I was wrong. He really has grown up. Except he acts like a little baby still and he cries. I peered up at him as we walked hand in hand. How high up though? Like, is he about the same height as you? We walked along holding hands on nights just like this when we were kids, but we'd grown up so much taller then. It dawned on me that I had to lift my head higher to look at him now. CG? 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 Everyone in the house, Shunlin included, was fast asleep. We were robbed. I know. I'm sorry. Where's her blushing and him holding her hand and her being like, oh my god, me holding hands. I would have liked it better than the nightgown at one, which was trash. I slipped up on myself to gather the firewood for tomorrow.
いつもは寝る前に必ずやってたのに、薪集めを忘れるなんて。
Yeah, why not a black and common strip? I feel like it's a fight, and then a confession, and then end confusion. Which, you know what, that was a confession actually. You're right, that should have been, that whole scene should have been a comic strip of him talking to the panda. I do this every evening before going to bed, but I forgot today. I'm really not myself right now, huh? Ever since I got home, that is. It was probably because I'd brought her with me. Mom and Dad think she's my girlfriend. As if. As if. Oh my god. I mean, I'd like her to be. It was too soon for that. I couldn't even bring myself to express my feelings. Now she knows that she's my first love. I seriously can't believe she had to hear it from somebody like it wasn't super obvious. So obvious, in fact, that my parents had caught on right away, but she hadn't. Actually, it reminds me of, I had a coworkers, it was two of them. One had a big crush on the other one, and the other one couldn't figure it out, or was just like, she's always taking my hat. I'm like, yeah, because she likes you. And he's like, what? It's like, she likes you, so she keeps stealing stuff from you. Like, that's, yeah. It's a thing. Anyways, they started dating. It was so funny. So obvious, in fact, that my parents had caught on right away, but she hadn't. It was so funny because he asked another coworker, I'm like, dude, it's obvious. And he asked the other coworker, is it obvious? And they were like, yeah. Yeah, I just got here and it's obvious. Maybe it's a good thing she found out. She might realize we're not kids anymore. Ask her the fuck out. Stop being such a— he's such a little wimp. Not picking up on it is so like her though. That was the girl I fell in love with. My heart thumped harder as I remembered how I felt about her back then. I probably admired her more than anything else. She always came to my defense, but with a big smile on her face. That's all you really liked, is that she didn't make fun of you. You fell in love with the first person that didn't pick on you. I get it. And she never made fun of me, not once. That's why I fell head over heels for her. Everyone just called me crybaby. She actually called me by my name because you were a crybaby. I'm not talking about getting bullied. I'm talking about everything else. She'd beam and held her hand out to me, inviting me to play. I didn't know where I'd be without her cheerful presence. She never shied away from me or anything like that. That had to be why she was my first love. I'm pretty sure I can remember the moment I fell for her too. I always knew that being with Shunlin every day made me super happy. That feeling had grown into love on one of those nights we walked home together hand in hand, just like we had earlier. Mommy, Daddy, where am I? I'd gone to pick her some flowers that day. Before I knew it, the sun went down and I was all alone, crying in the dark underbush. I can't remember how to get home and it's all dark. What now? Take a shot every time there's a scene of him crying. You know what? That's actually the first time you might not get too drunk, but you would get drunk. Like you'd be like near the end, but not as bad as like, I don't know, but is Shihana saying brother? Yuhang, I'm so glad I found you. Shunlin, what are you doing here? Your parents were looking for you, so I said I'd help. Come on, let's go home. Okay. I took her hand and together we were off. I'm sorry, you're right. I know that button doesn't do anything. There's another hair on me. Why is there hairs on me? The night was dark and cold, but her hand warmed me inside and out more than anything else could.
俺かっこ悪いな。泣いてばっかだし、迎えに来てもらうなんて。
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I'm so lame. All I do is cry, and I needed her to come get me.
同い年なのに。
We're the same age too.
こんな俺のこと、いつかこいつも嫌いになっちゃうかも。
I bet she's gonna start hating me at some point like everyone else does. Yeah, no. She coulda. She coulda. The thought brought fresh tears to my eyes. Then those little traitors spilled out against my will. What's wrong, Yuhang? Nothing. You're crying. There must be something. Sunlin stopped in her tracks and peered at my face. Her expression was so gentle that I felt even more pathetic and my vision blurred all over again. It's because I'm lame. You think you're lame? Yeah. That's not true at all.
でも俺すぐ泣くし、迷子になるし。
I'm always
このままじゃお前
crying
に嫌われるかも。
and getting lost. I'm sure you're gonna end up hating me. I wouldn't hate you over that. Would you hate me if I cried and got lost?
なるわけないよ。
Never. See? Then there's nothing to worry about.
でも今日だってお前に喜んでもらいたかったのに。
Just I hear voices and I keep going like, is people fighting? something happening, but it's just talking. I came out here for you and then I ruined everything. I realized I still had those wildflowers clipped in my hand. I checked on them in a panic. They'd already wilted. Oh. Those are some pretty flowers. What did you get what did you get those for? Even though the wildflowers were droopy and her eyes lit up when she saw them, I didn't know what to say, so I held them out to her. Are they for me? Yeah, but...
でも
Shunlin took them from me with a huge smile on her face, and before I could point out they were wilted, yeah, they smell great. Thanks, Yuhang. My heart jolted dramatically when I saw her full smile glowing in the moonlight. That was when it clicked for me why being with her made me feel so at ease. I could finally put a name to what I felt.
懐かしいな。
I remember that night real well. I gazed up at the night sky just as I had back then. We'd ended up getting even more lost after that. Gramps was furious when he found us. She carefully arranged the flowers I gave her in a vase. The next day, she showed me that they perked up.
それでまたさらにあいつが好きになっちゃったん
That
だよな。
only made me fall for her even harder. In Caillou, boys were considered pathetic if they cried, but she never seemed even a little tired of it. I forgot about the strength thing. I guess that's valid.
それから俺毎日あいつに会いに行くよう
From
になっ
then
た
on, I went and saw her every day. Aw, that's cute. I used to have a neighbor who used to come by and hang out all the time. Makes me think of that. It was cute. When I was
そうした
young.
らじいさんに俺があいつを好きだってバ
It
レ
was like
て
an after school. We'd always hang out and play. Ah, the joys of youth. Gramps realized I liked her and started chasing me around.
すげえ大変だっ
He used
た
to give me a real workout. They'd be after me every day, shouting about how Shunlin was too young
な
for
逃げてい
me.
るうちに木に登って降りられなくなったりもしたよな。おかげで木登りは得意になったけどさ。
Sometimes I'd escape up a tree and got stuck. That's why I'm so good at climbing them now. I felt like I wouldn't be so nimble as a martial artist if I hadn't gone through that so-called training.
本当子供の頃は楽しかったよな。あいつがいて
Life was good as a
一緒に
kid.
遊んで
I got to hang out with her and
毎
have
日が
fun
楽しかった。
every single day. Truth be told, I'd been kind of scared to see her again. I was worried she might have changed.
それで俺を忘れてたらどうしようって。
Plus, I was always afraid she might have forgotten about me. I knew there was a possibility we'd meet again when I entered the tournament, and that had been and that had me terrified and excited all at once. I'd been so nervous the night before that I struggled to
でも
sleep.
もう一度会って あいつが今でもあの頃と変わってない。
I was so relieved when we met and it turned out she hadn't changed a bit.
変わったか。
She did a little.
あいつだって大人になったし。
She's grown up. I mean, she's a real lady now.
女の子に。
It was, if there was one thing that hadn't changed at all, it was my feelings for her.
この気持ちだってとっくに変わってる。
I guess my feelings are different now. They have been for ages. They were way stronger than they used to be. The ache in my heart was more intense than some budding childhood crush. The moment I accepted I was in love with her, there was no stopping it. And so I wanted to see her smile, treat her with tenderness, and show her how mature I'd gotten.
それなのに、どうして俺は素直に気持ちを伝えられねえんだよ。
Why can't I step up and tell her how I feel already? Whenever I was around her, it felt like I was drowning in embarrassment or something that I wound up snapping at her. There was a ton of stuff I'd been meaning to say if we met again, but it happened so unexpectedly that I'd
あ
forgotten
いつ
it.
にまた会ったら、その時にちゃんと話そうって思ってたのに。手紙の返事できなくて悪かったとかさ。
I was hoping to have a real heart-to-heart with her. I wanted to apologize for not replying to her letters and stuff.
なのに俺、全然ダメだ。
I'm a complete joke.
こと何も言えてね。
I haven't said any of the things I had planned. I felt pathetic and frustrated, and there was another feeling there, something huge that I couldn't hide. I knew exactly what it was. I really do love her. It must have been because we reunited with my feelings for her. It must have been because we reunited that my feelings for her had grown even stronger. While we were apart, I was content to focus on my goals of becoming a fighter strong enough to protect her. That's not enough for me anymore. I wanted her to be my girlfriend. I wanted her to love me back. Man, this guy will not stop talking. Breathe. The thought made my face burn and I shook my head to try and clear it.
こんなこと考えてる場合じゃねえだろ。いろいろやらなきゃいけないことあるし。
I can't get distracted by this now. I've got too much other crap to deal with. That's valid though. He's so great in theater. I was struggling to get over the fact that Setsetsu had been in the southern district and that he had spoken to her. Honestly, he's a trip. He's a real trip right now.
どうして 俺に声かけてくれなかったんだよ。
Oh my goodness. What were you doing there, Master? Why didn't you come talk to me? He had been in a hurry and wanted to let the culprit act without intervening, or so he told Shunlin at least. So he says. I like it. I didn't think he would lie about that. This is so... We're just getting a weird recap. This is all stuff we fucking know. This isn't anything new, by the way. Why are they dragging his out? Okay. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. We talked a lot in the last story. I'm like tripping here. I'm going to YouTube. I'm going to go check my own VOD to see what my timestamps were for the last one. Like, I know we did. We chatted like the entire time. So it's not like I was soloing it, the majority of it, or anything like that. Like, let's see. Chapter 1 to Chapter 2 was an hour and 20 minutes. Chapter 2 to Chapter 3 was under an hour. Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 was also like 50 minutes. And then Chapter 4 to Chapter 5 was 40 minutes exactly. Like, why is his dragging so friggin' hard? We are past the 1 hour mark for the second chapter. The first chapter was or the last chapter we did, not the first chapter. Chapter 3 was an hour and 40 plus minutes to get through. Like, that's crazy. Why are they doing this to his? Who is this man? Why? Oh my gosh. I didn't think he would lie about that, but it bothered me that he had been at the scene of the chaos in the first place. Like, bro. I doubt Tetsu for sometimes all the little things that didn't add up were sticking together in one big bundle. And that's not all. Like, I'm here for the long haul, just to be clear. I'm not stopping till we finish his route, unless it gets to 10 hours. But like the fact that we're still in chapter 4 right now is crazy. I brushed a hand over the letter in my breast pocket. It still didn't sit right with me. If my hunch turned out to be correct, what would I do? Where would I go from here? There's no point in thinking about this now. I gotta look for it tomorrow. I'm gonna assume it's Long Lee. I'm gonna assume the letter paper is like Long Lee's paper because we got to write a letter while we were there. That's me though. That's just me. I wasn't like I could do anything about this late at night. Besides, if I didn't collect the firewood, we would be screwed for breakfast. It was time to refocus. Just then someone approached me from behind. When I turned and saw who it was, my jaw dropped. Our first love was Yuhang. Gosh, our heroine's Yuhang's first love, and he holds those feelings still. A night has passed since she learned the truth. Is it his master? Ooh. Suddenly, he suggests a trip south. Or is it Tenacity and Turmoil? What if it's our little ghosty friend? How are you supposed to choose between two things you hold dear? Ask yourself which one you can't live without. And really mean it. Chiyu? Yeah, what if it's Chiyu? It has to be a surprise, right? And Chiyu's trash. I mean, he's adorable, but he is trash. So you find him annoying? That's crazy, because this guy is so fucking annoying. I was the last to get up the next morning. The tantalizing aroma of breakfast was already making my mouth water. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Good morning, Shinlip. Did you sleep well? Like a log, thank you. Glad to hear it. Morning. Good morning. Morning, you two. Where's Yuhang? The whole family was gathered except for Yuhang himself. I don't know. He's probably still asleep, right? He usually is up by now helping with breakfast. Maybe he's extra tired because of all the running around we did, asking for Setsetsu. I'll lend a hand with breakfast instead then. If you're sure, that'd be great. Could you carry these dishes over for me? Of course. I joined Yuhang's brothers in helping their mother prepare breakfast. Eventually, Yuhang emerged from his room. Yuhang's awake! You slept way too long. Brother? Sorry. Something wrong, Yuhang? You have a bad dream? Nothing like that. You seem a bit down. Are you sick? Yes, are you alright? Breakfast is ready, so no need to worry about helping. Everyone's expressed their concern for him, but his response was awkward. Didn't you sleep okay last night? I slept fine, thank you. That said, his expression wasn't very convincing. I tried to take a closer look at his face, but he immediately averted his gaze. I wonder what's gotten into him. I'm a little worried. Come here, Yuhang. Yuhang's mom beckoned him over before pressing a hand to his forehead. That's strange. It doesn't feel like you have a fever.
別に体調は普通だから。
I'm not sick or anything.
そうでも顔色が良くないわ。今カッコン糖を用意してあげるから待ってなさい。
Are you sure? You're definitely pale. Sit tight. I'll make you some kudzu root soup to fix you right up.
いや
I don't.
子供が遠慮するんじゃない。ひどい顔色じゃないか。疲れが出たんだろう。
Remember, you're still a child and your mother's got a point about you being pale. You're looking pretty
とにか
tired.
く飯にしよう。
I
ほら
also look
ユハン
tired all the
今日
time.
の朝ごはんはお前の好きな鶏がゆだぞ。
Come over and have some breakfast. It's chicken congee. Your favorite. Okay. Just yesterday, he would have snapped at them for treating him like a kid, but he did nothing of the sort. Although he obediently took a seat, he was obviously spaced out.
兄ちゃん、僕の分少し食べる？
You want some of mine, Yuhang?
僕のも少しあげるよ。
I'll give you a bite too.
ありがとな、お前たち。
He's acting like a baby all over again.
自分たちで食べ。
Thanks, guys. I'm fine. Really, you go ahead and eat all your breakfast. Yuhang put a hand on each of their heads in turn. The moment he did so, his lips twisted into a painful grimace.
兄ちゃん、どうしたの？
What's wrong, Yuhang?
いや、なんでもないよ。
Nothing. Just hungry. Though Yuhang smiled, there was a gloom in his eyes that he simply couldn't hide. Curious.
それでさ、これから俺、南地区に行こうと思うんだ。
I think we need to head to the southern district. Yuhang made the announcement without warning. Once breakfast was over, everyone, me included, stared at him in surprise. What for?
この間のことで一つ分かったことがあるんだ。
I figured something out. I'll explain later.
昨日帰ってきたばかりなのに、また急ね。
It's all very sudden. You only came home
体調は大
yesterday.
丈夫なのか、ユーハン。
Are you sure you're well enough, Yuhan?
あ、飯食ったから、もう元気だよ。
I'm fine now. Thanks for breakfast. Yuhan smiled unsurprisingly. It was stiff.
それならいいけれど。
That's so. I hope you mean it.
それで、ちょっと時間がかかりそうでさ。またしばらく家を空けるんだけど、大丈夫かな？
It seems like I'll be away for a little longer. You guys will be okay without me for a little longer, right? His parents initially traded puzzled looks, but they smiled and nodded at him.
私たちのことなら大丈夫よ。気にしないでちょうだい。
Don't worry about us. We'll be alright.
こいつらも大きくなったしな。ユーハンは気にしないでくれ。
Especially since the boys have grown up a bit.
僕たちなら平気だよ。
Yeah, we're gonna be fine.
兄
One's
ちゃんの分
14
も
after all.
家の
So.
仕事手伝うから。いってらっしゃい、兄ちゃん。
I'll pick up the slack while you're gone, Yuhang. Have a nice trip.
兄ちゃん、いってらっしゃい。
Yeah, have a nice trip. Get the fuck out of my house. These kids are like, get out of here. Thanks.
ありがとう。じゃあ、もう行くから。
We'll be off then. Eat
あ、ちょっと待ち
breakfast.
なさい。
Wait a moment. Yuhang's mom got up and went into the kitchen. She came back with a bamboo leaf parcel.
これ、弁当？
Is this lunch?
ちゃんと食べないと力が出ないでしょ。あり合わせで作っただけだけれど、よかったら持って行ってちょうだい。
You need to make sure you're keeping your strength up. I just threw something together, but I hope you don't mind taking it with you.
私たちの心配はいらないから。いってらっしゃい、夕飯。
You don't have to worry about us. Go out and do what you need to do. Right. Thanks, Mom.
母さん。
I'll be back when I can. Yuhang said goodbye to each of his family members with a determined shimmer in his eyes. So why are you going back to the south? Why are we going back to the south? It was the first thing I asked once we left Yuhan's place. He fell silent for a moment, choosing his words carefully.
実はさ、昨日の夜、あの手紙をよく見直してたら、違和感の正体に気づいたんだ。
I had a good look at the letter last night and I realized why it's
そ
bothering
れを
me.
手がかりに、俺も調べ事をしてたんだけどさ。
I used it as a lead to look into some stuff.
南地区の有名な武術家疾風の民座が次の殺しの標的になってるって分かったんだ。
I found that Monsoon Minza is a famous martial artist who lives in the south is the next name on the assassin's hit list. What? I remember the name Monsoon Minza participated in the Tournament of Valor. Knowing that someone was plotting to kill him made my blood run cold. Why?
わからない。でもこの情報は信用できる筋から聞いたんだ。
I don't know, but I got it from a trustworthy source. That's so awful. Here I thought I'd been taking the reality of the assassination seriously. Yet hearing Yuhang speak about this plot in such concrete terms sent shivers down my spine. From the sabotage at the tournament to the attack on the pro Wushu faction, and then all these killings, something sinister was afoot.
決行は今晩らしい。だから急いで肝心に伝えて警備を強化してもらわないといけないんだ。
We gotta hurry and warn the officials so that they can tighten up security.
だからさ、また臨奮心を通らせてもらえるか。
You think you can get us into the forest of chiming souls again? I can do that much. I'm just worried the officials might not believe us.
こいつがあるから大丈夫だと思う。
They should if I show them this evidence. Yuhang pulled out a piece of paper. To my astonishment, it had all the details of the plot written on it. Yuhang, where did you get this?
北地区には武術家の知り合いも多いからさ。そいつらに聞きに行った時に託されたんだ。
I know a lot of martial artists in this district. One of them asked me to take it when I was investigating.
俺が今回の事件を調べてるって言ったら、今すぐ南地区へ行って知らせてやってくれって。
I told him I was looking into the killings and he asked me to take it south and warn him right
本
away.
当はすぐにでも行きたかったけどさ、夜じゃ道に迷うだろうし、俺一人じゃ臨奮心を通れないから時間かかるし。
It's not some random guy. Don't lie to me. I wanted to head out immediately, but it was night and I knew I'd get lost. I can't enter the forest by myself either, so it'd take forever. I see. No wonder he was acting so weird at breakfast. Anyone would feel awkward if they were holding on to such a devastating piece of information.
でも、今回は先に証拠をつかめた。だから、この間の会合の時みたいに、後手には回らずに済むと思う。
We've got the evidence this time. This isn't going to be like the attack on the assembly where we were one step behind. I forgot how to speak English just for that second though.
警備を増やしてもらえれば助けられるはずだから。
Let's hurry. We just gotta get him to increase security. Then Minza should make it out of there unharmed. Yuhang's voice trembled. He must have been feeling nervous. I nodded, hoping I could inspire a bit of courage in him. I can speak. Okay, let's do what we can so that no one gets hurt this time. Right. Classic. Once we were through the forest of chiming souls, we had reached the southern district. The first thing we did was go to Long Li's place. He was the only official we knew after all. We were hoping that he would spring into action for us, but we were in shock.
申し訳ございません。ロンレイ様は今外に出ておりまして。
I'm so sorry. The young master is out at the moment.
いつ頃お戻りになられるかは私どももわからないんです。
I'm afraid we don't know when he's due to return. Oh no.
どこにいそうか知っていたら教えてもらいたいんだ。
Would you mind telling us where he might be if you know that is?
そうですね。おそらく今の時間でしたら広場にいらっしゃると思いますが。
Given the time, I suppose he might be in the square. We made our way there, but Longley was nowhere to be seen. He's not here.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah. Why don't we try somewhere else?
いや、 ここにいるはずだって言ってたからさ。ここで待ってよ。
She said she'd probably be here, right? Let's wait around a bit. Alright. If you say so. We sat in one corner so we weren't in the way of foot traffic, then kept an eye on for Longley. Yuhang had gone quiet again. He had been like this since we walked through the forest of chiming souls. I bet he's worried about Minza. I mulled over what we could do here and now, and I concluded it'd be best if we were in tip-top shape for whatever awaits us. That meant staving off hunger. It's almost lunchtime anyway. She's like, I'm hungry. We still have that lunch from your mom, don't we? How about we eat that? I didn't think it was such an odd thing to say, but Yuhang froze, eyes wide. Wait, you didn't eat it already, did you? I didn't. No.
そうだよな。腹減ってたら動けねえし。食べと
He's acting weirder and weirder, and I wish it would stop. You're right. Can't let hunger wear us down, huh? Let's have it. Exactly, it's gonna be rot. Yuhang pulled out the bamboo leaf bundle, his movement stiff. He unwrapped it inside were the 3 rice balls.
ほら。
Here, he passed one of each to Mimi and me. Mimi does not need the same amount of food as us, and if only one is what we're all getting, then we're gonna die. Mimi immediately began stuffing its cheeks, and I followed suit. The rice was delicious and seasoned with just the right amount of salt. Your mom's such a good cook. Yeah, I know.
そうだな。
Yuhan had only taken one bite. For some reason, he looked like he wanted to cry. It's really good. His expression hardened as though he had made his mind up about something, at which point he chomped on the rice ball with gusto. But a heavy silence descended on us again once we finished. Mimi had gone still with an anxious expression on its face. It had definitely noticed something was up. I never seen Yuhang like this. I get that he's worried about Minza, but maybe there's something else going on. That whole thing about him going to meet an acquaintance in the middle of the night struck me as odd too. Just as I was gearing myself up to ask what was really going on, he spotted Longley coming out from a nearby building.
Oh. Oi, Longley!
Hey, Longley. Yuhan noticed him before I did and rushed over flustered. I hurried after him. Longley.
よかった。探してたんだ。
We've been looking for you.
お二人とももう北地区から戻っていらしたんですね。何かわかり
You
ました
returned
か
from the Northern District already. Did you manage to glean
それ
anything?
がさ、次の武術家殺害計画があることが分かったんだよ。
We found out there's a plan in place to kill another martial artist.
本当ですか?
Really? But how? The real question, but how? We told Longley what we knew, that Minza was the next target and that the murder was planned for tonight. When we were
もしその話が本当だ
done,
とし
he
たら
frowned.
大変なことになり
The
ます
thing is, like, martial artists aren't easy to kill. I mean, maybe in this universe they are. I mean, they seem pretty easy to kill in this universe, actually, now that I think about it. But why? I shudder to think what might happen if all this comes to pass. I mean, I
ですが
guess.
その情報は本当に信用できるのですか?
I must ask whether you're sure this information can be trusted.
ああ、こいつが証拠だよ。
We're sure. Here's proof. Okay. That's not how proof works. Just having something is not proof. Yuhang produced the same letter from before as Longli studied it, the blood drained from his face.
確かに今晩ミンザさんを狙う段取りが書かれてい
This
ます
does suggest that Minza will be targeted tonight.
ですがこの手紙が本物だという証拠はあなたが騙されて偽の証拠をつかまされている可能性もありますよね
How can we be sure this letter is genuine? It may very well be fabrication, in which case we've been deceived. I expected Yuhan to lose his temper, but he didn't. Normally, he would have rebutted after about how he can't believe Longli is doubting us. This was an uncharacteristically dark look on Yuhan's eyes and all the words, bro. All the words. There was an uncharacteristically dark look in Yuhan's eyes as he produced yet another letter for Yongli.
別の場所で手に入れたこいつと今回の手紙が同じ紙を使って書かれているって分かったんだ。
That letter and this one I picked up somewhere else are written on the same kind of paper. That's the letter we got from the middleman.
仲介人
What middleman?
あ
A barkeeper.
北地区の酒場の店主から紹介してもらったゴロツキを雇うときに依頼を受けている仲介人から
A barkeeper in the north introduced us to a guy who help people find muscle for hire. He's the one who gave us that letter.
この間俺たちが遭遇した南地区の会合襲撃事件で暴れた族を雇ったやつが
He said it came from the guy who hired those thugs to attack the assembly out here.
この間の依頼人が分かったのですか
So you know who's instigating the attack?
あいや見ての通り定
we
規を
didn't
使っ
get
て
that
書かれてる
much.
からさ依頼主
See
が
how
誰
the
かまで
characters
は
have all
分から
been
なかっ
written with a ruler?
たでもこの手紙の上の部分破ったみたいにギザギザになってる
But the top of that letter looks like it has been torn,
それ
right?
が今回のミンザ殺害計画の段取りを書いている手紙とぴっ
It
たり
fits
合うんだ
perfectly with the one that describes the hit job to Minza. Yuhan demonstrated by fitting the torn part of the letters together. Like he said, the ripped edge matched up. He's right. There could be little doubt that they had originally been one piece of paper. The tears were too
な
distinctive.
るほど確かに同一人物でなければ
Okay.
こ
I
の
think
手紙を作ることは
you
不
were
可能
right.
です
I
ね
think it's from his master, and that's why. But I also am so fucking confused. A clue! Except we didn't find it. You're right to conclude these two letters must have been produced by the same party.
この間の会合を襲った族を雇った人物の書いた計画書ですかとなると本物である可能性が高いですね
This was written by the same person who hired the ruffians to attack the assembly. You say in that case it's most likely genuine, but also why?
わかりました
Very well.
あなた方の情報を信じましょうすぐに腕の立つ護衛の手配をします
Are we gonna find a matching tear to the letter we sent to our grandpapa? I shall trust your information and dispatch a number of skilled guards at once. Thank you. And by number he means 3.
頼むよ
It's enough to die. Why do men in glasses happen to be villains? I don't think he's a villain. I think he genuinely found a letter that is indicating that someone's gonna get murdered. I think Long Li is the bad guy. I think he's bad. Thanks a lot. But then, only then did Yuhan relax at last. He must have been holding on to those nerves this entire time. Then he tensed up again, looking Long Li straight in the eyes.
なあよければ俺もその警備に当たってもいいか
Would it be okay if I joined the guards myself?
ミンザとは戦ってないけどさ同じ豪遊武術会の参加者だったしやっぱり心配なんだ
I've never got to fight him, but Minza took part in the tournament of valor like me. I'm worried, you know? I'll help too. You'll want a Daoshi on hand in case any pesky Jiangshi show up again.
皆さんありがとうございますではお願いできますか
A genuine offer. In that case, allow me to formally request your assistance. I just had a chill down my spine. Though he'd refused us before, Longli agreed to let us help. We must have gained his trust when we fought together. You can count on us.
早速護衛の手はずを決めましょう
No.
襲撃予定は今晩遅く。
Let's determine the specific arrangement at once. The attack is scheduled for late this evening, so we must make haste. We must hurry. Our discussion lasted several hours. Yuhang and I were staying at an inn adjacent to the planned attack site, so we were ready to attack at any time. For our counter plan to work, we couldn't be discovered by the assassin, so Yuhang and I were on standby for now. I'm pretty sure. More experienced guards were posted by Minza's house. I hope Minza is gonna be okay.
まあ、護衛はみんな強そうだったし、多分大丈夫
He'll
だ
be
ろ。
fine. Those guards look plenty tough. Good. They better be. I kind of wish we could have joined the stakeout at his
ま
house.
あな。でも仕方ないだろう。武術界に参加したとはいえ、まだ俺は素人だしさ。
Yeah, but what can we do? Sure, I took part in the tournament, but I don't hold a candle to those
俺
guys.
らがいる方がかえって邪魔になるだろうし。
We'd probably just get in the way if we were there. Yeah, you're right. I hope nothing bad happens to him, though.
あ。
Yuhan barely reacted. I had assumed he was incredibly anxious. He had been sitting in the chair with a serious look on his face this whole time, his fist clenched in his lap. They will catch the assassin, won't they? I mean, they're ready this time, and Longli's there, and
So-
Longli's
だよな。
definitely not a bad guy. He would
そう
never
だといいな。
kill somebody because he's not bad. I sure hope so. There he was, going silent and gloomy again. He must have been really worried about Minza. No, tell him he's a fucking liar. And how could I blame him? The knowledge that someone was at risk of being murdered was an immense burden. I'm worried about Yuhang. Just making sure. Nevertheless, it felt like nothing I said would be enough to temper his anxiety. Instead, I stood beside him and put a gentle hand on his shoulder. Though he gasped in surprise, he didn't try to shake me off. Eventually, he put his own trembling hand on mine. He looked up at me, his eyes pleading I stay there, right there, willing my touch to provide him some measure of warmth. Without saying anything more, we waited for any sort of signal. By the time of the attack, why am I saying by the time? There's no by. I'm like, it's making no sense. The time of the attack was drawing closer by the minute, and the wait was suffocating. I'm only a Daoshi in training. Won't I get in the way?
やっぱりこんなのダメだ。
I can't do this. Out of nowhere, Yuhang shot to his feet. Yuhang, what's wrong?
ごめん。俺、嘘ついてたんだ。
I lied. I'm sorry. I'm nothing but a fucking liar. And this is a waste of a CG. Don't give me this. I don't want this. I want romance. Okay? Or I want attractiveness. This is not giving me anything. He can feel this way without a CG.
ミンザが狙われてるなんて嘘だ。本当は、真意って武術家が今晩狙われてるんだよ。
I lied about Minza getting attacked tonight. It's actually another martial artist, Lin Yi, who's in danger.
護衛も手薄だろうし、真意が殺されちまう。急いで知らせに行かねえと。
All the guards are concentrated over here. She might actually die unless I tell him right at this second. What's he talking about? This was all so sudden. I had no idea where it was coming from, but his expression was grave enough that I just couldn't doubt his words. I nodded and stood up. Got it. Let's go find Longli.
あなたたち、どういうことですか？
You two have better explain yourselves. The door burst open and a pale-faced Longley rushed into the
今晩
room.
賊に襲われたのは真意さんでした。嘘をついたのですか、ユーハン
How
君。
did he get here so fast? How is this even a friggin' thing? Xing Yi was the one who was attacked by scoundrels tonight, not Minza. Did you lie to me, Yuhang? We were too late. It was just as Yuhang had said. Did this mean Zhang Li was?
真意は殺されたのか。
Was Xing Yi killed?
いえ、命に別状はありません。幸い他の武術家の家にも護衛を配置しておりましたから。
Well, to be fair, just because you have a letter that says, hey, this is happening tonight does not mean that they didn't change their plans. It's not like they could have found out. Now, I'm not saying that this is, but like reasonable doubt, right? There's a chance that that letter being revealed to the wrong person could have been revealed and thus they would have changed their target. That's just how that could have happened. But sure, let's assume complete deception. Let's just go with deception first. It must be deception. Deception's the only way this is possible. Is that true? Probably not. She's safe and sound. Fortunately, I also had guards stationed at the homes of other martial artists.
よかった。
Listen. Thank goodness. What a relief. We don't have to worry
も
about
し
the
も他の武術家の護
the
衛を解
murder, I
いて
guess.
ミンザさんの家に集めていたら最悪の事態になっていたでしょう。
However, had I concentrated the guards entirely around Minza's residence, we would be looking at a completely different outcome.
なぜあのように嘘の情報を持ち込んだのですか。
Why did you come to me bearing
Yuhang.
false information, Yuhang? Longli, we can't just assume he did it on
いえ
purpose.
最初から彼は怪しかった。だから私は全てを信用せずに護衛を集中させないようにしていたんです。
Excuse me. I suspected him from the start. That is why I refrained from placing my full faith in him and spread out my guards as I did.
2枚中1枚の手紙の入手経路がわざと隠されておりました。
For one thing, he failed to mention precisely where one of these letters came from.
そして何よりユーハン君、君は明らかに様子がおかしかった。だから私は信用しなかったんです。
And quite apparent from anything else, Yuhang, you were clearly uncomfortable. That's why I chose not to trust you.
これが杞憂であればいい。そう思っていました。ですが結局、君の提供した情報以外の場所で
I had hoped my
事件が起きてしまっ
suspicions
た。
would prove to be mere paranoia, yet your information had proven to be false beyond a shadow of a doubt.
これはあくまで陽動で、本来の標的を隠すためにもたらした偽の情報ではないのですか。
Your so-called proof was actually a diversion, wasn't it? Fabrication to conceal the assassin's true target?
ユーハン君、君は今回の犯人とつながっている。
Yuhang, I'm forced to conclude that you have a link to the true culprit or culprits. Am I wrong? Yuhang said nothing to defend himself. Of course he doesn't. Yuhang would never.
私は今、ユーハン君に聞いている
I'm
んです。
asking him, not you. Longley interrupted me sharply before taking a cautious step in Yuhang's direction.
どこでその情報を仕入れてきたんですか。君の目的は。
Where did you procure this information? What was the motivation in sharing it with
ユ
me?
ーハン君、
Yuhang.
本来であれば私は
By all rights,
殺人幇助の罪で君を捕ら
I
えな
ought
けれ
to
ばなりません。
detain you on suspicion of aiding and abetting murder.
君が捜査に
murderers?
協力するというならば、罪は不問にいたしましょう。
I'm willing to overlook your actions if you agree to cooperate with the investigation.
さあ、答えてください。誰からあの手紙を渡されたの
You
で
want
す
to
か。
know who could also change that information if someone was a rat? I know this is, he knew the truth, right? But like a rat. That's a rat. That's what a rat looks like. I don't care if in the previous game he's all like, I don't think Longley's fucking sus. I don't trust any blonde I implore you to tell me who gave you this letter. As Yuhang took a step back, Longli raised a hand. Soldiers who had been posted outside moved to block the exit. Nicola, Lucas, that son of a bitch from Code Realize. Yofi? What's his name? Yofi? Is that his name? Yuhang didn't say a word, not even with the threat of guards surrounding him. He merely glowered at Longli.
Yuhang-kun.
Yuhang. That's Yofi. That's who Yofi is. Yofi is Sympathy Kiss. That's him. Code Realize? Oh shoot, I didn't mean to say Code Realize. I meant to say Amnesia. I meant to say Amnesia, not Code Realize. Sorry. Other old game? That son of a bitch from Amnesia? Toma, that guy. Sorry, that was my mistake. The OG. God, imagine how I was introduced to that crazy son of a bitch and still continued playing Otome after that. I was like, why am I in a cage? Why am I a dog? Why is there a happy ending with this bastard? Like, what do you mean? Yuhang leapt onto the desk, kicked out the window frame, and sprung through it. What the? It's a majority of Otome Girlie's first game. Valid. After him. I ran to the window to see Yuhang kicking his way through the guards outside before fleeing into the night. Yuhang, wait, I'm pretty sure the guy in Nord 9, I don't think he was exactly a yandere. The one who suffocates you with a pillow in Nord 9. He was blonde, wasn't he? They're always blonde. Though I called desperately after his retreating form, he did not stop. Gosh, I always think of Nord 9. I just remember being like, let's run away together. And then he's like, I can't protect you. The blonde from Code Realize is not a yandere. Good to know. Does Code Realize have... I thought I had Code Realize. I think I'm in a weird spot. I need to add games to my... I don't have the original Code Realize. It's Future Blessing. That looks like a fucking yandere to me. I don't know. You can say he's not, but that looks like a yandere to me. And so does that kind of. That looks like a yandere. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know. Oh, they're topless. Goodness. I just scared myself because Winds of Fate was over. I'm like, wait! I thought I don't have 2 copies anymore. Oh, goodness. I keep putting games to the side that I need to add to my game library so I don't forget to update my game library. Unfortunately, I keep not adding things to my game library, and thus I am my own problem. There is a yandere in that Otome. Is it the redhead? Is he cute? Is he a good yandere? There's good and bad yanderes. I'm gonna say this right now. There are good and bad yanderes. A good yandere is a little crazy. Like Yang. Yang is a little crazy. Yes, he does kill you. Yes, he is a problem. But, I don't know, he has like a good voice. And I'm like, okay, he's the kind that makes you go, you know what? Impy? That doesn't sound like a yandere. That sounds like a bitch. That doesn't sound like... Does it say names on the... It doesn't say their names. I don't know who anybody is. But like, you know what I mean? Like there's good yanderes and then there's bad yanderes. Toma is a bad yandere. He is the redhead. Okay. I don't know why. I like angry redheads. It's probably why I like the redhead in this one. I'm like, oh, he's got a deep voice and he doesn't seem to like me. Go for it. Let's do this. I don't know. Hear me out. I am my own worst enemy. Oh, goodness. There was a possibility that Yuhang was linked to whoever was carrying out these assassinations. Yang was too scary. I mean, that's valid. He's a psychotic person, but remember, I'm a psychotic bunny, so my hands are tied. The very thought had thrust me into a pit of confusion. After a brief questioning, I was left to wander the streets in shock. Longley offered for me to stay at his place again, but I couldn't bring myself to accept. With nowhere else to go, I trudged aimlessly around town. Mimi peeked up at me anxiously, but I was lost for how to respond. I would say when you meet the love interest in Code Realize, you'd be able to determine who the yandere is in the first meeting. That's probably fair. Honestly, I'm pretty good at picking out yanderes because they usually are a little too sweet and they kind of go... I'm not saying this guy's a yandere. Lucas did get me. Lucas got me good. He was so sweet at first. Like, I was like, oh my gosh. And then he turned into trash, literal garbage in my hands. And that's a bad yandere, by the way. A bad yandere doesn't take no for an answer. How could Yuhang have ties to the criminals? He's a good guy. Just look at his hair. Yet the fact remains that he lied to Longley about Minza to tamper with the district's security. Are you saying Lucas is the first one you liked? Or are you saying Code Realize is the first one that you liked? I need to know. Because those are very different yanderes. Code Realize? Okay. The thing is, like, alright, I'm here for the story. Hear a girl out. Like, I'm here for the story. It doesn't... yanderes don't bother me all that much in stories. Because at the end of the day, it's fiction. But a good yandere is like, oh, would I choose the wrong guy? And you kind of go, oh, maybe I would. A bad yandere makes you go, ugh. Like Yofi? Yofi, that made no sense. Yofi made no sense. That guy. He drugged us when we came to talk to him. And then we still just talked to him, but then they're like, but he also drugged you. I'm like, why? We were already here to talk. That's not how that... If Longley had fully trusted him and moved most guards to Minza's place at the cost of the other martial artist's safety, then Jing Yi might not be with us anymore. Rest in peace, I guess, right? I don't get it. Up until yesterday, Yuhang was all about tracking down the culprits. Actually, hold on.
こそこそ隠れて何かそれだけで清節さんを疑うのは無理がないかな。
そんなの分かってるよ。弟子の勘だよ。ハオランならそういうの分かる。
Something was off from the start. She's like, wait a second. It actually has been suspicious from day one. It wasn't like Yuhang to mistrust the man who had looked out for him since he was young, the man who saved him and without any evidence. Maybe Yuhang's being manipulated, or someone tricked him. But again, he had been so cheerful and kind to me that kind to me on our whole journey. I took a moment to think. This morning was the first time I caught a shift in his demeanor. That's a lot of fucking flashback. That was unnecessary. That was definitely it. The moment something changed. The moment something changed was the moment he had new evidence and he was acting weird. Oh my god. Yeah, fucking hell. Why are we doing this? If only I pushed him to tell me what was wrong. I'm the one who's been with him this whole time. But I never did ask. I just assumed he was worried about Minza. I didn't even consider that things could end up like this. Where did you go, Yuhang? Why didn't you talk to me?
あれ? Shunlin?
Shunlin, is that you? A familiar voice called my name and I looked up. Horan and Grandpa were standing in front of
なん
me.
じゃ、そんなに落ち込んだ顔をして。夕飯はどこへ行ったんじゃ?
Why the long face, young lady? And where has Yuhang gone off to? It's you two. The wave of relief at seeing them was so overwhelming it brought me to tears. I just burst into tears in this hall and I'm like, oh my god, I'm sorry to act like Yuhang. Willing myself to keep it together, I opened my mouth to tell them about Yuhang, but the tears threatened to spill over and I had to stop.
珍しいの。お前さんがそんな顔をするとは。
Quite unusual to see you looking so down in the dumps.
とりあえず宿に行こうか。この近くに撮ってるんだ。
Should we head to the inn for now? We're staying at one
そ
nearby.
こで話を聞くよ。どうかな?
We can talk there. What do you say? Hodan flashed me a smile that was so gentle as ever. And I was like, yeah, bro, let's go.
姿を消したユーハン。それは武術家殺害に加担しているからなのか。
Yuhan has vanished. Does that mean he's an accomplice in the
それでも
killing?
ユーハンを信じると決め、探しに行こうとしたとき、王宮がけたたましい悲鳴に包まれる。
Deciding to trust Yuhan, our heroine, goes in search for him only to find screams surrounding the palace.
燃えよ、乙女同士、海遊恋語り。
Tomi Daishi, it
そんな
doesn't
のお
make
かしいよ。
sense.
思い出す彼はいつだってぶっきらぼう
He
で優し
always
い。
was both blunt and kind. It doesn't make sense. It's trying so hard here. Was Pan Pan eating just then? Oh wait, he's tied first for you in Code Realize. In terms of like your favorite routes, I totally missed that. Sorry, I got distracted by the story. The next morning, I awoke. Panda does not care. Panda's just like, I'm here for vibes and vibes alone. And your vibes? Love right now, guys. I woke up in an unfamiliar room and for a second I had no idea where I was. What happened yesterday?
やれやれ。
Jeremy.
寝て少しは落ち着いたかの。
Are things feeling a bit better this morning?
よかった。少し
You're looking
顔色が良くなったね。
livelier. Oh. Now I remembered. After meeting those two last night, I told them what happened and ended up in tears and then I fell asleep. Tied first in love interest? Specifically in Code Realize or like overall? Like if you... Code Realize for sure. Okay. Judging based on appearances alone, because I do that. I think my favorite would be the white-haired boy. Definitely the top 5 overall. In the game, I mean, there's only 6 love interests. Maybe. Actually, wait, they're only showing 4, 5 here. Who's the 6th guy? I like him. I like him because his eyes are closed. Hear me out, that's weird. But like, I imagine he opens his eyes when he has something really astute to say, and then he has like the most beautiful eyes. That's what I picture. That's what I picture. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Can't wait to see you play it. I'm gonna try and put it on my agenda for next year. Once we get closer to the end of the year and dreams can come true, that's when we'll look at it. Because it wasn't Code Realize originally on this year, and then we took it off for Boreshi Hana. I think Code Realize originally was going to be on here, and then we took it off because of Boreshi Hana. And so it turned into this. And the only thing I know for sure that's not going to change, even if PO40 comes off, Code Realize is staying. Code Realize is not going anywhere. It's still going to be this year. wasn't my first Otome, but it's what got me into it because I saw the CGs in Pinterest. Aww. I remember for the longest time I'd stare at this game for Vita because at the time I don't know if I had a Vita or if I just didn't want to buy it on Vita. I'm a frugal bitch, right? So like I don't spend a lot. I try not to spend. I don't like $40 video games. It hurts my feelings. In fact, I'm staring at Silent Hill going like, do I want to buy it this year or do I not want to spend $70 on day one to play it? Like frugal. Don't like spending day one prices on games. Whoa. Because it goes on sale. I can wait for it to go on sale, but then I want to play it day one. Like I bought Despair Drops and I'm so mad at myself because I didn't even play it day one, which is why I only buy the new releases when I'm going to play them day one. Ugh, Yuhan's missing. But yeah, I don't know. Code Realize has really pretty art, which is another reason why I want to play Code Realize. We'd been joined at the hip since the tournament. Waking up to his absence made my heart ache. Crestfallen, I dropped my gaze only for a tasty looking mandu to pop up before me.
起きたならまずは朝ごはんじゃ。腹減っとるとろくなこと考えんからの。
Can't start the morning without breakfast and your brain won't work right on an empty stomach.
腹が減ってるから他に
Oh, Yuhang. Oh, God. A throbbing pain pulsed through my chest again, yet as much as they hurt, these memories reassured me of something. Yuhang had a heart of gold. He would never resort to crime. It hadn't been long since we had reunited, but we had spent enough time together for me to be certain of it. Thanks, Grandpa. I'm sorry, Horan. It looks like I've got your bed. There were 2 beds and 1 couch in the room. Grandpa had slept on the other bed, but with Horan taking the couch. Horan shook his head with a huff.
気にしないで
Don't worry about it.
それよりさっさと顔を洗ってこい。
This guy. This guy. Hurry on over and wash your face. Me? No, you. You do it. The 3 of us returned to the topic of Yuhang over breakfast.
かしあの泣き虫小僧がそんな悪事を働くとは到底思えんがの。
I cannot imagine that little snot-nosed boy taking part in something so sinister.
この間一緒にご飯を食べた時はそこまで
He seemed totally normal when we ate together. I couldn't see him getting involved in nasty business like this.
だからこの短期間に何かがあったかとにかく事情があるんじゃないかな。
It must have happened between now and then, or there's something he hasn't told you. That's got to be it. It reminded me of Yuhang's outburst when he said he couldn't do this anymore. He had to... It reminded me of when he confessed he was a liar. Are we for real? This is the plot? He hadn't deceived Longley, but I suspected he hadn't done it on his own volition. Someone had forced his hand, no doubt about it. Whatever the case, it was probably eating at him right now. I'm sure he'll come back to help Longley with the investigation eventually. I gotta trust him. This is Yuhang we're talking about. He's got 2 brothers and a family back home. I could still see myself getting depressed if I let my guard down. I plastered on a smile and tried to be positive. Thanks, guys. I think I'm feeling better. Good. That's the spirit. I'm going to go look for Yuhang and... What was that? We rushed to the window to see what was going on. It's coming from the gate. Let's get a move on. Got it. You got it. We followed the screams to find a huge crowd of people. Stop this, let us through. We won't stand for this any longer. What's happened to His Majesty? Ooh. Everyone was thronging at the palace gates in a panic. We rushed our way through the crowd.
すみません。何があったんですか?
Excuse me, could you tell us what's going
それが
on?
大変なの。何者かに王宮が乗っ取られてしまったのよ。
It's terrible. The palace was taken over. What?
なんじゃと?
Unbelievable.
乗っ取るって。
Taken over by who?
武術界を襲った連中だよ。
It's gotta be the ones who attacked the assembly. The man who shouted was glaring at the palace with a raging fire in his eyes.
王宮に捕らえられている武術家を処刑するつもりなんだ。武術派を恨んでる人間に違いないよ。
They're gonna execute the pro-wushu folk who are detained in there. Only the scumbags who hate them would do this. Did you say execute?
まずいな。急いで助けに向かわないと。
This is bad. We have to get in there and save them.
ここの門は封鎖されておるから、別の。
This gate has been blocked off. We'll have to. Hey. Shawu! What are you doing here?
ユーハンとかいうやつと知り合いだったよな。
You know that guy named Yuhang, right? Do you know where he is?
ああ。あいつ、王宮を乗っ取った連中と一緒にいやがった。
Oh
何が
my
起きてる?
god, a real man. He was with that group that seized control of the palace. What's the deal? What's the deal, man? How are your clothes even holding on? Wait, what?
ユーハンが?
I just want someone to cosplay you. Are you sure? He was with them? Really? I felt like the group was warping under my feet. Ground was warping under my feet. I couldn't believe this was happening just when I decided to trust in Yuhang. I was wrong. He was working with the people who infiltrated the palace. The people who wanted to kill the Wushu supporters. Oh my god. Was anything he said to me true? I thought he had been investigating Setsetsu's concerned that his master was involved in this whole conspiracy. But if Yuhang was actually the one involved, what was I supposed to believe now? What if he dragged me into this and pretended Setsetsu was suspicious, all to throw the scent off the criminal's trails? What if he'd lied to me like he had to Longli? He's always been so caring during the time we'd spent together. What if that was an act too? This girl is fucking spiraling. I thought only I could spiral this much.
とにかく真実を知るために王宮に潜り込む必要がありそうじゃ。
At this rate, we need to sneak into the palace if we wish to learn the truth.
しかし若造や、どうやってユーハンが連中と一緒にいるところを見つけたというんじゃ。
Young man, do explain how you spotted Yuhang in the company of those
王
scoundrels.
宮の様子を伺ってたんだが、そこでお前らを見かけた。
I've been watching the palace from the shadows, and then I saw you three.
それよりあのチビは、なんで乗っ取った連中に混ざってやがった。
What was the pipsqueak doing mixed in with the raiders anyways? Well, he might be a bad boy. She's like, I like him bad. I told Xiaoyu everything, though I still wasn't sure if it was a good idea by the time I finished. But he could be a valuable source of information considering he's seen Yuhang enter the palace. Once I was done,
王宮に潜り
Xiaoyu
込んで
snorted.
真実を確かめるっつってたな。そういうことなら、俺も一緒に行く。
You want to get inside the palace and scope it out for yourself, right? In that case, I'm coming with you.
あんたらに手を貸すのが一番早そうだからな。
Helping you out looks like my quickest way in.
それは頼もしいな。
That'd be great. He does not fucking give two shits about it helping you.
足を引っ張るでないぞ、若造。
Just be sure not to trip us up, whippersnapper.
誰に言ってんだ。
Same to you, old man. I almost forgot, both Haran and Xiaowu made it to the tournament semifinals. Along with Yuhang, what on earth was he up to right now? And I can't wait until we get to the secret route, who's probably the fifth person that we never got to meet. Hydrate? That's crazy. Stretching. Stretching. Phalanges. We've got to hurry. I have to know the truth. If we tracked down Yuhang, I'd get to the bottom of it all. What he was thinking, what he was
では
planning.
わしについてこい。王宮に潜り込むのに一番良い道を知っておるからな。
If you'll follow me, I know the best route to sneak into the palace. Right, let's go. Grandpa assured us this was the path of least resistance, and yet...
侵入者だ。賊が入ってきたぞ。
We've got intruders over there, more rebels trying to break in. We were discovered by guards almost immediately and had to fight our way forward, which is so embarrassing because I trusted him and I'm in front of this guy without his shirt on. I want her to get like frazzled by him. Like the straps come off, just the straps. He's still wearing everything but the straps. And she's like, oh my god, indecent. That's just what I want. You said this area was mostly unguarded, but there's no end to them.
うっさい。わしはあくまでそのはずだと言っただけじゃろ。
Hold your tongue. I said it was likely mostly unguarded.
こいつらを行かせるな。
Don't let them pass.
侵入者がいたとバレたら俺たちが処刑されるぞ。急いで捕まえろ。
Get them. It'll be our heads on the chopping block if they break through.
てめえらなんざ敵でもねえよ。
The smallest of small fry. I hate his because he just looks like he's going like, eh. That's how it looks like he's throwing punches. Just. The panda looks more fierce than him. That's right. She just goes. We knocked out the soldiers one by one until we finally made it into the palace. Xiaowu and Huadan took the lead with Grandpa and Mimi behind them, while I covered the rear. Gosh, Xiaowu and Huadan are unbelievably strong, but Xiaowu especially, right? They cleared a path for our group as we searched for Yuhang. When they rounded a corner, I moved to follow. My arm was suddenly grabbed from behind. I tried to scream, but there was a hand over my mouth. Quiet. Huh? The voice that whispered in my ear shocked me. When I spun around, my eyes flew wide open. Yuhang.
ごめん、春麗。
I'm sorry, Shunlin. And then she's like passed out because he like drugged her.
話したいことがあるんだ。俺と一緒に来てくれないか？
There's something I gotta talk to you about. Can you come with me? Shouldn't I get the others? I wanted to call out to them, but Yuhang kept his grip on me and shook his head.
一人で来てほしいんだ。
I want to talk to you alone. He sounded dead serious, his eyes darting around this way and that. He used to make that face when we were kids. Based on his expression, I didn't get the sense he was trying to trick me. You just admitted that maybe everything was a lie. And now you're like, trust him. He looked nervous, but like he was mustering up the courage to do something about it. The urge to trust him rose within me. I remembered how he wanted to save Jingyi in the end. Yeah, I was there. I don't need a flashback. There had to be something more to his actions. In fact, he might have gone behind the enemy's back to come find me. Even Mimi had gone on ahead, so I was truly alone. Nevertheless, I made up my mind. I gave Yuhang a confident nod. Since when have we had a candle? I got it as a birthday gift from my brother, so it's been back here since May-ish, but I only light it when I'm gonna have a 4-hour stream because it's said to light for 4 hours. So it's almost been 4 hours. It's almost time to blow it out, actually. I lit it when I started the stream. I fear it's been lit this entire time. All right, I'll come with you. Yeah. Yeah, it says to light for 4 hours. He sent me 2. The other one's over here. I've never heard of this brand. It's Noah Lux. This one's Black Plum Rose and Pistachiole. It's not pistachios. I almost said pistachios. But they're really cute. It's got coconut apricot wax. But yeah, so anytime I do a stream that's more than 4 hours, or at least 4 hours, or plan to be on for 4 hours, I light it. But it's time to blow it out, actually. It's almost done. It's getting real close. In fact, that's really hot. I can't even pick it up. It's so hot because the whole thing is currently like that. God. This one's called Blush. And this one is Peach Blossom, Honey, and Vanilla. Just fun facts. Only fun facts. Yuhang gasped, and for a second I thought he might burst into tears. Then he forced a smile.
ありがとう。じゃあ、こっちに来てくれ。
Thanks, it's this way. I also have another candle that I've had in my room for a little bit, which I was gonna start lighting too. Just for funsies. This one is the Rapunzel candle. That's why she's living in here. Look at her, it's Rapunzel. That's my favorite Disney princess. I love anything honey and vanilla. I think I like lavender a lot, and I like flowers. I like flowers in general. This one doesn't even say what the notes are. As everybody knows, glowing sundrop flower, which everyone knows that smell. Don't question it. Rich nectar, golden musk, and then courage to open every door. That's the flavor profile of the Rapunzel candle. Just in case you ever wanted to know. Sometimes I just smell this while it's sitting here, but it's brand new. I've never lit it. I also have a couple Easter candles because my friend bought me the entire Easter collection for my birthday last year. Because everybody knows my nickname in my friends group is not different than my nickname when I stream. Bunny is my nickname. And for good reason. Bunnies are so cute. They're so cute. So because I like bunnies so much, people buy me bunny stuff. It's this way. I set off while still holding on to my arm. In fact, I have some really cute bunnies I got like thrifting. They look a little bit like monsters. I don't know how to describe them. They have like huge heads and little bodies, and they're ceramic. Oh, I love them. They're so cute. I want to put them back here at some point. The whole way he never spared me so much as a glance. This bitch kidnapped me. Didn't even look at me. Yuhan led me to one of the palace's rooms. Where are we?
よく来てくれましたね、春林さん。
Thank you for coming, Shunlin. Satsatsu, what are you doing
実
here?
は近くを歩いていたらこの騒ぎが起きたので、捕らえられているという方々を助けるために潜り込んだんです。
I was walking nearby when the ruckus attracted my attention. I snuck into the palace to rescue the prisoners who face execution.
ですが、その途中で賊に見つかってしまって、危うく私も殺されるところだったのですが。
Unfortunately, I was detected by the
ユーハンが
rebels.
助けてくれたんです。
If Yuhan hadn't stepped in to save me, I may not have made it out alive. You saved Satsatsu? I did. Yeah. I see. Yuhan really was a kind soul, though, through and through. Well, yeah. He ran away from Longli's accusations, then he may very well have helped the rebels capture the palace. But when Satsatsu, the master to whom he owed a great deal, was in danger, Yuhang went out of his way to step in. Wait a minute. A doubt flitted through my mind. It felt like I was overlooking something critical, only I wasn't sure what. Satsatsu smiled at me in silence. He seemed as gentle and unassuming as he had the last time we met. When was the last time we met? I remember quickly enough it had been in the southern district near the assault on the pro-Wushu assembly. And now he was here in the south again, but Yuhang lived in the north. Which means Satsatsu should live in the north too, right? Since they're master and student. So why had we bumped into him in the south twice? And what was he doing in the palace like it was totally normal? The soldiers who tried to prevent us from entering were afraid for their lives. The way they spoke, it was like they were the first to try and get through their defenses, or at least like no one else had broken in successfully. But if Satsatsu were to be believed, he had been caught and his life threatened before he managed to get away. Hang on.
どうしましたか?
Is something the matter? His soft smile only made things all the more unsettling. Ah! Ugh! He took a step in my direction and reached out to me, apparently concerned by my stiffness. When he did, I caught a whiff of citrus. It was that fragrance he wore. I smelled it when we first met, but that wasn't the only place I recognized it from. This is the same scent from the letters requesting the attack on the pro-Wushu faction. When it hit me, I automatically took a step back and glared warily at Setsutu.
何か
What is it? Setsutu, are you the mastermind behind all of these incidents? His hand froze in midair. He didn't even seem surprised, exactly. He just paused for a second before bursting into laughter. His laughter confirmed everything. He didn't even try to deny it or feign bewilderment. A shiver ran down my spine. I took another step back. When Setsutu smiled at me again, he looked pleased as could
どう
be.
やらただの見習い同士ではないようだ。さすがはあのリーホン同士の孫娘といったところか。
You're quite bright for a Daoshi who has yet to complete her training. I suppose it comes from having Li Hong as your grandfather.
ご名答。あなたの想像の通りですよ。
It is as you say. I commend your perceptiveness. Sorry for my brain just took that as like a sudden statement. Does that mean that you're responsible for everything?
ええ。豪遊武術界をキョンシーに襲わせたのも、各地で武術派の武術家を殺害したのも、イーミンをさらい、操ったのも。
Indeed, the Yangshi set loose on the tournament, the killing of the renowned martial artist Yi Ming's abduction and control, all done by my hand.
私があなた方の探していたこの一連の事件の首謀者ですよ。
I know we're on chapter 6, but that seems way too fucking clean, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel too clean? We also know stuff from the other route we already did, but... I'm the mastermind you've been looking for, the one behind this string of occurrences. Admitting his guilt without hesitation, Setsutu
も
chuckled.
ちろん、すべてを私一人だけでこなしたわけではありません。志を同じくする仲間はたくさんいますから。
Naturally, I couldn't have carried out these deeds alone. I have several associates who share my ideals.
この王宮にも賛同者は大勢いますよ。でなければ、王宮を乗っ取るなんてできませんからね。
Many of them work in this very palace. Capturing it would have been proven impossible otherwise. No way. I didn't want to believe him, but his assertions did not explain how the palace had been captured successfully. Did explain. There were traitors within the palace walls. The meticulousness of this grand conspiracy was enough to make me shudder. What about you, Yuhang? Have you been working with Setsutu this whole time?
それは
Alright.
ご安心なさい。夕飯を仲間に引き入れたのはつ
There's
い
no
最
need
近
to fret.
ですよ。
I only recruited Yuhang to our cause very recently.
この子が仲介人から手に入れた手紙で依頼主が私だと気づいた様子でしたから、私から会いに行ったんですよ。
He realized that I was the client who hired the go-between from the letter alone, and so I went to see him for a little chat. Look, you called it. Sup?
いや
Now that Setsutu mentioned it, Yuhang had lapsed into thought when we got the letter. That had to be the moment that he started suspecting Setsutu had written it.
夕飯は優しい子ですから、すぐに私に協力してくれましたよ。
Kind-hearted boy that Yuhang is immediately agreed to lend us his assistance. The man's smile filled me with more terror than ever before. It's like your two favorite things. He wears glasses and he's a little bit crazy. At the same time, I finally knew why Yuhang's attitude had changed overnight. It was because Setsutu had asked Yuhang to join him. Yuhang, why did you say yes? Yuhang averted his melancholy gaze from me and kept his silence. Yuhang.
あなたまでそのような顔をするんですね。
Oh my god, who were you in love with, you little bitch? To think he would look at me the exact same way.
あなたは危険だ。今回の計画には邪魔でしかない。
It's as I feared, you were a threat, a hindrance to my
仕
plan.
方ありません。ユーハン。
So it comes to this, Yuhang, kill her. Huh? What? Initially, I couldn't believe my ears. Even Yuhang was gaping at him in shock.
聖節は何を言って
Setsu, what you...
彼女を殺せ
I'm still like,
と言っているのです。
what's behind your fucking back? Why has your hands been like this the entire time? Like, did they not want to draw hands? Or is he literally, like, trying to solve a Rubik's Cube behind his back? I want to fucking know. I'm telling you to kill her. You ought to be perfectly capable, Yuhang. He stalked towards his student, one step at a time, menacing. Show me your hands.
あなたは分かっているはずだ。自分の立場を。家族を殺されてもいいんですか？
Oh, I guess that would make him a soft little bitch. Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. I guess you can be... I trust you haven't forgotten the position you're in, or perhaps you aren't so attached to your family after all. Setsu whispered something at the end that I didn't catch, but it made Yuhang's face turn pale. His gaze wavered until his eyes gradually lost their light altogether. That still has a light in it. Come on, guys. Give me the truth. Give me the... Just take the lights out of his eyes. By the time he turned to face me, there was a terrifying icy sheen to them. Yuhan, there's more to this, isn't there? He wasn't a murderer. I decided to keep my faith in him and look him straight in the eyes. Great, we made the right choice. Something else was going on, and it involved Setsu. If Yuhan followed through with this order, he would never escape Setsu for as long as he lived. Also, I'd be dead! That's fine. I was frightened and upset, but my concern for Yuhang was greater. I know you don't want to do this, Yuhang. Please don't force yourself. His gaze flickered off to the side for just a moment. Yuhan squeezed his eyes shut as if casting his doubts aside, then lunged for me. Come on, this is gonna be Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask. Tuxedo Mask is trying to kill her, and she's like, I believe in you, and then he doesn't kill her, just like in that, right? I swear Sailor Moon is why any of these scenes exist, actually. A split second later, pain coursed through my back. I had no idea what had happened, and I couldn't breathe. What? Don't do it. I wonder if I can find that. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Look at that. Did you... was getting strangled by Yuhang on your list today? I don't think it was. Yuhang loomed over me, gritting his teeth. His hands were wrapped around my neck. And she was like, boy, he was trying to kill me. No. I tried my best to squirm free. He had my throat in a vice grip. I had no chance. Yuhan had abandoned his hesitation and was genuinely trying to kill me. The despair was crushing. I gasped for air, my vision blurred. Just to be clear, I understand. I understand. He's getting his family's life threatened. But we don't excuse strangulation, okay? We don't excuse abuse. We don't murder our girlfriends, right? We don't do that. We don't do that. Not even a first date. Not even a first kiss. These bitches haven't even kissed yet. Strangled first. Straight to that. Also, he doesn't accept consent. She said no. She said no, and he's still strangling her. So you know what? She was like, I'm not interested, and he still's like, gonna keep going though. I gasped for air, my vision blurred. Why? Of all the things that could occur to me in the last moments, Yuhan's gentle smile was the one thing I saw.
バカ
There's no fucking smile in half of that. All the things he'd said, all the things he said, all the times we spent together, I assume that's how that goes, floated up in my mind, then evaporated. I had been overjoyed to see him again. Being with Yuhang was sheer bliss. But then it came to Yuhang's kindness and the wonderful times we shared. What if it was all a lie? I assume that's how she sounds. My consciousness faded and my vision went dark. Running, yeah. It sounds right. Something warm and wet fell on my cheeks, then another and another. Oh my gosh, wait, Sailor Moon. Let me look this up, man. This feels right. I bet you anything. Attacked by Tuxedo Mask. I can't spell tuxedo. Tuxedo Mask. What episode was that, guys? I'm sure somebody knows. Mind Control. That's right. That's right. That was there. Tries to kill her. And then when he tries to kill her, he breaks free, and she's all like, "You don't really want to hurt me?" And he's like, "Oh my god, you're right." Usually due to mind control. I like that in a sentence. Oh gosh. Oh my god. That's so funny. I was hoping I could just see the photo of when it happened. Oh, I mean, this is close. This is as close as we're probably gonna get to it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm not turning off ad block for you. That's never gonna happen. I like my ad block too much. Oh, apparently they do it in the newer season too. That's fun. I haven't watched any of the new. Honestly, I should rewatch all of Sailor Moon. But it would be really hard for me because it's been so long since I watched Sailor Moon. Gosh. I'm not seeing the exact moment, and honestly, let's be so for real, I was a kid at the time, so my mind could be remembering it differently than it actually happened, but I could have sworn he was basically choking her. And she was like, "Tuxedo Mask," or whatever his actual name was, whichever name, "I believe in you." And then he's like, "Roar," and then he breaks his mind control, and then he's on her side again, and then she's like, "I always knew I could trust you, Tuxedo Mask," something like that. It was a great moment. It was a good moment. Something warm and wet fell on my cheeks, then another and another. They were tears. Yuhang was weeping. Because this son of a bitch can only cry. Only thing he can do is cry. Look at him. All he does is cry all the time. His teardrops spill down one after another. He can't even not kill you. He just cries when he does. At some point, his grip around my throat had gone slack. Yuhang, are you gonna hug her? Are you gonna just hug him? Just let him strangle you and then hug him. He was supposed to be strangling me. You're like, get back to it. He was fighting it with every fiber of his being.
どうしたのですか? そんな力で殺せるはずがないでしょう。
What's the matter, Yuhang? You'll have to grip harder than that to end her. Setsu's ruthless command came from somewhere else in the room. Yuhang's hands clenched tighter, then went still. I can't. Letting go of my throat, Yuhang wrapped his arms around me and helped me up. Cough. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen cough spelled like that, which is crazy because that's pretty accurate. As I caught my breath, Yuhang tucked me behind him and faced his master. Though his face was pale, his glare was steely.
こいつは俺の大切な人だ。俺が守りたいってずっと思ってた人なんだ。
She's everything to me, and I've spent my whole life swearing I'd protect her.
殺したくない。こいつだけは手にかけることはできません。
I'm gonna be so real. His reveal as being the villain in this leg of the journey honestly is kind of underwhelming since he was suspected from the very beginning of being the villain of this story, and just because he shows up and he's all like, "I'm doing my own research," doesn't mean you trust him suddenly. That's crazy. Anticlimactic. Very, very anticlimactic. Also, because we have So like the last one, right? Like I was sus of that guy from the very beginning. I mean, people kept getting their Achilles cut. Guess who had their Achilles cut? That guy. It's like so sus. I wonder, wasn't his Achilles? Whatever, it's still the same. Like I was like, I wonder who's responsible for all these people getting their legs slashed. I wonder who's doing that. Or why, you know? But like, for him, he's not there. Like, we haven't seen him really. We saw him at the very beginning, and then we had that one little chat with him. And just because we have like a Snape moment where he's like, oh, you're just like her. I don't fucking know who her is in this situation because we don't know anything about him. So like he could have any motivations that they want to give him right now and it wouldn't fucking matter. He could be like, actually, I was gonna be king. And I would believe it because like I know nothing about this fucking guy. He used to work in the palace. That's all I fucking know about this guy. That he has friends on the inside. That he's definitely working with our little white-haired guy. That's all I know. That's all I know. Like, I'm not gonna kill her. She's the one person I'll never hurt. Not in a million years. Bitch says this after strangling me for a minute. Despite Yuhan's pained cry, Setsutu remained as frigid as ever.
そうか。失望したよ、夕飯。家族よりも女を取るとはな。
I must say I'm disappointed, Yuhang, to think that you would choose a woman over your own family. What?
所詮お前もその程度の人間か。家族がどうなってもいいのか。
You're weaker than I hoped. I suppose I'm free to do what I like with your family then. Is Setsetsu threatening him? You've taken Yuhan's family hostage?
だったらどうする?
And if I have, well, they weren't hostage yesterday. His response was curt, and he didn't deny the accusation. His glacial expression showed how serious he was about all of this. I
本気で
shivered.
お前はその女をかばうというのか。家族を見捨てて。
Are you serious?
その価値が。
Are you truly intending to
その女に
defend this girl at the cost of your family? Is she worth it? Yuhang did not turn back to attack me again. He kept his blazing eyes locked on Setsetsu, his clenched fist trembling at his side.
俺はこんなの間違ってると思う。
What you're doing is wrong.
師匠、もうやめてください。
Stop it, master.
間違っている私が
And he's like, quit it. Really?
ああ、人質を取ってまで人を操るなんて、祁答がやることだ。
Using hostages to manipulate people, that's pure evil.
師匠に辛い過去があるって話は、俺も聞いたことがあります。
I know you've suffered plenty yourself, master, but we don't know anything about your life.
こんなのダ
So
メだ。
I don't really care, but it doesn't justify this.
それを理由に他の人を不幸にする権利なんて誰にもない。
At least
こん
in
な形で国を変えて
Virtue,
もいつか歪みができます。
the bad guy was Mathis's butler. Wink, 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 wink. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we hung out with him for a bit. We learned his history. It, like, weaved into the story. Is he a good story? Did he totally fucking ruin Mathis in the fan disc? Absolutely. But, like, I knew his motivations. I understood his motivations. And then you could play it later and be like, ah, sussy little bitch right there. Look at that guy. Like, you can't do that here. There's none of that. It's just boring. It doesn't give you the right to hurt people. And if this is how you're trying to change the country, it'll all crash and burn at some point. Master,
お願いします、師匠。
please don't do this anymore.
そうか
Look at that.
お前なら私の志を理解できると思っていたのだけれどね
Here I assumed you of all people would be able to sympathize with my ambitions.
残念だよ夕飯
He has a great voice though.
お前という可愛い弟子を
Listen, trash,
殺さなければならない
trash story. Nice voice. Who are you? We get his voice actor in the thing here sometimes. Ah. Wait. What? boy is typecasted. He just likes wearing glasses. This is Alice from Radiant Tale. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. He's 10 in Cafe Enchanté. Menegishi? I don't know who the fuck Menegishi is. Menegishi. Collar X Malice. Also glasses! Oh, he just likes wearing glasses! He's like, is the character wearing glasses? He's like, I'm fucking in. Like, that's it! That's his only prerequisite. Are you serious? Menegishi. Oh my gosh. This is hilarious. I don't know who the Red Bell Lament is, but that's so funny. He's Pepe and Bustafellows. I haven't played Bustafellows, so I don't know who that is, but I bet he wears glasses at this point. Who is 10? Why can't I picture who 10 is? Who is 10 in Cafe Enchanté? That's Conus. That is not 10. What is happening? I don't remember Pepe wearing glasses. Well, you know, 3 out of like the 6 things I've seen, all glasses. He's also Shioji and Illusions of Atahari. We're gonna be there soon. Is that even a dateable character? I mean, he doesn't always play dateable characters, which is fine. Is that? Nope, that's everybody. Soji is not dateable in Illusions of Atahari. They only care about that in this one list I'm looking at. That's so weird. This is friggin' hilarious. That's amusing. Oh my gosh. Meiji. Sometimes you can date him, sometimes you can't, but he has a good voice. He has a good voice typecast. Is he typecasting himself is what I need to know. Like, he's like, I want to wear glasses. And they're like, you can't wear glasses. He's like, I'm going to wear glasses. Watch me. Watch me put on glasses. And they're like, you freaking loser. It's a shame, Yuhan, that I should have to kill a dear student of mine. Anyways, he has a good voice. I thought I should mention. I can do that too. Setsetsu snapped his fingers. A group of brawny men stormed in out of nowhere. They were just like waiting in the shadows. Would you wait, he snapped his fingers. His hands are still behind his back. Show me your hands. Kill these two. Why is... This does not look like a comfortable, normal position. Let's be so for real. Also, arm gap. Is that a thing? Like, I don't think you'd have an arm gap with your arms behind your back like this. Kill these two. Yes, sir. His arms look so long. And he's not touching the top of the screen, so we know he's not as tall as our gorgeous redhead... Red Hot Chili Flakes. I don't know. Yuhan dropped into a fighting stance, keeping me behind him, but it was 5 against 1, and I didn't see how he could win. I can't let him do this alone. She said out loud as if like no one could hear her. I tried to get up, but my back and neck still throbbed from when Yuhan had pinned me and my arms and legs wouldn't move the way I wanted. At this rate, the match would be over in a second, but right as I was succumbing to pain... That's our girl. That's our Mimi. Mimi! Let's run for it. But Mimi! While Mimi was distracting Setsetsu, Yuhang scooped me up in his arms. He set off in a sprint. That is not going to distract 5 men that have come to kill you. Just gonna say it. Despite the urgency, his embrace was warm and exceedingly gentle. Oh my gosh, you're pulling a freaking Sakura talking about Sasuke when you're about to die. I'm gonna take his jacket off and he has like the thinnest arms you've ever seen. Ran into her in the forest. We got out of the palace, no questions asked. That's crazy. After escaping the palace, which we will not go into details, we had to flee as far as the forest. The southern district was crawling with people searching for us, so we couldn't hide there. I hope Mimi's okay. We didn't get to catch up with Horan and the others either. Yuhang was completely out of breath. He had ran with me as in his arms the whole way. Yuhang, you can put me down. I should be fine to walk by myself now. He shook his head stubbornly at my timid request. I still got you. I want to go a little further. Dude, respect, I guess. Eventually, we found a cabin tucked away in the forest and decided to rest there. Didn't we rest here before? Yuhang lowered me gently to the floor and helped me sit. Then he tended to my injuries, the bruise on my neck. Just marks on your neck. Yeah, that's what happens when you strangle somebody. Very normal bodily reaction, honestly. Retrieving a salve tucked away in his clothes, he delicately applied it to my neck. He looked to be on the brink of tears. Is there a way to treat bruises? Are bruises treatable? Are bruises treatable? Will a salve really help? You can't make a bruise disappear instantly, but you can significantly speed up healing and reduce swelling. Applying a wrapped ice pack. Says nothing about salves, guys. Alright, a heating pad after 48 hours. Booster the blood flow. I enjoy that it's like commonly asked questions. Do bruises ever fully go away? Maybe it's aloe. Maybe. The salve was nice and cool and my pain gradually ebbed away, she said, fucking lying. The entire time he was tending to me, I quietly studied his sorrowful face. What happened exactly? Did Setsutu really take your family hostage? He did. Yuhan nodded. From there, he haltingly explained how things had come to this.
俺、みんなが寝た後に薪を取りに行こうとしたんだ。そしたら、そこに聖節さんが
What
来て
happened
さ。
when you stayed at my place? I went out to get firewood when everyone was asleep, and that was when Setsu approached me.
あの仲介人が俺らに手紙を渡したことを聖節さんはもう知っていて。それで言ったんだ。
He knew the middleman had given us the letter, and that I suspected he had written it.
手紙に残っていた香水の匂いに俺が気づいたと分かって。
He came to talk to me because he knew I'd recognize the fragrance on it.
こんばんは、夕飯。いい夜ですね。
Good evening, Yuhan. Such a lovely night, don't you think?
師匠、どうしてここに
Master, what are you doing here?
あなたがあの手紙を手に入れたと仲介人から聞いたんですよ。
That go-between told me he handed you a letter. Huh? He did.
夕飯、もう気づいているのでしょう。
You must have realized it by now.
私が指導者である。
I am the mastermind.
武術界の少し前から私を疑って調べていましたね。ですが、あの頃は証拠にたどり着けていなかった。
Sometime before the tournament, you began to harbor suspicions about me and did some investigating, but you found nothing concrete.
まさか、その夕飯があの仲介人にまでたどり着くとは。成長しましたね。
And in the most pathetic way possible, actually. It's kind of trash. To think you managed to track down the middleman, that shows some impressive growth on your part. That's it.
じゃあ本当に聖節さんが
Does this mean you're the one who's been killing those martial artists?
武術界をめちゃくちゃにして会合に賊を送り込んだんですか？どうしてそんなことしたんですか？
You ruined the tournament and sent those thugs to attack the Pro Wushu assembly? Why?
私はただ国を変えたかった。それだけですよ。
For one simple reason, super simple. I wish to change the country.
国を
You what?
ええ。この国にはほころびがあります。もはや繕えないような。
This country is tearing apart at the seams. So vast is the damage that it can no longer be sewn up.
私がそのことに気がついたのは4年前。
It was 4 years ago I had this realization, and at the same time, around the same time I took you as my student. When you took me in, before that you kept refusing me.
どうして4年前に俺を弟子にして
Why
くれ
did
た
you
んですか
change your mind? Here, let's have this backstory now that it's no longer really important, because they're like, I'm the bad guy, and we're like, who are you, Stan?
4年前に何があったんですか
What happened 4 years ago? Setsu's gaze softened like he was recalling a tender memory, but there was real pain and hatred in his eyes.
お話しして差し上げましょう。私がなぜ国を変えたいと思ったのか。
He's like, I'm so glad you asked.
その
I'll tell you why. 4 years ago, I realized this country was crying out for change.
昔々あるところに聖節という名の青年がいました。
Once upon a time, there lived a young man named Setsu.
彼は武術よりも勉強や本を読むのが好きでした。
He preferred studying and reading books to the practice of wushu, because he was a loser.
ですが海遊では力こそが全て。
But in Caillou, strength was favored above all else.
両親や周囲の人間にバカにされないよう、本は隠れて読み、武術の技を磨きます。
Doesn't he kind of look like... Oh gosh, I can't think of his name from One Piece. The one who was joining the Marines after getting saved by Luffy. Like, to escape the ridicule of his parents and those around him, he perfected his wushu skills while reading books in secret. How embarrassing.
元から武術の才能があった彼は早々に剣を習得し、16の頃には武術界への出場も果たします。
He always had a talent for wushu. He picked up the technique swiftly, and at the age of 16, he appeared in his first tournament. Is that when he killed a girl?
王に武術の腕を認められ、王宮勤めが決まりました。
It was at that tournament that the king recognized his skills and decided he would work at the palace.
彼は王子の武術師範となったのです。
He became the prince's wushu instructor.
そうして王子たちに武術を教えていた聖節は26になる頃に一人の女性と出会います。
Setsu continued to teach at the palace, and when he reached the age of 26, he met a woman. On his birthday?
その女性は王子たちの教育係でした。
Is this a spoiler? Are there twins? Are they twins? And wait, I thought but it's twins? Is this the Iron Mask? I've only met one brother. There's two? Chotomate. What? The one was responsible for the princess's education.
彼女は王子たちに力だけが全てではないと教えるような心優しい女性でした。
She was endlessly compassionate, teaching the boys that physical strength wasn't
本
everything.
を読みたい、学問を学びたいという己の願望を隠しながら武術を極めた彼は彼女の考えに驚きます。
Having concealed his own desires to read and to learn, and instead devoting himself to wushu, he was surprised to hear her ideals.
驚くと同時に惹かれた聖節は彼女と親交を深め、やがて二人は婚姻を結びました。
At the same time, Setsu found himself attracted to her. The pair grew closer and eventually got married.
ですがその幸せはある日突然引き裂かれてしまいます。
However, one day their happiness was unexpectedly torn asunder.
その頃、海遊では革命を起こそうとする反武術派の活動が活発になっており、
At the
それに
time,
対する粛清も
the
激しさ
anti-wushu
を増してい
faction
ま
who
した。
sought revolution was flourishing in Caillou, and so the palace upped its efforts to purge them.
反武術派の革命を許すな。
The revolution must not come to
王
pass.
宮の人間はそう言って反武術派の活動家を処刑していきます。
Such were the words of those at the palace who moved to execute all activists of the anti-wushu movement.
そうして聖節の妻は粛清に巻き込まれて殺されてしまったのです。
Setsu's wife was caught up in the purge. As a result, she lost her life
王の御前で。
right in front of His Majesty's eyes.
しかし彼女自身は反武術派というだけで 何か行動を起こしていたわけではありませんでした。
Although she harbored anti-Wushu sentiments, she never once used those sentiments to affect
王
change.
子たちに力が全てではないと偏った思想を教えたことを罪に問われて、彼女は殺されてしまったのです。
She was instead executed for the crime of teaching the princes the biased ideals that physical strength wasn't the end-all be-all. God forbid.
そうして私の妻は言われのない罪で殺されま
My
した。
wife was executed unjustly.
王が殺したのですよ。ただ反武術派だというだけで彼女の考えが
The king murdered her in cold blood,
だけで
all because he believed her to be an anti-Wushu, believed her ideas to be dangerous.
力こそが全て、強者こそが正義。それこそ傲
Where are
慢
your
だ。
hands? Strength's everything, might makes right, nothing but pure
な
arrogance.
ぜ無実の彼女が殺されなければならなか
She
っ
was
た。
innocent. What justification could there possibly have been for her execution?
力だけが全てではない。その考えの何がいけないのです。なぜ
What's so wrong with believing that physical strength isn't everything? Why couldn't I pursue the scholarly life I yearned for?
あなたならわ
I
かるはず
yearned
です。
for the books.
幼い頃に力がないというだけでバカにされ、罵られていたあなたなら。
You ought to understand as a child your weakness earned you the only ridicule and abuse.
でも
But
弱者がいてはならない。そのような考えはいびつだと。王が間違っていると
weakness is totally unacceptable. Such is His Majesty's warped
気づい
decree.
ているはずだ。
Surely you recognize what's wrong with that.
ユーハン、一緒にこの国を変えましょう。強者も
I want you to help me
Jackson.
change this country, Yuhang.
勉学も武術も全てが
Transform it into a nation
平
where
等に
strong
なれ
and
るような
weak
国に。
academics and wushu all hold equal merit.
ごめんなさい、聖節さん。それでも俺は力になれません。
I'm sorry, Setsetsu, but I can't help you.
なぜ
Why not?
確かに。俺だって力こそ全てだっていう考えは嫌
I
だって
agree.
思います。
It's not right to value strength over everything else.
そんなことがあって、聖節さんが武術派を恨む気持ちもわかります。
I get why you hate the pro-wushu faction after what happened to you.
でも、だからって罪のない人を殺していい理由にはなりません。
But that doesn't make it right to kill people who haven't done anything
ただ
wrong.
武術派だっただけの武術家を殺すなんて、そんなの反武術派を殺した王宮の人間と同じじゃないですか。
If you're killing people just because they're pro-wushu, how is that any different from the palace killing people who are anti-wushu?
俺は聖節さんを捕らえます。捕らえて肝心のところに連れて行く。だから覚
I'm
悟して
gonna
くださ
catch
い。
you, Setsetsu, and then I'm going to hand you over to the officials. I hope you're ready. I crouched, prepared to do just that. Then Setsetsu smiled at me.
では家族に何があってもいいんですね。
Would you hold fast to those intentions even if they put your family at risk? I froze. Setsetsu snapped his fingers. A pair of men slipped out from the shadows, and by shadows I meant the shadows behind my house.
この者たちは私の命令であなたの家族を見張っています。その意味がわかりますね。
These men are under my orders to stand guard over your family. I trust you understand what that means, Yuhang.
今そこにいるだけで2名、それともう一人屋根裏に潜んでいます。
There's two there, and there's another in the attic. Oh
合図が
no!
あればすぐにでもあなたの家族を殺せる位置ですよ。
They're prepared to dispatch your family the moment I give the order. No way.
嘘だと思うならこれをご覧なさい。
Don't believe me? Perhaps you will once you see this. And he it's like the Emperor's New Groove, and he shows a blade on his leg, and he's like, haha, I have a blade. Setsetsu held up a lock of my brother's hairs.
先ほど部下に命じて眠っているあなたの弟の髪を一房取らせたんですよ。
I had one of my men procure this tuft while your brother was
Son.
asleep. What will you do now? I wonder. Will you help me, or will you just be like, oh my god, I can't believe it. Whoa. And that's what happened 2 days ago.
約束しちまったんだ。
I promised I'd help with this plan, because now...
に協力するって。
Now, what was I gonna do? What was I gonna do, bro? He was gonna kill them, and then I would cry.
だから、ロンレイにも嘘の情報を渡して、お前を裏切ったんだ。
That's why I gave Longley the fake info and tricked you too. Same reason I put Ying Yi in danger.
それだけじゃない。
Not only that, but
お前をあんな目に遭わせ
I
て。
attacked you. I was there. You don't have a flashback, bro. Oh. Squeeze. Perfect.
ごめん。
I'm really sorry.
俺がバカだった。
How dumb could I be?
お前を手にかけることなんて
I could never hurt you.
できないって分かってたのに。
I knew that.
お前を守りたいって思ってるのに。
All I ever wanted to do was protect you. But I still tried to. I mean, I hurt you for a second. I thought that was one hand, and that was like, I was impressed for just a second. My back? What did you do? Like my neck, oh, my neck, my back. I know that song. Tweety? Yeah. He's so warm. Yuhang came back. He came back! He was hurting and his family was threatened, but he still protected me. It must have been so hard. Oh, my bad. I thought you meant because he was choking her neck and you're like, my neck, my back, my bad. He's got to be terrified even now. It's okay. Quinchana. You saved me. You protected me. Thank you, Yuhang.
What?
You. I wouldn't done the same as you if Grandpa were taken hostage. Don't suffer all by yourself.
でも俺はお前
I
を
know, but right now is what is important. You rescued me. I'm safe and sound. Xingyi survived. You just need to apologize and make up for it.
でもできるかな
I don't know if I can. I know you can. But if you can't do it alone, I'll come with you. Okay.
ありがとう
Thank you.
ありがとう
Thank you so much. Look at her wearing just as much clothing as she is when she's in a pajam jams. Yuhan,
もう少し
just let me hold you. I can't breathe.
バカ
Bitch, you strangled her yesterday. Can you give her a break?
泣いてるとこ見せたくねえんだよ
I can't let you see me cry. Stop squeezing though. Like, you don't have that. It doesn't bother me.
やだ見せられるかよ
It bothers me. It does, huh? Kiss him, I guess? I don't know what the hell we do here. I'd seen him cry tons of times as a kid. I even saw him cry at the palace earlier, but I didn't say anything and just let him have his way. I guess. When he finally let go of me a bit later, his face was beet red. He smiled at me bashfully.
ありがとな順に
Thanks, Shinlin.
お前がいてくれたおかげで俺これ以上間違えずに済んだよ。
If you hadn't been here, I probably would have carried on making a bunch of
お
mistakes.
前がいてくれたから
Thanks to you,
戻ってこれた。
I made it out of the
で
palace.
も急がねえと聖節さんの伝令がもう俺ん家に行ってるかもしれねえ。
We've got to hurry though. Setsu's message might be heading to my house already. If Setsu's men heard that Yuhang had betrayed him, they would move in to kill Yuhang's family. Then let's cut through the forest of chiming souls. Right. Huh? Suddenly, Yuhang stepped in to protect me. Someone's coming. Did they track us to this fast? Is it the bears? It's this bear. Mimi! Of all the things to burst through the door, I hadn't expected Mimi, Grandpa, and the others came in after her.
Shinji!
You alright? Thank goodness you're okay. Grandpa, hold on, and Xiaowu and Longli had come with them too. How did you find us?
ミミが君の匂いをたどってくれたんだ。それでロンレイさんとも途中で合流したから
Mimi
一緒に
followed
来
your
たんだけ
set.
ど。
We met up with Longli on the way, and now we're here.
てめえ
Why are you here, traitor? When Xiao Wu and Longli caught sight of Yuhang, they bristled with hostility. Yuhang didn't betray anyone. He was forced to work with the rebels. He saved me.
信じられませんね。何を企んでいるんですか？
I'm hard pressed to believe that. What you plot this time?
ロンレイ
Longley, I.
ごめん。
Sorry.
確かに俺はあんたを一度裏切った。
I
そ
did
れに
lie
つ
to
いて
you
は後
before.
で説明するよ。
I'll explain later.
でも先に聞かせてくれ。あんたは事件の首謀者と繋がってないんだよな。
Let me just ask you something. You don't have any links to the mastermind yourself, right?
私が？
Me?
聖節さんは今回の首謀者は王宮側にも裏切って自分たちの側についたやつがいるって言ってたんだ。
Setsu, the mastermind, said he had people joining his cause from inside the palace. That's right, he did say that. He only managed to take over the palace because he had so much support on the inside.
あっち側じゃないって証明できるんだよ
Can
な。
you prove you're not with the rebels?
王宮側に
There were traitors on the inside?
言われてみりゃロンレイがあの場にいたってのもうさんくせえな。
Now you mentioned it is kind of suspicious how Longli was just hanging around.
そうじゃのう。お前さんはどちら側なのだ？
It certainly bears asking, which side are you on? All eyes in the room fell on Longli. He met our gaze evenly.
王宮内部に裏切り者がいたのは事実です。
There were indeed traitors among the palace staff.
ですが、私は彼らに組みするつもりはない。こんな革命は間違っていると、はっきり言えます。
This scene reminds me of the scene with Starfire and Robin from the Teen Titans movie. The one that was off Teen Titans Go or the Teen Titans Classic? I didn't watch the classic. I watched the Go. I don't know why, but I did. That said, I have no intention of aiding them. I can say with complete conviction that this revolution is wrong.
もし私が国を裏切ることがあれば、いつでも処される覚悟です。
Should the day ever come that I betray my country, I am fully prepared to face execution. Longli's words had a raw gravity to them, to the point that I couldn't imagine him being guilty. Bitch, you trust anybody. You trust anybody. Xiao Wu and you are both evil. I'm just... How did not Xiao Wu, actually. Xiao Wu's fine. How did Xiao Wu get taken over, right? We never discussed that. He was with Longli when that happened. Crazy. I don't know if I remember watching the classic movie. I used to watch the classic cartoon series. And I know they had like a more adult version of Robin and Starfire. I guess I did watch more of it. Honestly, they're my favorite two guys. Seems honest enough.
次はユーハン君の番です。一度は裏切ったと言いましたね。
Now it's your turn, Yuhang. You said that you lied to me, meaning you supported this rebellion. Am I right?
違う。俺だってあんな革命間違いだって思ってるよ。
No, I think this whole thing is as wrong as you do.
でも逆らえなかった。俺の家族が人質に取られたんだ。
Problem is I didn't have a choice. My family's been taken hostage.
なんじゃと。
What on earth? Yuki went to explain what had happened while the others listened in stunned silence.
そんな。お
Gimmie,
前さんの
your
家
poor
族の。
family.
て下劣な。
How despicable.
ひどいことを。
That's awful. How dare he?
許せないな。
胸くそ悪い。
It's disgusting. Xiaowu, you
俺は
make
聖節
me
さんを裏切ったんだ。
ridiculous.
こいつを殺すなんて。
What is your voice actor?
どうしてもできなかったから。
Nicole, how are you, Nicole? Nicole, that little bitch. Push back against Setsu. I couldn't bring myself to kill her. Mimi's like, thanks for that. Nuzzles Yuhang as if to console him. I was hoping Chili Flakes was just gonna grunt, like just make deep noises. He's like, yeah. Ah! He's our next route, I think. We have no choice. I'm pretty sure Longli is locked, and Secret Route's probably locked until after Longli. He stroked the panda, looking like he had wanted to cry. Do it. Just keep crying. That's all you do.
そういや、あの時はありがとな、ミミ。お前が飛び込んできてくれたおかげで、俺たちは助かったんだ。
That's right. Thanks for what you did for us, Mimi. We wouldn't have gotten out if you hadn't distracted Setsu. Mimi must have ran like heck after that, meeting up with Horan and the others before tracking us down. Thank you so much, Mimi.
ミミがあの時助けてくれなかったら。
If you weren't there to save us, we would have been toast.
でも、
Or we could have just
絶対に裏切った俺を許さない。
hear me out.
だから俺、急いで家族を助けに行かねえと。
Had used some sort of strength, like we've been taught to do, and actually not taken everybody out, because I don't think a panda jumping on someone's face really would have stopped 5 fucking guys that were set to kill us. But I digress. There's no way Setsu forgave. Setsu will forgive me for turning on him. I gotta go back home and save my family.
つってももう殺されてるんじゃねえか。いえ、見張られてたんだろ。
They're probably dead already. He had men at your house, right?
それは。
Ah.
それは。
I guess. Yuhang fell silent and hung his head. This seemed to offend Grandpa.
なんちゅうこと言うんじゃ、このクソガキが。まだわからんじゃろ。
Why are you behaving as if it's too late, you dunce? You don't know that for certain.
ユーハンが聖節を裏切ったのは南地区。一方、ユーハンの家は北地区じゃ。
You turned against Setsu in the south, but your family resides in the
ど
north.
れだけ馬を急がせても、裏切った知らせはまだ届いておらんはずじゃろ。
Not even the fastest horse in all of Caillou could have delivered news by now.
もちろん、聖節の仲間に同志がいなければの話じゃがの。
Assuming, of course, that there are no Daoshi among Setsu's associates. If there were, they would have been able to use the force of chiming souls to pass the news on quicker. Another heavy blanket of silence fell over the group, yet Grandpa wasted no time in getting to his feet.
では、わしがユーハンの家族を助
I'll
けに
go
行くと
and
するか
protect
の。
Yuhan's family. Huh? You will?
わしならそんじょそこらの同士に遅れも取らん。臨汾神を通ればすぐに北地区に着くじゃろう。
I won't be outpaced by your run-of-the-mill Daoshi. I'll be through the forest and in the northern district before you know it.
とはいえ、相手が手だれの可能性もあるからな。間に合わんようになる前に、今すぐわしは向かうとしよう。
There's no accounting for the other side's skills. I'll leave at once to make sure I get there in time.
じいさん、ありがとう。俺、終わったら必ず。
Thank you so much, Gramps. With the Zolliver out.
バカもん、礼はまだ早いじゃろうが。とにかくすべてはこの馬鹿げた革命が終わってからじゃ。
Silence, you foolish child. You can thank me after I succeed. The first priority should be putting an end to this nonsensical revolution.
お前さんたち、聖節のことは任せたぞ。
I trust you to do something about Setsetsu. You can count on us. With that, my grandpa set off for the northern district. The rest of us sat down and hammered out a plan.
それで王宮にはどれぐらいあんたの仲間が残ってるの
How many allies do you have in the
残念
palace?
ながら逆らった者は皆殺されたか捕獲されたようですから連携を取るのは難しいでしょう。
Unfortunately, all who resisted the rebellion were either killed or detained. I don't imagine we can count on their support.
となると結局力任せに突入するしかねえってわけだ。
Looks like an all-out assault is our only option.
問題はいつ行くかだけど。
The real question is the timing.
今すぐ行こう。実は明日国王と王子を処刑するつもりだってセイセスさんが言ってたんだ。
We should go now. Setsetsu said they are going to execute the king and the prince tomorrow. What? They were after King Lao Jin and Prince Yoki, the royals I encountered back at the tournament conveniently enough so that I can point them out in the crowd.
それは本当
Is that true?
他
It's
の
gotta
手下たち
be.
に明日の処刑まできちんと見張ってろって言ってたから間違いないと思う。
He was telling his lackeys to guard them real closely before the execution tomorrow.
処刑の話は私も聞きました。もしかしたらそれこそがセイセツさんの一番の目的なのかも
I've
しれませ
also
ん。
heard about this plot. I suspect their execution might be Setsetsu's ultimate goal. That makes sense considering His Majesty was responsible for the death of Setsetsu's wife, I guess. Wanting to change the country was one thing, but I suspected his biggest motive was revenge. In that case, we have to go back to the palace as soon as possible.
そうだね。
True.
ユーハン。
Yuhang.
その処刑は明日の何時頃にするかわか
You
る
know what time they were scheduled?
確か
Gosh,
正午だ
dawn?
って言っ
Oh.
ていたはずだ。
He said something like noon. He's like when the sun's at its highest point and there's no shadows to be casted on the ground and it's also the hottest fucking time of day, something like that.
王宮へ向かうのは明日の朝ですね。
Then we should leave for the palace in the morning, like before the sun sets, at least.
門番には職務だと言えば通行できるでしょう。
The gatekeeper will let us pass if I say I have duties to attend to. Bitch, there's been a hostile takeover and the king and prince are about to be executed.
なるほど。肝心がいりゃ門番に捕まることもないってわけか。
Unless the revolution has reached the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper won't arrest us if we're with you.
にしても兵士たちは何だって王宮が乗っ取られてるってのにいつも通りに守ってるんだ。
What I don't get is why the soldiers are still defending the palace when it's been
兵
captured.
というのは命令に従うものです。上層部が指示を撤回しない限り、今まで通り王宮を守るのが彼らの役目となるのです。
Soldiers are supposed to follow orders as long as the command to do so has not been revoked. Their duty is to defend the palace remains.
てめえで考えねえのか。だらしねえな。
Can't think for themselves. Pathetic.
おそらくは上層部にも裏切った者がいるのでしょうね。
No doubt there are traitors among those who have the power to rescind such orders too.
なるほど。誰が内通者かわからない以上、下手に動くと危険というわけですね。
I get it. It's be dangerous to try anything when you're not sure who might rat you out.
ええ。
Precisely.
犯人側の人間が聞いているかもしれない状況で異を唱えれば、次は自分が処刑されるかもしれませんから。
If one of the traitors hear you make an objection, you could be the next in line for execution.
相手の周到さは、ユーハン君の家族に監視をつけていたことからも、よくわかっているでしょう。
I trust you I'll understand how meticulous our foe is, especially given his willingness to put Yuhang's family under surveillance.
まあ、
I guess. Yuhang's expression darkened at the mention of his family. I slipped my hand into his without anyone noticing. Don't worry, Yuhang. Everyone always says how Grandpa is way tougher Daoshi than he looks.
ああ、そうだよな。
Yeah, they are.
あのじいさん、すげえ同志だもんな。
I know he's super talented.
うん。リーホンさんに任せておけば、きっと大丈夫だよ。俺たちは
You
王
can
宮の
trust
こと
him
に
to
集
make
中
sure
し
your
よう。
family's safe. In the meantime, let's focus on the palace.
それで、もし王宮で師匠が現れたら、俺に任せてもらえるかな。
By the way, if Master shows up during our assault, would you guys mind leaving him for me? Haran's face was taut with nerves. That's right. Yiming should be in the palace too. Setsetsu mentioned that he'd been controlling Yiming. First Yiming, then Yuhan's family. Setsetsu was using these close-knit relationships to cause endless pain. His group had murdered martial artists and attacked Xingyi. Their reign of terror had to come to an end here. You sure? He turned into a monster. He's like, rawr.
俺は弟子だからね。きっと止めてみせるよ。
I'm his student. I'll stop him, I swear it.
それに、俺はこれまで師匠に散々鍛えられてきたんだ。
Besides, you should have seen some of the training he put me
きっ
through.
と師匠は操られていない方がもっと強い。だから必ず止めてみせるよ。
He can't be as tough under Setsetsu's control as he is on his own. I'll defeat him, you'll see.
鍛えられてきたか。そうだよな。
Put you through the ringer, did he? I've been
鍛えられてきた。
through some pretty tough training myself.
俺も止めてみせるよ。聖節さん。
I'm gonna defeat my master too. My former master. Yuhang squeezed my hand tightly. I squeezed him right back. And then we stared at each other intently.
国王処刑まで刻一刻と迫る中、立ち向かってくる兵士をなぎ倒し、王宮の中を進んでいく。
The clock's kicking towards the king's death. Our pair fight off the soldiers, carving a path through the palace.
ユーハンの声は、拳は聖節に届くのか。
Can Yuhan's words or fists convince
次回
Setsetsu?
燃えよ乙女同士歌謡恋語り。
Next time on Otome
絶対
Daoshi.
負けない。
The final
最後の
showdown.
指定対決。軍配が上がるのはユーハンか聖節か。
It's a fight between master and student. Who will emerge victorious? All things considered, this is cute. I like it. The next day, we headed for the palace, finally ready to put our plan into motion. It looks like it's already noon right now,
国王様が
guys.
処刑されるって本当なのか？
Is it true that His Majesty is going to be
中には入れないの？
executed? Can't we get through? I want to watch the execution. I
さっき
assume.
よじ登ろうとしたら兵士に追い返されたよ。
Don't even try it. I went to scale the wall earlier and the guards chased me
処
away.
刑されるなんて嘘よね。
These executions can't be real, right? There was a crowd in front of the gate again. Rumor of the king's approaching execution seemed to have spread beyond the palace walls. With no way to get through and confirm anything, the people were at a loss.
皆さん、こちらです。
This way, please. That's fair. The wrong button. That's fine. We snuck past the crowd and followed Long Li to an entrance reserved for palace staff. Okay, but still. As soon as it was in sight, he stopped and spun around to face us.
では皆さん、作戦通りに。ちょっとお手を拝借しますね。
Now we shall move according to plan. If I might ask you all to hold out your hands. Soon we were all bound by one long rope with Long Li pulling us along as his prisoners. I can't believe we would do this right in front of the gate, though. Wait,
てめえ
pulling.
がぶつかってきたんだろ。
Sure, if you don't bump into me again.
二人とも喧嘩しないで。
Guys, don't fight. Are we acting? We carried on, the boy squirreling in a whisper. Before long, we were spotted by the gatekeeper. He instantly looked wary.
ノーレ様、そちらのものは。
Long Li, who are these people?
私が捕らえた罪人です。これから処刑をする予定でして、連れてくるようにと言われていたんです。
These criminals I apprehended are due to be executed. I have been asked to escort them to the
警
palace.
備、ご苦労様です。ここを通らせてもらいますよ。
You've done well defending this gate. I ask you to let us pass.
かしこまりま
Yes,
した。
sir. Certainly. The gatekeeper didn't even question Longley's lie and let us through. He's like, wow, you're doing such a great job. Did I mention it looks like you lost weight? We're in, and suddenly it looks like nighttime outside. That's weird. It's not even noon, guys. The gatekeeper at the entrance to the palace itself hadn't suspected anything either. We cast off the rope and rubbed our sore wrist. Good thing we managed to fool them.
彼らは騙せましたが、この先はこうはいかないでしょう。
We may have gotten inside, but I doubt things will be as easy from this point on.
私たちが王宮に入ったことも、すぐに聖節さんのもとへ報告が行くはずです。
I'm positive that a message reporting our arrival is on its way to Setsetsu. According to Longley, there was a system in place so that senior staff were notified of anyone who passed the inner gate. It was only a matter of time before Setsetsu found out we were here.
じゃあ俺たちは行くとするか。
We should get going then.
ええ。あとは手はず通りに。
Yes, we must stick to the plan. Got it. And if we don't, we all die. From here, we would split into two groups. Longley, who knew the layout of the palace best, would head to the dungeon to rescue the king and prince, because classic. The capable Xiao Wu would go along to assist, then release the other prisoners. Meanwhile, Yuhang, Hadan, and I were off to defeat Setsetsu and put a stop to his plans. We're like, we're gonna kick him in the face, and then he's gonna die. Be careful, you two. No.
必ず聖節さんを止めてみせるから。
We'll stop Setsetsu no matter what. We parted ways and our squad hurried to Setsetsu's presumed location.
ノンレイが言ってた処刑場はこっちでいいんだよな。
Longley said the execution grounds were this way, right?
ああ、そのはずだよ。
Should be, yeah. Our first port of call was the arena, which was to be used as the execution grounds. We didn't know for sure where Setsetsu would be. Still, we all assumed he would want to witness the king's execution up close, given the depths of his grudge. He likely craved vengeance so badly that he wouldn't dare leave the dirty work to someone else.
絶対こんなの止めねえと。
We've got to pull this off no matter what. We carried on in the direction of the arena, keeping to the shadows to avoid the guards. Noon was only an hour away. At last we made it to the arena, however.
いねえな。
He's not here. Is there an antechamber or something?
控え室か。確かここを通って行った先にあったと思ったけど。
Antechamber? Yeah, I think there's one past here.
警備が厳しいな。これ以上近づいたら絶対にバレるぞ。
There's a ton of guards. They're gonna spot us if we get any closer. Mimi looked at us, radiating confidence. That's it. We can get Mimi to look for us. You up to the task? I placed one of my handmade talismans on Mimi's head and channeled my energy into it. Mimi scurried onto the roof and raced off in the direction of the antechamber. It wasn't long before Mimi returned. Thanks, Mimi. I took the talisman back and focused hard on it. Doesn't look like he's in the antechamber either.
そっか。ここは外れだったか。だとすると、どこにいるんだ
So the arena's a bust. Where else would he be? He definitely has to be in the palace, right?
聖節さんは指示を出すためにも
Yeah, he needs to be here to dish out orders. What about the room he was in yesterday?
いや、あそこにはいないと思う。暗殺を警戒してこまめに移動してたみたいだし。
I don't think he'd be there. He was moving around a lot, so he wasn't a sitting duck for an assassination attempt. What's up?
何か思いついた。
Thought of something?
思いついたっていうか、聖節さんが話してたことを思い出してさ。
More like remember. I remember something Setsetsu said to me.
もしかしたら王の間にいるんじゃないかって思った。
I figured he might be in the throne room.
王の間に?
Why the throne room? I get it. That's where his wife was murdered.
うん。だからそこにいる気がするんだ。
It's just a hunch. I think it's worth a shot.
確かに。その可能性は高そうだね。
It seems pretty likely. Shall we head there now? Let's go. Yeah. Just there. And so we resumed our search for Setsetsu, staying hidden as best we could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. I think they should have made a daytime for here. I feel like there's some art that they could have definitely worked harder on. Like a night and day in here, it's supposed to be noon. There should not be lights lit up. There's no power in here. Don't let them through. They found us. Yeah. The three of us got into our fighting stance. He literally stands like someone who's never fought before in his life. Sorry to say it, but you're gonna let us pass. Hope you're ready. The boys jumped forward simultaneously. Hodon snatched the soldiers' weapons away, leaving them defenseless, and Yuhang delivered a pair of super swift chops. Yuhan's chop rendered them both unconscious and sprawled out on the floor. Yuhang and Hodon had knocked the soldiers out in a flash, leaving me with no part to play. These two are incredible. We have no problem reaching the throne room now. And then 20 more show up because I talked too soon. Or so I thought. A dark figure leapt out of the shadows, aiming straight for Hodon. He blocked the attack with his arm, taking a step back in the process, and his eyes flew open. The assailant was none other than Yiming. Just like last time, Yiming didn't seem to recognize us. He continued his assault, his face devoid of all sanity. The master didn't miss with his punches, and Hodon and Yuhang were forced to go on the defensive. Hodon took a great leap back, steadied himself, then fell into a fighting stance with his eyes locked on Yiming. We'll never get through this if this keeps up. You guys go ahead and leave me. Hodon, you can't. It'll be fine. I'm used to sparring it out with Master. Ooh, chills. Just chills. Don't worry about me, just keep going. Listen, there are so many things that could happen and go wrong at any point in time. He's got my back, bro. I assume that sounds affectionate. Nope, not enough, not enough. Hodon was probably afraid of what might happen to me if we went on ahead. I nodded with as much confidence as I could muster to allay his fears. Leave it to us, we got this. She's like, don't worry, we're a unit. And she's coming too. Just then, Mimi climbed down from my shoulders and ran over to Hodon. Are you going to stick with Hodon, Mimi? Thanks, come. Get us if you need to, alright? Oh, I guess. Come back safe, you two. They don't want a little panda in the kiss scene, I assume that's gonna happen. They have to... Back at ya. Let's go. Okay. As we left, we could hear the sound of Hodon and Yiming fighting behind us. And Mimi. I wasn't worried now that Mimi was with him. I trusted her to call us if she needed to. She's got a gender. Crazy. We're free to focus on storming ahead. What an interesting concept. A real thing. Shall we? Should have been quicker. Longley and I had defeated the dungeon guard to get down here. We were standing in front of the king's cell with nothing but size to show for it. It appears this Magi has already been taken to the execution grounds.
何か手がかりがあるかもしれない。少々調べさせていただきます。
Nevertheless, I would like a moment to take a look. Perhaps there's a clue within.
なら俺は他の奴らを逃がしとく。いいな。
I'm gonna set the other prisoners free. Sound good? He's like, yeah, I guess. Do that. I don't understand. It's telling me to do something on my phone. Sorry, and then it doesn't work. So, oh well. Please do. I left Longley to check the empty cell and started unlocking the others with keys we had stolen from the guards.
おい、助けに来たぞ。
I've come to set you free.
とっとと牢から出な。
Get out of here.
まさか豪遊武術界で準決勝まで行ったシャオさんかい。
Might you be Xiao Wu semifinals of the Tournament of Valor?
助かった。助けが来たぞ。
Thanks. Hey guys, we're
あり
free.
がてえ。俺らは処刑を免れたんだ。
We're in line for execution, you
あんま
know.
騒ぐな。他の兵
Pipe
士が集
down.
まってく
We're
るだ
gonna
ろ。
attract more guards.
いい
Just
か
get
ら
out
黙
of
って
here
さっさと逃
quietly.
げろ。
Valid.
ああ、そうさせてもらうよ。
You
あ
got
りが
it.
とな。
Thanks so much.
助かったよ、シャオさん。
Xiao Wu, we owe you. Is he gonna get attacked? As the pro Wushu prisoners ran off, I turned to
で、
Longley.
何か分かったか？
Learn anything?
やはり王は処刑場に連行されたと見て間違いなさそうです。
I'm even more certain that His Majesty has been hauled off for execution.
連れて行かれたとなると、処刑場の警備は厳重でしょうね。
No doubt the security at said grounds has been bolstered as a
だ
result.
ろうな。どうする？
So
王の
we're
救
gonna
出
give
は
up
諦める
rescuing him?
いいえ。私だけ保身に走って逃げるわけにはいきません。
By no means. We cannot act in our own self-interest and flee while everyone else is fighting so valiantly.
私も最後まで戦います。
Personally, I intend to continue until the very
分かっ
end.
た。なら行くぞ。
Okay, let's go then. Yes, sir. Let's go. But are we going to the same place? That's the real question. Interesting. We advanced through the palace, fighting off soldiers wherever necessary. Oddly enough, there were so few of them that we made it to the throne room without much trouble. There aren't any soldiers here either. I guess they've all gone to the execution area. Either that or the others were keeping them busy for us. Whatever the case, there was one person here. It was just the man we expected to see, Sesetsu.
やはり来たか。
I knew you'd come.
せいせつさん。
Sesetsu.
あの時、逃げた時から、お前たちが邪魔をしてくるのは分かりきっていたよ。
Ever since you fled from me, I've been certain you would return to hinder my plans.
だからこの状況もまた、私の想定のうちだ。遅すぎたな、ユーハン。
I'm not the least bit surprised to see you here. I'm afraid you dawdled for too long, Yuhan. There wasn't a single crack in Setsetsu's
遅く
smile.
なんてありません。俺は
That's what you think.
せいせつさんを止めに来た
We're
ん
here
で
to
す。
stop you in your tracks, Sesetsu.
私を何を言っているんだ。
Is that right?
全ての
You
準備は
realize that you're
完
what you're
了してい
saying,
ると
don't
いう
you?
のに。
The preparations are already in place.
あとは処刑開始の合図を送れば、全てが終わる。今さら止められやしないんだよ。
I need only say the word, and the execution will begin. Everything will come to an end. You're too late to stop me. In that case, all we have to do is capture him before he can give the signal. I exchanged a glance with Yuhan as I worked out the best way to approach this fight. This was when Sesetsu took a step forward.
この革命は、もはや私がいなくとも成し遂げられるだろう。だから、
The
私はここ
revolution is
で待
ready
って
to
いたんだよ。
already in position to succeed with or without me. That is why I've been waiting here.
春林、あなたをね。
More precisely, I've been waiting for you, Shunlin. Me. Two things happened at once. I looked in shock. I looked up in shock, and Setsetsu jumped in to attack me. Look at Setsetsu. What?
この計画には彼女が邪魔だ。
The girl is a hindrance to my plan.
だから私はこの手で殺さなければならないのだ
I
よ。
must kill her myself.
この娘を殺せば。
Only then can I move forward.
だからそこをどきなさい。
You will get out of my way. What a jaw. He's like, ah.
ユーハン。
Like hell I will.
甘い。
Nice try.
相変わらず単調な攻撃だ。
Your moves are as thoughtless as ever.
お前に私は倒せないよ。ユーハン。
You cannot defeat me, Yuhang.
覚悟しろ。
Prepare yourself. What?
言っただろう。お前たちでは私に勝てないと。
How many times must I say it? You cannot win.
そんなことない。
You're wrong.
師匠、あんたの拳はもっと鋭かった。
Master, no, Setsetsu, you used to be sharper.
武術っていうのは心の修行だって。
You said Wushu was about training your mind.
あんたが教えてくれたんじゃないか。
You've forgotten what you taught me.
それなのに、なんで
Why
こんなこと
else
してんだよ。
would you be doing this? Revenge.
そんなものを覚えていたか。愚かだな。
Clinging to those lectures, how foolish.
お前を弟子に取ったのも駒にするつもりでしかなかったのに。
I took you in to be my pawn, not my student. What? Stop this, Setsetsu. Your wife wouldn't have wanted you on some bloody path of vengeance.
復讐？
Vengeance? Setsetsu paused, looking puzzled. Yuhan forced himself back up to face his former master.
殺されたから王に復讐しようとしてるんだろう。
You want to get revenge on His Majesty because he killed your wife,
で
right?
もこんなのは不毛だ。だから頼むよ師匠。やめてくれよ。
It's not going to solve anything. I'm begging you, Master, stop this. Yuhan threw out his fist in total desperation. Setsetsu simply blocked it with a chuckle.
なるほどな。お前たち
I
は
see.
私が復讐のために戦っていると思う。
You two believe revenge is my motivation for
子
fighting.
供の綺麗事だな。誰が彼女のために復讐していると言った？
What a romantic and childish conclusion to come to. When did I ever say I wish to avenge her? You mean you're not looking for revenge? Look, you can finally see his hand. But only like one pinky. Still very long. Setsetsu deflected Yuhan's punch, a condescending laugh spilling from his
ま
lips.
さか私がそれだけのためにここまで周到に計画を練るはずがないだろう。
You didn't think I would toil over such a meticulous plan all for the sake of revenge, did
確か
you?
彼女は優しい女性だった。お前たちの言う通り、私が
Hers was indeed a gentle
復讐
soul.
をすることなど、
You're right to assume that she would not wish for me to avenge her.
それでも私が王を殺すと決めたのは私自身が王を許せないからだよ。
I decided to put His Majesty to death not for her sake, but because I personally cannot forgive his action.
この怒りが、悲しみが長いこと私を苦しめ続けてきた。もはや殺すことでしか晴らせないほどにね。
For a long time, my rage and grief have caused me undue suffering. Killing the source is the only way to quell them now. That's not.
そんなことないって。関係のない他人
You
は
think
そう
it's
思うだろうな。
an overreaction, right? You would as a mere observer. He needs an evil laugh face. Like, this is not matching the energy he's giving.
お前はそう言えるかな。
I wonder if he would feel the same way if she were to die. A familiar, tender smile on his face. Setsetsu delivered a powerful kick right to Yuhan's stomach. Yuhan, no! Yuhan endured the kick with gritted teeth. Setsetsu looked down at us, seemingly none the more perturbed for it.
もはや理屈じゃない。怒りと憎しみが晴らせると分かっていて。
This is not a situation one can approach with reason alone. Who would avoid retribution when it promises enduring peace from rage and spite? I have long awaited my opportunity to slaughter the king in this very room. Where he saw to it that my wife was murdered. Okay, so this is revenge. We're confused. Revenge.
そんなこと、私が一番わかっているさ。
It isn't gonna solve anything. I know better than anyone.
だが私は憎い。あの王の傲慢さが。この国が間違っていると思うからこそ。私は。
I abhor our conceited ruler. I plotted this revolution because I believe our country has been set on the wrong path.
私や彼女のような犠牲を出さないために。分断こそが争いと憎しみを生む。だから。
With all the love in the world, this is taking too long. We don't know this guy. You introduced his conflict in the last chapter. You had 5 other chapters to like develop him into our story to make us believe he's actually a good guy. Instead, it started off with we didn't trust him. He shows up and he says something kind of sussy on the day of a crime. He shows up again on another crime. Like, it's not even a red herring. He is just there. And like, he's just exposition, exposition, exposition at this point. I don't give a fuck about your reasoning. You have to explain it? Oh my god. Was He-Man better than this? He-Man was just like, he's like, I'm the bad guy. And that's it. That's it. There can be no more sacrifices like her and me. Division is what gives way to conflict and hate. This is why I must change this kingdom. Everyone will read books when I'm done. Setsetsu restarted his fearsome assault. His fist came down with enough force to kill. His eyes were closed and merciless, and it was clear that he had no shot at persuading him. What was that? It sounded like a wall was crumbling down. We froze and turned to look. You, there, explain. We've got trouble, Setsetsu. A large group of citizens have broken through and stormed the execution grounds. What? His Majesty has been set free. The execution apparatus has been destroyed. We weren't even a part of it! What are the gatekeepers playing at? Don't tell me they were defeated. It's not that. The pro-Wushu supporters were locked up, have been escaped at some point. They opened the gate from the inside. The citizens flooded the palace. What? Xiaowu and Longli must have done their thing. Setsetsu underlings was right. He could hear a lot of noise from the other part of the palace. There were far out shouts of seize the rebels and rescue his majesty. All of our efforts will now go into recapturing the king. The underling raced away with Setsetsu glaring after him. The master's face was red with rage. His whole body trembled. Why would they meddle? His whisper was so dark it sent shivers down my spine. Though he covered his face with a hand, his eyes blazed with fury between his fingers. I enacted this revolution for the sake of the anti-Wushu faction. Why would the citizens interfere? Just how foolish are they? Fools, every last one of them. I can't allow him to escape. He alone must be dealt with. Bloodlust rolling off of him in waves, Setsetsu made to leave the throne room. Yuhang and I swooped in to block his path. We're not letting you through, my guy. You're just gonna have to wait. Out of my way. Not happening. This isn't a game. Setsetsu lashed out at me, but Yuhang jumped in to take the blunt of the attack. Once he deflected it, he wasted no time in striking back. Setsetsu recoiled and was forced to take a step back. Yuhang stood in front of me, protecting me. The sight of his broad back was endlessly reassuring. You're not going anywhere. Another pair of fools. You two have to understand that I'm doing this for Kaiu's future. The nation's leaders are actively ignoring the suffering of the anti-Wushu faction. Surely you realize how wrong that is. Well, we don't. Of course I understood what Setsetsu was getting at, but I wouldn't lend a lick of sympathy when he's gone about it in such a twisted way. We couldn't yield a single inch of him. Yield a single inch to him. This was our sense of justice, and we had to stand by it at all costs. I'm not too good in a fight. Not like Yuhang and the others, and as a Daoshi, I'm still a trainee. I guess you could call me weak. So I sort of understand how frustrating it must be when you can't fight at all. But the one thing I know for sure is that this is the wrong way to fix things. You're committing violence against the pro-Wushu population, wielding the power of death over them. You're not as weak as you claim. At last, some resemblance of hesitation flashed through Setsetsu's eyes. He took half a step back. What did you? We're not going to yield to you. Doing that here means yielding to tyranny. We're going to save His Majesty. If he has crimes to atone for, then let him atone for them rather than killing him. Setsetsu's eyes flew wide open, and he froze in shock. Yuhang didn't miss his opportunity. There was barely enough time to blink. Making use of the same swiftness he displayed at the tournament, Yuhang pinned Setsetsu to the floor and held the man's wrist behind his back. Unhand me. It's over. How can it be over? I have yet to. Your revolution failed, Master. It's over. Yuhan's cries echoed through the throne room. At last, Setsetsu stopped struggling. Soon, a commotion picked up outside. It was the overjoyed voices of the released prisoners reunited with their families. Yes, but... Hey guys! One of Longley's subordinates had come to collect Setsetsu who we'd managed to restrain. We came out of to the forecourt to find Horan, Xiaowu, and Longley.
二人とも
We're all right!
よかった。みんな無事だったんだな。
You guys made it out okay, huh?
当たり前だろ。
Of course.
これでようやく解決。
I think we can finally call this matter settled. We solved it, guys. Thank goodness everyone's in one piece. Now that Mimi had hopped into my arms, I petted her head as I looked around. We had Longley, Xiaowu, Haran, and Mimi, but there was one more ally who had been in the palace with us. Haran, where's Yiming?
あれからずっと戦っていたんだけれど、さっきようやく拘束することができてね。
It was a tough fight,
医者に見てもらっているよ。
but I eventually managed to subdue him. He's getting checked over by the doctor right now.
まだ正気を失っているようだからね。
I thought it was best since he's still not himself. Oh no, I hope he can go back to normal.
そうだね。
Yeah, me too. Haran nodded at that moment and we heard the rapid pitter-patter of footsteps approaching from afar.
おーい、お前さんたち全員無事だったか?
Hello, are you all feeling well? Grandpapa! He wasn't alone. I gasped when he got close enough for me to see who is with Yuhan's family.
父さん、母さん。
Mom, Dad, you're all here. Yuhan raced off, his eyes watering. His family broke into a run too, crowding around him in a group hug. Yuhan!
無事でよかった。
Yuhang, you're okay. Yuhang!
よかった。
Thank goodness.
怪我はない？
Are you hurt?
俺は平気。
I'm fine. What about you guys?
怪我はないか。
僕たちは平気だよ。
We're okay
ネホ
too.
ンさんが助けてくれたんだ。
Nihonga protected us.
じいさん。ありがとう。
Hey, Gramps, thanks.
なんて言ったらいいか。
I don't know what else to say. So glad everyone's safe. Yuhan's family had been on my mind this entire time. I was so relieved to see them, my eyes blurred with
どうい
tears.
うか、ユーハンったらやっぱり怪我してるじゃない。早く手当てをしましょう。
Yuhan, you silly thing, you are injured. Let me have a look at you.
あれ、
Oh,
本当だ。
you're right.
戦い抜いたようじゃな、ユーハン。
You must have fought to the bitter end.
昔に比べて打たれ強くなったの。これもわしの修行のおかげじゃな。
I see you can really take a hit these days. It must be a result of my training.
はあ？なわけねえ
You
し。
gotta be kidding me. Gosh, seriously, what a huge relief. Yuhan's family and all my friends had come back safe and sound. Amid my relief, I heard a thoughtful What's the matter, Longley?
作戦がうまくいきすぎたのが気になりましたね。
Nothing really. It just strikes me that our plan went a little too well.
変なやつだな。うまくいったならいいじゃねえか。
Weirdo, isn't that a good thing?
それはそうなのですが。
I can't argue with that. Yet Longley still looked perplexed, like it was weighing on his mind.
いえ、今考えることではありませんね。これからやらなくてはならないことは山積みなのですから。
It isn't something to contemplate right here and now. I'll have much to attend to after this.
そうじゃな。じゃが今は無事を喜ぼうではないか。
For now, we should celebrate everyone's safe return. Don't touch that.
ちゃん、あざできてる。
We've got a bruise, Yuhang.
いたたた。だから手当ては自分でできるって
I
言っ
said
て
I could take
た
care
ろ
of it myself. Yuhang's yelp rang out through the forecourt. They were followed by carefree laughter bubbling up under a clear blue sky. Wow, we survived! Oh. A few weeks had passed since that incident at the palace. Yuhang and I were leisurely making our way down to Main Street in the Western District.
ようやくかゆも元通りになってきたな。
Caillou's finally back to normal. Yep, all of your bruises have healed too. We looked around us as we walked. Every district had been in uproar for a while after the attempted coup. Now everyone looked like just as laid back as they did before the whole thing started. That wasn't to say things were going to stay this peaceful forever. The king announced that he wanted to change things and would lend an ear to the opinions of the anti-Wushu faction. They're going to implement reforms a little at a time. Hopefully Kaiu becomes a better place to live in for everyone.
そうだな。武術界もそのうち復活するみたいだし。
And it looks like they're going to restart the tournament at some point too, because yeah, that's the most important thing here. Apparently they were planning to do so once things had calmed down a bit. There was no set date yet, but a lot of people were expressing interest in entering and determination to win. No one had spoken up to oppose it, and there was a lot of discussions about how to make the events enjoyable for the anti-Wushu population too.
俺の弟も武術より勉強の方が得意みてえだし。
My brothers are better at studying than Wushu too. I hope this country turns into one they're comfortable living in. Me too. Thanks. Better at studying than Wushu. Those words reminded me of Sesetsu. Yuhang's silence told me he was thinking of his former master as well. Then a quiet smile played upon his lips.
そういえばさ、聖節さんのこと。
That reminds me. Longley gave me an update on Sesetsu. He did.
結局東国系に決まったってさ。
Yep, they're putting him in jail.
昔の海遊だったら速攻で打ち首なんだけど、これから国を変えるっていうのに、それはまずいだろ。
The old Kaiu would have beheaded him right away, but they can't really do that now that they're all about change. Huh.
それでさ、聖節さん、今はもう反省してるって言ってた。お前にも謝ってたんだって。
Not just that, but he's showing remorse, wanted you to know that he's sorry apparently. Really? I remember he said something about how I was a hindrance to his plan. Why was that? I was just an apprentice Daoshi. It wasn't like I had special powers or anything. When I inquired, Yuhang made a face.
実はさ、お前、聖節さんの奥さんに似てたんだって。
Truth is, apparently you look like Setsetsu's wife. I do.
あ、それでお前の顔を見たら罪悪感を刺激されるから。
Yeah, just seeing you made him feel real guilty. That's why he tried to kill you.
そんなんで揺らぐならやらなきゃよかったのにさ。バカだよ、師匠は。
If that was enough to make him think twice, he should have just given up in the first place. Master's kind of dumb like that. He sighed, then told me the details of what he had heard from Longley, and how Yuhan's protection of me had reminded Setsetsu of a younger version of himself. And about how when I made my case against him, I was a spitting image of his wife. That was what made him freeze up back then. I guess that makes sense.
だから俺でも聖節さんに勝てたんだと思う。
Otherwise, I would have never stood a chance against Setsetsu.
武術は心でするものだからさ。
Most of Wushu happens in my mind, you know? Setsetsu had failed to protect the woman he loved, and that sparked his desire to change Kaiu. All so no one would be born just to have their lives stolen away, and yet it was the face of Setsetsu's beloved that stopped him in the end. I prayed that Kaiu would one day be a place where people could love one another and find true happiness. But that might just be a dream. We talked about this and that all the way to the riverside, but someone had beaten us there.
やあ、来たね。待ってたよ。
Hey, I've been waiting. Sup? Yuhan and I had come to the Western District today to meet with Horan.
ユーハン、怪我は治った？
You're all healed up, Yuran?
おう、バッチリだ。ハオランも元気そうだな。
You know it. You look like you're fighting fit too, Horan.
おかげさまでね。師匠はまだ万全とは言えないけれど。
I would have been worse off without you two around, though Master still got a ways to go. Hadan flashed an awkward smile. He had finally found out what happened to Gimmie. What do you mean? Is he in that bad a shape?
実は 闇の砲術と呼ばれる怪しい術を使われて操られていたみたいでね。
Master was being controlled by a technique associated with something called the shadow
今は
arts.
俺とリーホンさんで交代に面倒を見ているんだ。
Yuhang and I are taking turns looking after him.
そうだったのか。
You don't say.
早く良くなるといいな。
I hope it clears up. Me too. The pair shared a solemn nod. They must have been thinking about their respective masters. Then, out of nowhere, Herdan picked up a stick and started drawing in the dirt. After completing a circle that surrounded the two of them, he took up a fighting stance.
それじゃあそろそろ勝負をしようか。
Let's get this match underway, shall we?
Oh,
Sure thing. What match? I had no idea what they were talking about, but Yuhang only grinned at me.
武術会が延期になっただろ。だからここで試しに戦うって約束をしてたんだ
The
よ。
tournament's been postponed, right? We made a promise to duke it out in a practice match. Really, I had no
他
idea.
にもいろいろあるけどね。俺に勝てたら認めるよ。ユハン。
That's not the only reason, though. You beat me, Yuhang, and you'll get what you want.
絶対勝つ。
I'm gonna destroy you. Say what? For being a practice match, they sure were raring to
ルール
go.
は武術界と同じ。地面に引いた線の外に出たら負けだ。
We'll use tournament rules. Step out of the ring and you lose. You good with that?
おう。
You know it.
じゃあ行くぞ。
Let's go.
は
Yuhan and Hadan leapt at each other in unison, the outstretched legs crossing in midair. Both kicks missed, and each fighter landed with where their opponents had been moments prior. Yuhan was the first to recover. He pounced like a cat, ready to deliver a precise chop. Unfortunately for him, Hadan dodged it with his quick reflexes.
やるな。
Not bad.
ユハンこそ。
Same to you. Next, Yuhan unleashed a series of strikes too fast for the naked eye to follow. Hadan barely managed to dodge them all. They're incredible. There was no question why they made it to the semifinals. The fight went on, both of them developing a sheen of sweat on their foreheads. Though it seemed to be an even match at first, Hadan soon struggled to find an opening while blocking Yuhan's attack one after another. But then, Yuhan's movements got more and more sluggish. Eventually, Hadan found his chance to fight back. Hadan deflected one of Yuhang's punches, sending him staggering backwards, then darted in for a punch of his own. Huh! It seemed like a sure hit, but Yuhang actually dodged first. Close one. At the end of his lithe maneuver, he landed safely on the ground. Hadan wasted no time in attacking again, only for Yuhang to evade every single strike at the last moment. Yuhan's amazing. It's like he can see the trajectory of every punch. His dodges were getting quicker too. He had figured out Hadan's attack pattern. Hey. He lit up as if he had come to a realization. With a light-footed leap, he evaded Hadan's next strike and ended up behind his opponent. Hadan whirled in panic, bracing himself for the attack he knew must be coming. Gotcha. What? Instead of punching, Yuhan grabbed Hadan's arm and tugged him hard. Hadan pitched forward. Yuhan sprung into the air and did a somersault, and I was sure he was trying to swap places with his opponent. But he was still in midair when he gave Hadan's back a light shove. Yuhan spun himself and landed neatly within the circle. Meanwhile, Hadan was frozen with one foot ahead of him. He stared at his own foot, which was just over the line. That's a match! With Hadan out of bounds, Yuhan was the winner. You got me. Yeah, I won!
まさかユハンがこんな戦い方をするなんてね。
I wasn't expecting that sort of fighting style from you, Yuhan. Although he had lost, there was a look of subtle satisfaction on Hadan's face.
俺としては粘り勝ちになるかもって思っていたんだけど。そっか。ユハンは気づいたんだね。
I thought you'd use sheer perseverance to win. You figured that out, didn't you?
気づいてこの戦い方を選んでくれた。さすがユハンだ。
That's why you switch tactics. You're a real smart fighter, Yuhan. Good luck with everything. Come on, Haran.
頑張って、ユハン。
I mean that. I'm rooting for you. Johan walked off with a smile on his face, leaving Johan and me alone. What did he mean by good luck? Johan awkwardly scratched his cheek. Gussie.
実はお前のことでハウランと勝負することになっ
The
て
truth is, me and Howland was sorting fighting over you. Me. Cause,
俺お前が好きなんだ。
I love you, Shunlin. Yuhang's frank declaration had me rooted to the spot. As I wiggle. His tender eyes searched my face.
でもそれを言ったらハウランに兄として俺に勝った男にしか妹は託せない。交際相手として認められない。
Said he'd only let me have his little sister if I beat him in a fight, and that was his conditions for anybody looking to be your boyfriend.
だから今日ハウランと戦うことになったんだ。
Oh my god, he fought for love, like the name of the game. I have the most troubling, sad thing to say, which is my little ditto button cap, which has an adhesive behind it. The adhesive is wearing off, and every time I press A for too long, it starts to slide. So I fought him today. I was fighting for the rights to confess to you. You already know you're my first love thanks to mom and dad.
でも俺からも言わせてくれ。春林のことが
I wanted to tell you
子供
myself.
の頃からずっと
I've loved you since we were kids,
好きだ。
Shunlin.
いつか再会したら好きだっていうために
I worked at getting as strong
強
as
い男に
possible,
なってみせるって
so I could tell you how I felt when we
お前
reunited.
のことを思えば辛い稽古も全然平気になったんだ。
Just thinking about you gets me through the toughest training
それ
sessions.
でまた再会してさ
And then we did reunite,
ますます
and I fell for you even harder.
久しぶりに会った春林は想像してたよりもずっと大人っぽくなってて
You grew up way more than I expected, but you were still the girl I love.
優しくてちょっと抜けてて相変わらずお人よしでさ。
Kind-hearted, bit of an airhead, but always putting others first.
でもこんな可愛くなってるって思わなかったからさ。だからテンパって突っかかっちまって。
I wasn't expecting to get so pretty. That's why I'm always kind of on edge all the time and snapped at you and stuff.
俺
Lame,
ダ
right?
サくてごめん。
Sorry about that.
でもお前は
But even then,
そんな俺にも昔の夕飯のままだって笑ってくれて。
you kept smiling at me and saying I was the same old Yuhang.
それで
Most of all,
俺と一緒にいてくれた。
you stuck by me.
だからお前と再会してさ。俺もう一度お前に恋をしたんだ。
When we met back up for the first time in years, I fell in love with you all over again. I love you, Shunlin.
お前が
I mean it.
好きなんだよ。
With all my heart. Yuhan grinned from ear to ear. His words came straight from his heart, filling up my chest until they became a glowing bundle of warmth. He loves me that much?
好きなやつを相手に。
I heard him talk about his feelings to Mimi, but I'm so happy he had the courage to tell me face to face. Yuhang had loved me all this time, and meeting me again only made them stronger. Happiness and embarrassment coursed through me. Truth be told, I felt the exact same way about him. He's just like he was as a kid, only more mature. His kindness is still there, and I had fallen in love with him too. The thought pushed me to rush forward towards him. I gave him a small kiss on the cheek, making his face turn bright red. What did you just... Me too. I love you too, Yuhang. What? You're kidding, right? No, I love you so much. Yuhan blushed even harder, and then... Idiot? Hey, why are you calling me an idiot again? What do you think? I wanted to be the one to... The one to what? I mean, what do you think? Yuhan turned back towards me, bringing his scarlet face closer to mine. Oh, cute. A feather-light ticklish sensation brushed my lips. Wait, did he? I put a hand to my lips, eyes widening. Yuhan's face was still a hair's breadth from mine, shy and utterly flustered. Stop calling me a baka. I never heard him sound so gentle. Leaning in again, he pressed his forehead to mine. I'm in so deep, this is how much I love you. That's why I wanted to go first, but now we're even. There's no way that counts as even. There was a huge difference between a kiss on the cheek versus the lips. I felt so bashful I didn't even have the first clue what expression to make. Then Yuhan intertwined his fingers with mine, just like we did when we were kids. Thanks for remembering the promise we made back then. And thanks for remembering me too. My cheeks flared hot like they were absorbing the warmth of his skin from everywhere we touched. Yuhang loved me and I loved Yuhang. It had all started with the teeniest of promises, and a promise to meet again, to never forget about each other. So much had happened since we reunited and more was sure to come. But no matter what happened, I knew we'd make it through as long as we were together. You're welcome. I love you, Yuhang. I love you too. A gentle breeze flowed past us, soothing my blazing cheeks. There, under the clear blue sky, we exchanged another promise, a promise to stay together always. A fleeting dream fulfilled. Okay. I forgot. I may have done that wrong. I was probably afraid of what might happen to me if I exchanged a glance at Yuhan, then nodded. Don't you fret about me either. Yuhan's got my back. Sure do. I'll take good care of her. I promise I'll protect her with everything I've got. The strength of his promise was reflected in the smile. He was determined to keep it. My heart fluttered at the thought of Yuhan keeping me safe. And Mimi. Mimi too. Mimi keeps great safe. Great safe. So safe with Mimi. I think it's crazy that everything happens the exact same. Yuhan and I walked on, dragged into silence by our thoughts of Setsetsu, but it wasn't long before I remembered our true objective and my whole body tensed up. Yuhang had come all this way to the Western District because I had something to tell him. That something was, of course, that I had fallen in love with him. Classic. I'm pretty sure he feels the same way, but it's not like he's actually told me outright. I wanted to confess to him so we could get everything out in the open. Unfortunately, it felt like my courage whooshed away. Every time an opportunity came up, I knew he was has feelings for me, but if I'm more serious about this than he is? You said you wanted to talk to me about something. What's up? I wasn't expecting him to bring it up. I put a hand on my pounding chest and glanced at him. There's something I've been meaning to say now that the stuff with Setsetsu is settled and you've recovered completely.
言いたかったこと
What's that? He stared at me in confusion. Gathering up all my courage, I made my confession. The thing is, I love you, Yuhang. Huh? He stopped in his tracks, his face turned pink, then red. You. Huh? What? Why? Blindsided, he opened and closed his mouth repeatedly like a fish, so I pressed on. I can't tell you the moment it happened, it's just something that I realized after a while. I mean, you've been so nice to me ever since we reunited, even if you do snap at me sometimes. When I went off after those Yangshi, you came looking for me and you protected me from them when it came to blows. You cooked for me when I was down, and you've been there for me all this time. You gave me your jacket and walked me back to my room when I came out of my jams. You looked out for me when we fought together. All that stuff showed me how thoughtful you are, and I found you more and more attractive. Eventually, I realized I liked you. Yuhan was frozen, a beet red statue.
Oh my god.
You... I mean me? Yeah. Hold on. No way. I'm dreaming, right? Eyes glazed over, Yuhan tugged and pinched his own cheeks. It didn't look like he believed me. You're not dreaming. I was worried my confession had upset him, but there was a soft smile. A soft smile appeared on his face.
ごめん。嬉しすぎてさ。
Sorry, I'm just so happy. I mean,
俺もお前のこと
because I feel the same way about you.
こんなお前から好きだって言われるなんて思ってなかった。
It's like I never thought I'd see the day when I'd hear that from you.
やべ。
Man,
すっげえ
I'm
嬉しい。
over the moon right now. Even though his cheeks were flushed and he wasn't looking me in the eye, I knew. He bashfully rubbed the back of his neck, searching for what to say next. When he found the words, he faced me head on.
あのさ、俺もお前が好きだ。
I love you too. Oh, he had minced words. My heart thumped in my chest. I had a solid idea of how he felt, but this was something else. I put a hand on my clamoring heart, only just daring to look back at him. You mean it?
ああ、つか知ってるだろ。俺の初恋がお前だったって
Yeah,
ことはさ。
but you already knew you were my first love, right? Kind of. Your parents did say so.
初恋で。
Well, it's true.
それからずっとお前のことが好きなんだよ。
And I've loved you ever since.
再会してますます好きになってさ。お前が笑ってくれるのが嬉しくて。もっと一
I
緒に
only
いた
fell
い
for you harder after we met again. I loved seeing you smile, and I was itching to be with you all the time.
お前だけだ。俺が好きになったの。
You're the only girl I've ever loved.
今も。
His tender smile sent warmth spreading through my chest. I loved him, and he loved me back. So the feeling's mutual. You know what that means. Right. Yuhan looked more embarrassed than ever, but the smile didn't leave his face. He had all the reliability of an older brother while holding on to the bashfulness of his younger self. Can I hold your hand? Mm-hmm. He nodded and held it out to me. When I took it, he went scarlet right up to his ears before squeezing my hand back. It's so warm.
高えな。お前の手。
Your hand's so warm. He said exactly what I'd been thinking, and a giggle burst out of me.
なんだよ。
What? Nothing. I'm happy, that's all.
そっか。
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yuhan, do you want to go to the desert parlor over there?
いいじゃん。
Dessert parlor,
そうよ、
maybe?
お前。
Not the desert. Probably a
甘いもん
dessert.
子供の頃から好きだったよな。
Sure, you've had a sweet tooth ever since we were kids, huh? I'm not the only one.
ああ、まあ。
It's not like that.
そうだったな。
No?
いや、違わないけど。どっちかっていうと、甘いもん食ってるお前の顔を見るのが好きだったんだよ。
It's not... I like sweets well enough, but I've always liked how they put a huge smile on your face even more. Really?
悪いかよ。
Got a problem with that? Not exactly.
お前のことばっか見てたんだよ。あの頃からさ。
I've been noticing stuff like that about you forever since we were kids.
だから、ほら。
Let's grab a bite, alright? Yuhan led me by the hand to the dessert parlor. He said he'd loved me since we were kids. I was so thrilled to know he felt the same way, that my heart was full to bursting. After that, Yuhan and I went around to all of our favorite childhood spots in the district. We had so much fun returning to empty lots where we used to play and climbing the trees that had always been too tall for us. When the sun began to set, we headed back to my place together. The plan was to tell Grandpa and Yuhan that Yuhan and I were dating over dinner. He's going to fight Grandpapa.
いかんいかんいかん。夕飯と付き合うなんて絶対ダメじゃ。
Nope. Under no circumstances, I do not permit this union between you and Yuhan. Grandpa was fighting back, sulking. I glowered at him. Why not?
そんなもん当たり前じゃろ。お前さんに恋愛なんてまだ早い。第一、こやつと会ったばかりじゃろ。
Do you even have to ask? You are far too young to be in a relationship, and apart from anything else, you two just met. We didn't. We played together every day as kids.
なもん一瞬みたいなもんじゃろうが。男ってもんは会わないでいるうちに考え方も変わるもんじゃ。
A fleeting moment in the grand scheme of things. Besides, men can change a lot when they haven't seen you in a while.
再会して少ししか経ってないというのに付き合うなんてなら絶対にわしは許さんぞ。
Barely any time has passed since you've reunited, and now you want to. Unacceptable. I refuse to let this happen. Well, I don't need your permission. It's my life, and I can do what I want.
やっぱり
I
こうな
figured
る
this
と
would
思っ
happen.
た。
だいたいこやつだってまだ子供ではない
Look.
か。付き合うなんて早すぎじゃん。
He's just a child himself. You're too young. We are not. Yuhan is going to be my boyfriend, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't care what he said. I was absolutely not backing down on this. He was always like this too. I don't care how stubborn he got. I was done with it. If you carry on like this, we'll elope. Huh?
何
What? I'm dead serious. Do you get it now?
ではこうするのはどうじゃ。
Well, then how about this? Grandpa cleared his throat, then turned to Yuhan.
わしと夕飯が武術で勝負をする。それでこやつがわしに勝てたら
Yuhan and I will have a
お主ら
duel.
の
If
交
he
際を
wins,
認
I
め
will
るというわけ
accept
だ。
your relationship.
自分より強い男ならば安心してお前さんを任せられるからの。
I won't have any qualms with passing my precious granddaughter onto a man stronger than me.
じゃあこのわしに勝てぬような小僧に可愛い孫娘は絶対に任せられる。
But the opposite holds true for a brat who can't even hold a candle to me. What do you say? He's so thick-headed.
そういうことならやってやるよ。
I'll gladly take you on. You're okay with that, Yuhan?
任せろって。絶対じいさんには勝ってみせるから。
I got this. I'll have Gramps eating his words.
おう言ったな。
Oh.
なら早速勝負じゃ。
Sounds promising. Let's waste no time then.
Oh!
You got it. The next day, we came down to the riverside to see so Grandpa and Yuhan could have their match.
これでよしと。ではこの線の外に出たら負けじゃ。
There we go. All right, the first to step over this line's the loser. How's that? Grandpa had drawn a ring around about the same size as the ring I used for the Tournament of
あ
Valor.
とはどっちかが参ったって言えばいいんだよな。
Or the first man to surrender. That okay?
もう一つルールを追加してやる。わしに一発でも当てられたらお前さんの
Very
勝ちじ
well. And one more rule. If you manage to land even a single hit on me, you win. What? Are you sure about that, Grandpa? He nodded without missing a beat.
ゃ。負ける気がせんからの。
I'm sure, as I don't plan to lose.
余裕じゃねえか。
You talk big, huh? It seemed to me that the new rule gave Yuhan a massive advantage. Maybe Grandpa's going easy on Yuhang because he wants him to win.
じゃあ早
Let's get this thing started. Oh, goodness.
かかってくるがよ
Certainly.
い。
Whenever you're ready. And so the match between Yuhan and Grandpa was underway.
遅い遅い。
Too slow, my boy. Wait, that missed? Yuhan's first fist were moving too fast for me to see, but not a single punch landed. Why can't I get a hit? Damn it.
やれやれ、それがお前さんの本気かね。
Please don't tell me this is your
退
best.
屈じゃの。
I'm getting bored.
では、終わりにするかの。
I suppose I'll end it. Grandpa laughed and then vanished completely. Where'd he... Yeah, what happened? All of a sudden, he was tossed into the air. The next thing I knew, he was sprawled on the ground outside the circle. Grandpa was comfortably in bounds and holding up two peace signs.
勝負ありじゃな。
I believe we have a winner. You've got to be kidding me.
このわしに勝とうなど、まだまだ早い。
You've got a long road ahead of you before you can even think about defeating me. That wasn't fair. Give me a rematch.
おお、よし、ではかかってくるがよい。まあ、何度やっても結果
By
は
all means, come at
同
me
じだ
again.
ろうけどの。
Not that I expect anything to change. For how long, though? Grandpa wasn't wrong. No matter how many rematches, Yuhan demanded, the results were the same. I lost again. Yuhan plopped down on the ground, staring up at the
これ
sky.
でよくわかったじゃろう。
Grandpa
お
hadn't
主は
broken a
わしに
sweat.
勝てんと。
I hope this exercise has made it clear that you will never defeat me. That's dark. That's a dark time. Yeah.
わかった。
Now that you know, you should give up on... I'm not giving up. Yuhan hopped up into a fighting stance, staring Grandpa down once more. I might not be able to defeat you right now, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up.
おお。なら、どうする？
Then what will you do instead? I'm gonna head out on a journey, I'll train along the way, come back, and I'll challenge you again. What? You're setting out on a train to train? I want to make you my girlfriend no matter what. Wait for me, okay? Okay? I'll go on this journey to get tough enough to defeat Gramps before coming back, and then we can... No way! Yuhan was leaving? Hearing that, I flung myself at him without a second thought.
No.
Don't go. But I want to go out with you. I gotta train for it. I want to be the kind of guy you deserve. Someone tougher than Gramps who can keep you safe. I promise I'll come back. You just wait for me, okay? Yuhan smiled warmly at me, his conviction shining through. He drank in the sight of me, making my chest tighten. I really did love him. I wanted to be with him forever, and I couldn't bear the thought of being apart anymore. I'm coming with you.
What?
You're what? Yuhan and Grandpa gawked at me in disbelief. Shouldn't on a journey? I forbid it. I'm not playing. Not up to. It's not up to you, Grandpa. No. A million times no. Then stop being such a bully and let me and Yuhan date.
わしゃ意地悪で言っとるわけじゃ。
I'm not saying any of this to bully you. I love Yuhan, and if he's going on a journey, then so am I. Don't leave me behind. Let me come with you. But I squeezed him as tight as I could. His face turned bright red, and we both toppled to the ground. Yuhan, are you okay? You can't make that face at me. It's no fair. Yuhan, come on, hang in there. Hang on.
たくこの純情小僧が抱きつかれただけで目回すんじゃない。本当に世話が焼けることじゃ。
Goodness, can't he have some fortitude? Getting dizzy over a simple hug? What a handful he is.
俺、とっとと担いで家に
Come,
戻るぞ。
I'll carry him. Let's go home. My hug had knocked Yuhan out cold, and Grandpa had to carry him all the way to the house. A few days passed after that before I knew it, Yuhan was training under Grandpa.
よし、こんなもんかな。
Alright, I think that's everything.
おーい、朝ごはんできたぞ。
Breakfast is ready. It all looks so good. Thanks, Yuhan.
ようやくできたか。
Took a while, don't you think? The four of us sat down at the table, which was covered with Yuhan's homemade breakfast. Since becoming Grandpa's student, Yuhan was now living under our roof and training here.
まずまずじゃな。それより朝の水汲みと薪割りは終わっとるじゃろうな。
This is adequate. Have you finished drawing the water and chopping the firewood this morning?
とっくに終わってるし。
Ages ago.
なんなら日課の懸垂も100回やってっから。
Even did my daily 100 pull-ups.
そんなんで威張るんじゃないぞ。食後は西地区を10周走り込みじゃぞ。
It's nothing to preen about, boy. After breakfast, you're running 10 laps around the district.
それが終わったら稽古つけてくれんだろ。
You'll give me a lesson after that, right?
お主がわしを見つけられればじゃが。
Should you be able to find me? Yes.
それぐらい余裕だし。つうか、そろそろ勝負してんだけど。
Like, that's gonna be hard. Thing is, I was hoping we could have a match soon.
先週惨敗したばかりじゃろう。もう勝つつもりかの。
After last week's humiliating defeat, do you really think you're ready to turn things around?
やってみなきゃわかんねえだろ。
Won't know unless I try. I just want to beat you as soon as possible. Yuhan snuck a glance at me, his cheeks pink. He was working his butt off to earn my grandpa's blessing. I wish there was something I could do to move things along too. Hey, I know. I'll make him some red beans manto as a snack. Yuhang was going to be super hungry after running 10 laps of the district.
では明日手合わせをしてやろうかの。
I would be happy to face off against you tomorrow.
絶対負けねえ。
You won't be so lucky this time.
わしも負けるつもりはないがな。
We shall see about that.
そろそろ諦めたらどうじゃ。
Perhaps it's time for you to throw in the towel.
諦めねえから。
Not happening.
何度だって挑んでやるよ。じいさんに認めてもらって、こいつと付き合えるようにさ。
I'm gonna challenge you as many times as it takes to win you over and to get permission to date her. Yuhan grinned, then started chowing down on his home-cooked food. Grandpa and Yuhan were always bickering. While it might have looked like they couldn't stand each other, I knew it was the exact opposite. I really want Yuhang to be my boyfriend. That said, my exciting everyday life with all of us under one roof was plenty of fun too. Give me your hand. I got this. Okay, let me do that thing I do where I mute the entire thing because otherwise the music plays. Alright, trouble approaches. Did I do that right? Let's make sure we get all the pictures. And I think we have all the endings. I still find this weird. Shawu will be next. Oh, no, wrong thing. Is that? Okay. Nine of 9. 9 of 9. Interesting. 9 of 9, 9 of 9. But this had 3 in it. Oh, wait, make sure I got, okay, cool. This has been very cut and paste, really. Like, it's very straightforward. There's only one ending each time. Young. Interesting, interesting. Everyone gets 3. Everyone gets 3, and Common gets 1. Although theirs were all fighting. That's weird. Well, actually, I guess that second was kind of the dating part of it. I guess. I guess that was it. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, well, it's 1 a.m. and I'm a tired girl now. So I'm going to head to bed now that we've finished the main story for Yuhan. We still have 2 more to go. 3 more, actually. Sorry, there's a secret route. We have 3 more to go. Tomorrow, I'm probably playing Buddha Shihana, and then I'm making a monster. I think that's what it's called. Or how to make a monster. I feel it's me personally, making a monster. And then we'll see what happens from there. I'm gonna have some other streams. I want to try and continue to do Otome Daoshi when I have a long day. That way I can try and get a big chunk of it done. But Shihana has me in a question mark. I might honestly just do Otome Daoshi tomorrow because I might be able to get another long stream, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But either way, I hope you have a lovely rest of your night. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Baz. Thank you, Delightful, for being here. I will see you guys later. Have a great night. Bye. Bye-bye.